Chapter 52. Yi Haoran nodded and said, "Very good. Our feud with the Demon Sword sect is far from over. There will be more entanglements in the future. We must not let the Demon Sword sect be comfortable. We must find something for them to do." His words were natural. Lin Chen and the others couldn't help but nod in agreement. It didn't take long for the gunpowder to be installed. Yi Haoran summoned all the people of the Haoran Sword sect and ordered some elders to lead the disciples down the mountain and away from the Demon Sword Peak. Only the people above the late stage of Wuzong stayed on the Demon Sword Peak. After the disciples of the Haoran Sword sect withdrew to a safe place and sent out a signal, Yi Haoran and the other four, as well as the dozens of elders who stayed behind, ignited the gunpowder fuses under their feet. After igniting the fuse of the gunpowder, Yi Haoran and all the others who stayed on the Demon Sword Peak used their fastest speed and quickly rushed down the Demon Sword Peak. Although they deliberately left a long fuse, the Demon Sword Peak was thousands of feet high. Even if they were halfway up the mountain, it was still more than 1,000 feet high. In addition, the mountain road was rugged and not easy to walk on. The gunpowder would explode before they reached the foot of the mountain. Sure enough, when they were thousands of feet away from the foot of the mountain, the earth shook and the mountain shook. Rocks rolled down, followed by a series of loud explosions that resounded through the sky. A large amount of gunpowder installed on the Demon Sword Peak by the Haoran Sword sect exploded. Yi Haoran and the others carefully avoided the large and small stones rolling down the mountain and finally returned to the ground safely. Yi Haoyun said with a smile, "Haha, this explosion will definitely make the people of the Demon Sword sect hate us to death. They will have a headache." This was indeed the case. The sect master and deputy sect master of the Demon Sword sect, who hid in the Demon Sword mountain range, and hundreds of people were hiding on a mountain peak not far from the Demon Sword Peak. When they heard the familiar explosion that resounded through the sky and saw the billowing smoke of the Demon Sword Peak, everyone's anger and hatred rose to the peak. The Demon Sword sect's sect master, Demon Sword Venerable, was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood came out. He roared with extreme hatred, "Haoran Sword sect, I, Demon Sword Venerable, will never let you go in this life. I swear that I will not let you go." After blowing up the Demon Sword Peak, the members of the Haoran Sword sect felt extremely carefree in their hearts. Under Yi Haoran's command, they embarked on the journey back to the Haoran Sword sect. With the end of the Haoran Sword sect's revenge battle, the results of the battle would definitely spread out and be known by the various supersects. At that time, there would definitely be another wave of commotion. On the way back, they didn't encounter any accidents or obstacles. After traveling for 5 days, they finally returned to the area under the jurisdiction of the Haoran Sword sect. After entering their own territory, the disciples of the Haoran Sword sect were somewhat free. Along the way, they constantly shared the news of their victory with others. From time to time, they revealed some details of the battle with the Demon Sword sect. Of course, they consciously didn't mention the gunpowder. Although the Demon Sword sect would reveal it sooner or later, when the time came, the Haoran Sword sect would refuse to admit it. Then, who could do anything to the Haoran Sword sect? First, they broke the blockade of many sects on all sides. Then, they completed the revenge battle. After crippling the Demon Sword sect, the Haoran Sword sect definitely had a considerable deterrent force. Their status was completely different from before. As long as the Haoran Sword sect didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, no supersect would easily provoke them. After all, in the world of martial artists, strength spoke. And the only thing that could show one's strength was their battle record. The battle record of the Haoran Sword sect was enough to show that no power dared to underestimate them. With the strength that the Haoran Sword sect had displayed, it was enough to ensure that they could safely survive the battle between the righteous and demonic sides. After seeing through the stable situation of the Haoran Sword sect for a period of time, Yi Haoran's mood was particularly relaxed. He turned a blind eye to the free behavior of the Haoran Sword sect's disciples. Very soon, the news of the Haoran Sword sect's revenge was successful and the news of their victory spread throughout the territory under their jurisdiction. After hearing the news, all the people in the cities and villages within the Haoran Sword sect's territory cheered and celebrated the joy of victory. Many people were so happy that they cried. The Howren Sword sect had avenged their blood feud. In the past, the Demon Sword sect had committed countless massacres in the Howren Sword sect's territory. Countless people had died under the hands of the Demon Sword sect. Therefore, the people of the Howren Sword sect had a natural hostility and hatred towards the Demon Sword sect. They all looked forward to the day when they could destroy the Demon Sword sect and make the Demon Sword sect pay with their blood. In the past, the Howren Sword sect's strength wasn't enough to take revenge, so they could only endure. Now that the Howren Sword sect had crippled the Demon Sword sect and returned victorious, one could imagine the joy in their hearts. In order to thank the Howren Sword sect, these happy people carried the things they had prepared and waited on the path that the Howren Sword sect had to pass through, regardless of the distance. When they saw the Howren Sword sect's troops, they all stepped forward to thank the people of the Howren Sword sect. They insisted on stuffing the things in their hands into the hands of the people of the Howren Sword sect. If they didn't accept it, they would kneel on the ground and refuse to get up. Along the way, under the gratitude of countless people, the disciples of the Howren Sword sect finally received a huge pile of things. They couldn't carry them at all and could only hire carriages from every city they passed through to carry them. They then carried a pile of things on their backs and followed the troops back to the Tiangang Peak. The journey that would normally take 3 days took them 10 days to reach the Tiangang Peak. The disciples of the Howren Sword sect faced the crowd that came to thank them. They maintained a smile and carefully dealt with them. After 10 days, their faces were stiff. Facing the surging crowd had created a psychological shadow. It was even more torturous than the battle with the Demon Sword sect. Everyone was the same, including Yi Howren and the elders. After 10 days of walking, they were both physically and mentally exhausted. However, through the experience of these 10 days, their souls had also been thoroughly baptized. They had a deeper understanding of the responsibility they shouldered and the meaning it represented. They had a deeper understanding of the Tao of Howren in the Tao of Howren. After returning to the Tiangang Peak, Yi Tianzong looked at his family and the elders. He couldn't help but smile and say, "How was it? The journey didn't feel good, did it?" Yi Haoyun complained, "Not only did it not feel good, it was simply an abyss of suffering. It was unbearable. If something like this happens again in the future, I will sneak away secretly. I don't want to face those passionate people anymore." After Yi Haoyun finished speaking with lingering fear, the elders who had experienced it personally also complained to the people who stayed on the Tiangang Peak. It was simply not a job for humans. They had never encountered such a difficult situation in their lives. After these elders complained for a while, Yi Tianzong said, "Well, now that our goal of taking revenge on the Demon Sword sect has been completed, after the news is known by the other super sects, with the strength we have shown, there will be no large-scale operations against us. At present, you don't need to worry about the matters of the sect for the time being. I will give you a few days to relax and adjust your state. After 7 days, each of you will take advantage of the stable time to develop the sect. If there is nothing else, you can go back." After listening to Yi Tianzong's words, all the elders who participated in the battle of the Demon Sword sect happily accepted the order and returned to their residence to rest. Yi Tianzong first let Yi Haoren and the others go back to rest. The matters of the battle could be discussed tomorrow. Yi Haoren and the others didn't say much. After entering the Howren Sword sect for 10 days, they were also exhausted. With Yi Tianzong in charge of the sect, there wouldn't be any problems, so they simply turned around and went to rest. After Yi Haoren and the others left, Yi Tianzong and the remaining elders began to deal with the aftermath of the nearly 20,000 casualties in the battle with the Demon Sword sect. Ling Xinyu followed Yi Tianzong and assisted him. Chapter 53. Just as Yi Tianzong had expected, the battle of revenge between the Howren Sword sect and the Demon Sword sect spread to all the first-rate sects and above in the following month. In this battle, the Howren Sword sect's 200,000 people defeated the Demon Sword sect's 500,000 people. The Demon Sword sect's people were almost annihilated. Only the sect master and the vice-sect master escaped with a few people. The situation of the Demon Sword sect being completely crippled was also known by the first-rate sects and above. Even the news that Yi Haoran and the others could rival the Marquis Wu realm was widely spread by the people of the Demon Sword sect. The purpose was nothing more than to trip up the Haoran Sword sect and expose the real situation of Yi Haoran and the others, putting the Haoran Sword sect in the teeth of the storm. After all, being able to rival the strength of the Marquis Wu realm in Wu Zongjing wasn't rare in ancient times. However, in the present world, it was very difficult to achieve. It wasn't that the strength of the present people wasn't enough or that their aptitude wasn't enough. Rather, it was the suppression of heaven and earth. Only those peerless geniuses could achieve this. The idea of the people of the Demon Sword sect was very good. It indeed made the other sects pay a lot of attention to the Haoran Sword sect. After all, the other sects weren't very familiar with the Haoran Sword sect in the past. However, they more or less had some understanding of the Haoran Sword sect. After all, on the surface, the Haoran Sword sect was one of the 8 righteous sects in the world. Every move of the Haoran Sword sect would more or less be watched by the other sects. Ever since the Demon Sword sect joined forces with the Shura sect and other evil sects to besiege the Haoran Sword sect several decades ago, the strength of the Haoran Sword sect had far exceeded its previous peak in just a few decades. In particular, in the beginning of the war between the righteous and evil sects, the Haoran Sword sect had faced the blockade of 4 supersects with more than 1 million people. In just a month, the Haoran Sword sect had defeated and annihilated the enemy. Now, the Demon Sword sect had been crippled with only 200,000 people. How could such a high increase in strength not attract attention? However, as Yi Tianzong said, it was now the war between the righteous and evil sects. The Haoran Sword sect had gone through 2 huge battles. Its powerful strength had been revealed. It was in the forefront of the super sects. The Haoran Sword sect had been in the war between the righteous and evil sects, and the Haoran Sword sect had been through 2 great battles. Now was a special period, and as long as the Haoran Sword clan did not take the initiative to provoke him, no one would be willing to provoke him. They couldn't even take care of themselves. If they still wanted to provoke the powerful Haoran Sword sect, they would be courting death. Even the Sky Demon Temple, Lingyun Hall, Medicine King Valley, and other super sects that had been defeated and annihilated had not been afraid of the Haoran Sword sect. However, they didn't mobilize their forces to take action again. Of course, they wouldn't stop scheming and plotting in the dark. They wouldn't let the Haoran Sword sect rise so smoothly. As for the Zhenbu Gate and the Shura sect, they were in a predicament. The grudges between the 2 sects and the Haoran Sword sect were quite deep. Now that the Haoran Sword sect's strength had increased greatly and they had taken revenge on the Demon Sword sect, would they seek revenge on them next? The Demon Sword sect's strength was in the middle of the 3 sects. However, they had been crippled by the Haoran Sword sect. If the Haoran Sword sect were to make a move on them, they might not be able to withstand it. With such thoughts in mind, the Zhenbu Gate and the Shura sect gradually adopted a defensive strategy in their battles against the other sects. They mobilized more forces and arranged them at the border with the Haoran Sword sect to defend against the Haoran Sword sect's revenge. Therefore, the Haoran Sword sect definitely wanted to make a move on the Zhenbu Gate and the Shura sect. However, the Haoran Sword sect, which had just finished its battle with the Demon Sword sect, was in the limelight. It wasn't suitable for the Haoran Sword sect to make a move in the short term. Moreover, the Haoran Sword sect could only deal with one of the 2 sects during the battle between the righteous and demonic sects, the Zhenbu Gate and the Shura sect. The battle between the righteous and demonic sects would last for 2 years. During these 2 years, almost all the sects would engage in large-scale battles in the first half of the year to vent their accumulated hatred. After that, it would enter a period of stability, and the number of large-scale battles would be maintained at a relatively low level. Until the last month, when another tragic battle would erupt, which would also be the final decisive battle. The plan that Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoran, and the others had agreed on was that the Haoran Sword sect would temporarily stop engaging in large-scale battles. Instead, they would take advantage of this short period of stability to continue developing the Haoran Sword sect until the last month when they would make a move on the Shura sect. With the development of the Haoran Sword sect, all their enemies would have to be dealt with one by one sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Compared to the Zhenbu Gate and the Shura sect was weaker. Therefore, They would first settle their grudges with the Shura sect and cripple them. Under such a plan, the Howran Sword sect didn't make any big moves. Instead, they calmed down and focused on developing their own sphere of influence. They built villas and cities outside their jurisdiction and brought them into the Howran Sword sect's sphere of influence. Seeing that the Howran Sword sect had calmed down and didn't show any signs of seeking revenge, the Zhonbu Gate and the Shura sect heaved a huge sigh of relief. However, they didn't give up their guard against the Howran Sword sect because of this. Time flowed by. More than a year had passed in the battle between all the sects and dynasties in the profound spirit world. There were still 2 months until the end of the battle between the righteous and demonic factions. The atmosphere of the battle between all the sects had gradually turned from calm to tense. The final battle wasn't far away. In this 1 year, the stable development of the Howran Sword sect had achieved good results. Although the other sects had never stopped scheming and plotting against them, they didn't have much of an impact on the overall development of the Howran Sword sect. Most of them were resolved by the Howran Sword sect. Those that couldn't be dealt with through intelligence were dealt with through brute force. After more than a year of development, the Howran Sword sect had steadily built more villas and cities. The number of villas had reached 100. In total, the Howran Sword sect had recruited more than 100,000 people outside their jurisdiction. Basically, they had stabilized the situation of expanding their sphere of influence. At the same time, in the Heavenly Dipper Peak, the Howran Sword sect had recruited disciples twice in the 2 years since the start of the battle between the righteous and demonic factions. The number of disciples in the Howran Sword sect had reached a total of 630,000 people. The number of martial soldier inner disciples, martial master elite disciples, and Wu Ling core disciples had also increased by thousands to tens of thousands. The number of Wu Zongjing martial artists had also increased by 50. The number of Wu Zongjing martial artists in the Howran Sword sect had reached 260. During the battle between the righteous and demonic factions, the Howran Sword sect's strength had not only not decreased, but had instead increased by a lot. Yi Howran and the other higher-ups of the sect were naturally very happy to see this. At this moment, in the Howran Great Hall, all the higher-ups of the Howran Sword sect were present. As the battle between the righteous and demonic factions neared its end, the Howran Sword sect's final opportunity to attack the Shura sect had also arrived. In the past year, the Howran Sword sect had not only developed steadily. When Yi Tianzong and the others had decided to attack the Shura sect, they had also gathered 200,000 Howran Sword sect disciples to attack the Shura sect as quickly as possible and attack the Shura Peak. After deciding on the plan to attack the Shura sect, the Howran Sword sect began to make preparations to attack the Shura sect. Every day, there would be Howran Sword sect disciples disguised as ordinary people entering Jinluo City and living as ordinary people in Jinluo City. Since the end of the battle with the Demon Sword sect more than a year ago, 200,000 Howran Sword sect disciples had secretly gathered in Jinluo City. It was also worth mentioning that the people of the Xian Nu Temple had also joined in. Because the Howran Sword sect had cleanly crippled the Demon Sword sect, Zhonbu Gate had mobilized 300,000 people to guard against the retaliation of the Howran Sword sect. They had stationed themselves in the border cities bordering the Howran Sword sect and faced off against the tens of thousands of Howran Sword sect disciples stationed there. Neither side acted blindly without thinking and acted with great restraint. The tens of thousands of Howran Sword sect disciples were worried that they would provoke the Zhonbu Gate and cause a conflict. They had fewer people on their side, so they would be at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Zhonbu Gate was worried that a conflict with the people of the Howran Sword sect would lead to the retaliation of the Howran Sword sect. Therefore, for more than a year, there hadn't been any major conflicts. Zhonbu Gate had wantonly mobilized their forces to guard against the Howran Sword sect. As a result, Zhonbu Gate stopped the war with the Xian Nu Temple. They no longer attacked the Xian Nu Temple and withdrew from the Xian Nu Temple's territory. The Demon Sword sect had been crippled by the Howran Sword sect, and the remaining first-rate sects had suffered heavy casualties from the combined forces of the Xian Nu Temple and Howran Sword sect. They no longer dared to invade. As a result, the Xian Nu Temple no longer had any enemies. Over the past year or so, the Mystic Maiden Palace, which did not have any external threats, had become very close to the Haoran Sword clan. The relationship between the Xian Nu Temple's palace master, Zi Yunxian, and Yi Haoyun was very close. In addition, Zi Yunxian and Li Qingshe had already agreed to merge the Xian Nu Temple into the Haoran Sword sect. Therefore, the Haoran Sword sect had increased their support for the Xian Nu Temple, and the two sects had frequent exchanges. It was inevitable that the Xian Nu Temple would merge into the Haoran Sword sect. For this reason, Yi Tianzong allowed Zi Yunxian and Li Qingshe to cultivate the divine martial heavenly technique. He also improved the Xian Nu Temple's martial arts cultivation method Xian Nu Heart Sutra to the same level as the martial arts cultivation method of the Haoran Sword sect. Only after cultivating the divine martial heavenly technique did Zi Yunxian and Li Qingshe understand what kind of opportunity they had. They also understood why Yi Haoyun and Li Qingya could kill Marquis Wu with Wu Zongjing. It was all because they cultivated the divine martial heavenly technique. Since then, the two of them no longer had any complaints about the Xian Nu Temple merging into the Haoran Sword sect. They only felt endlessly fortunate. Chapter 54. After cultivating Yi Tianzong's improved Xian Nu Sutra, the strength of the Xian Nu Temple increased by more than 2 times. After more than a year of exchange and learning with the Haoran Sword sect, the Xian Nu Temple learned that the Haoran Sword sect was preparing to attack the Shura sect. After being bullied by the Shura sect for many years, the Xian Nu Temple had long wanted to take revenge and volunteered to participate. The higher-ups of the Haoran Sword sect didn't have any objections to this. After all, they were going to be a family in the future, so they could take it as a chance to get used to each other. The attack on the Shura sect this time was in the bag, and they could also let the people of the Xian Nu Temple see the true strength of the Haoran Sword sect. With this thought in mind, the Xian Nu Temple sent 100,000 disciples to join the Haoran Sword sect. The arrival of 100,000 Xian Nu Temple disciples made the 200,000 Haoran Sword sect disciples seethe with excitement. 100,000 young and beautiful women were very attractive to the 200,000 Haoran Sword sect disciples. The single Haoran Sword sect disciples began to pursue the Xian Nu Temple disciples. Because everyone in the Haoran Sword sect had learned Yi Tianzong's Haoran Sutra, when they pursued the Xian Nu Temple disciples, the Haoran Sword sect disciples didn't pester them. That would be too degrading. Instead, they used their strengths to show off their talents and charm when they pursued the Xian Nu Temple disciples. After 2 months, most of the Xian Nu Temple disciples were successfully pursued by the Haoran Sword sect disciples. The remaining Xian Nu Temple disciples were also in a state of excitement. It could be foreseen that when they returned victorious after taking revenge on the Shura sect, these 100,000 Xian Nu Temple disciples would become part of the Haoran Sword sect. In fact, this was also a tacit agreement between Zi Yunxian and the higher-ups of the Haoran Sword sect. They wanted to reduce the resistance of the Xian Nu Temple to the Haoran Sword sect. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. On this day, the 200,000 Haoran Sword sect disciples and the 100,000 Xian Nu Temple disciples had gathered in Zhenluo City. The Haoran Sword sect didn't wait until the last month before taking action. They decided to take advantage of the fact that the Shura sect wasn't clear about the situation in Zhenluo City. Because the Haoran Sword sect hadn't made any moves for more than a year, in addition to the fact that they had intentionally reduced the number of Haoran Sword sect disciples stationed in Zhenluo City, the Shura sect's original 300,000 disciples stationed at the border with the Haoran Sword sect had been reduced to 200,000. With the arrival of the last month, even if the Haoran Sword sect didn't come into conflict with the Shura sect, as a precaution, the Shura sect would once again increase the number of people stationed at the border. Taking advantage of the fact that the reinforcements from the Shura sect hadn't arrived yet, the Haoran Sword sect decided to break through the Shura sect's defensive line at the lowest cost and directly attack Azura City. The attack on the Shura sect this time was led by Haoran and Yi Tianzong. The elders and Haoran Sword sect disciples who didn't participate in the previous battle to take revenge on the Demon Sword sect participated in this battle. The 100,000 disciples of the Xian Nu Temple were led by Zi Yunxian and the majority of the Xian Nu Temple's elders. Because there were no external enemies, Coupled with the deterrence of the Haoran sword sect, the Xian Nu temple had a very stable life. For this battle against the Shura sect, more than half of the Xian Nu temple's elders came directly. Standing on the city wall and looking down at the Haoran sword sect disciples, Yi Tianzong said in a clear voice, "The Shura sect and the demon sword sect have a deep enmity with us and have been entangled with each other for a long time. A year ago, we crippled the demon sword sect. Now, it's time for the Shura sect to pay the price. I don't have anything else to say except for one thing. I hope all of you can come back alive. Let's go." "Yes." The Haoran sword sect disciples said in unison. Looking at Yi Tianzong, their eyes were filled with worship and trust. Feeling the worship and trust in their eyes, Yi Tianzong couldn't help but have an impulse to look up to the sky and howl. Suppressing this impulse, Yi Tianzong couldn't help but think in his heart, "It's really easy for individuals to be influenced by groups. They would unconsciously do things that they wouldn't do in a rational state. Even with my state of mind, I was almost affected. It seems that the brainless Chunibya things I encountered in the past weren't just personal problems. However, this time, in order to reduce the casualties of the Haoran sword sect, it seems that I have to put in more effort." On the other side, Zi Yunxian of the Xian Nu temple also finished motivating the disciples of the Xian Nu temple. Then, she led the disciples of the Xian Nu temple to follow the troops of the Haoran sword sect out of Zhenluo city. They went all the way to the border of the Shura sect. The army of 300,000 people rode on horses with great momentum towards the border of the Shura sect. The people of the Shura sect in Zhenluo city heard the rumbling sound of 10,000 horses galloping from afar. Realizing that there was an unforeseen event in the Haoran sword sect, the people of the Shura sect immediately went on alert and looked into the distance nervously. As the sound of 10,000 horses galloping got closer and clearer, a black line could be seen approaching Zhenluo city from afar. When the enemy got closer, the people of Zhenluo city couldn't help but panic. When the troops of the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Nu temple arrived in front of Zhenluo city, the people of the Shura sect stationed in Zhenluo city were completely flustered. Looking at the huge troops of the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Nu temple, the people of the Shura sect couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Not interested in talking to the people of the Shura sect, Yi Tianzong waited for the troops of the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Nu temple to completely surround Zhenluo city. When the troops of the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Nu temple had completely sealed off the city, Yi Tianzong waved his hand and signaled for them to attack. The disciples of the Haoran sword sect raised their iron plates and advanced towards Zhenluo city in a tight formation. At the same time, Yi Tianzong led more than 70 elders of the Haoran sword sect, while Yi Haoyun led more than 60 elders of the Xian Nu temple. Together with Zi Yunxian and the others of the Xian Nu temple, they rushed towards the city gate of Zhenluo city from two different directions. Yi Tianzong took the lead and arrived at the city gate. Then, he circulated the true energy in his body and punched out an overbearing world-suppressing fist. The tyrannical power of the fist instantly destroyed the city gate of Zhenluo city. The Shura sect people who were hiding behind the city gate also suffered heavy casualties. Yi Tianzong didn't waste any time and directly opened up a path in front, pushing his way into Zhenluo city. More than 70 elders followed closely behind and entered the Bloodnet city as well. Behind these people were the disciples of the Haoran sword sect. Under the leadership of Yi Tianzong and the others, they continued to expand the battlefield and capture Zhenluo city. On the other side, Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxian, who also cultivated the divine martial heavenly art, broke the city gate of Zhenluo city. Then, they also opened up a path in front, followed by the elders of the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Nu temple. The disciples of the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Nu temple also swarmed into Zhenluo city. Because Zhenluo city was sealed off from all sides, it took less than a day for the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Nu temple to capture Zhenluo city. They annihilated the 200,000 Shura sect people stationed in Zhenluo city. Not a single person escaped. After capturing Zhenluo city, Yi Tianzong ordered them to clean up the battlefield and rest. They would continue the attack the next day. On the second day, the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Nu temple continued their attack on Zhenluo city. Along the way, they were invincible. Not a single city lasted for more than a day. Under the control of Yi Tianzong, the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple didn't rush to advance. They slowed down their pace and gave Zhenluo city time to gather their forces. After 7 days of advancing, the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple arrived at Zhenluo city, the last barrier of Zhenluo city. Looking at Zhenluo city in front of them, Yi Tianzong ordered the Haoran sword sect to take the lead and attack. For this attack on Zhenluo city, Yi Tianzong specially brought 30,000 kilograms of gunpowder. According to the method used to deal with the demon sword sect, the Haoran sword sect did the same. They opened up more than 100 big holes in the walls of Zhenluo city and threw the gunpowder into the holes. Following which, the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple retreated at full speed. Because the gunpowder fuse was specially lengthened this time, the gunpowder only exploded after the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple retreated 5 li away. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Following an earth-shattering explosion, the walls of Zhenluo city collapsed from the gunpowder explosion. While the Zhenluo city suffered heavy casualties from the explosion of gunpowder, Yi Tianzong led the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple back and launched an all-out attack. After less than 2 days of fierce fighting, Yi Tianzong killed the Zhenluo city's sect master and vice-sect master, the 2 Marquis Wu realm seniors that the Zhenluo city had invited from the secret territory. They were killed by Yi Tianzong on the first day of the battle. In less than 2 days, the Zhenluo city annihilated more than 300,000 people that the Zhenluo city had hastily gathered. Yi Tianzong and Yi Haoyun led the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple to the headquarters of the Zhenluo city. Perhaps it was because the Zhenluo city knew that it was impossible to resist the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple, so there was no one on the Zhenluo city. Some of the important palaces and other places had all been burned down. When Yi Tianzong and the others arrived at the Zhenluo city, all they saw were ruins. Yi Tianzong and the others, who had already expected that there would be no harvest, did not linger on the Zhenluo city. They retreated to the base of the Zhenluo city. Then, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. With an earth-shattering explosion, the gunpowder buried on the Zhenluo city exploded. A large number of buildings on the Zhenluo city were destroyed. Thick flames and smoke rose into the air. Not far away, on a mountain peak of the Zhenluo mountain range, tens of thousands of Zhenluo city members were hiding. Looking at the billowing smoke of the Zhenluo city, their eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. Chapter 55. After blowing up the Azura Peak, the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple began their return journey. Along the way, they didn't encounter any attacks from the Azura sect. Everything went smoothly as they returned to Zhenluo city. In this battle against the Azura sect, due to their superior numbers and Yi Tianzong's repeated actions, the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple suffered less than 5,000 casualties. They managed to annihilate 500,000 people from the Azura sect, achieving a glorious victory. In the battle with the Haoran sword sect, the Xian'enyu temple not only avenged the Azura sect for years of oppression, but also witnessed the strength of the Haoran sword sect. The revenge plan against the Azura sect had been completed. In the following period of time, until the war between the righteous and the devil ended, the Haoran sword sect wouldn't launch another large-scale attack. However, in order to ensure that the Haoran sword sect wouldn't be invaded by foreign enemies, the Haoran sword sect stationed 300,000 disciples at the border. These disciples would only return to the Tiangang Peak after the war between the righteous and devil sides ended. There were still 25 days before the last month of the war between the orthodox sects and the diabolical sects, and the Haoran sword clan launched a war against the Shura clan. In less than 10 days, they had killed 500,000 members of the Shura clan, completely reducing the overall strength of the Shura clan by more than 80%. The Haoran sword clan's decisive and rapid action and tyrannical strength once again shocked many sects. Currently, the 3 super sects adjacent to the Haoran sword sect, the demon sword sect and the Azura sect, had been crippled by the Haoran sword sect. The rise of the demon sword sect and the Azura sect was unstoppable. With the support of the Haoran sword sect, the Xian'enyu temple's strength increased greatly. Only the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple were left. Zhenbu Gate was extremely nervous about facing them. After all, the enmity between Zhenbu Gate, the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple was very deep. A few years ago, Zhenbu Gate even planned to forcibly annex the Xian'enyu temple. When the war between the righteous and devil sides began, Zhenbu Gate also dispatched 300,000 people to attack the Haoran sword sect. Zhenbu Gate didn't believe that the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple didn't want to take revenge on them. When they noticed that the Haoran sword sect had increased the number of Haoran disciples stationed at the border, Zhenbu Gate reached an agreement with the Dry Bone Mountain. They completely stopped the war with the Dry Bone Mountain. Other than the tens of thousands of disciples who had to be stationed there for defense, they mobilized all the remaining forces. A total of more than 700,000 people were stationed at the border with the Haoran sword sect. It was impossible for Zhenbu Gate to take the initiative to attack the Haoran sword sect. After going through 3 large-scale battles, the Haoran sword sect's strength was off the charts. 400,000 people were able to win against 1,200,000 people. Now that the Demon Sword sect and the Shura sect were no longer holding them back, if they took the initiative to attack, they would definitely attract the full force of the Haoran sword sect and the Xian'enyu temple. If they took the initiative to attack, they would definitely end up in the same situation as the Demon Sword sect and the Shura sect. Therefore, although the Haoran sword sect only had less than 100,000 people stationed at the border with Zhenbu Gate didn't dare to act rashly just because they had more people. Fortunately, the Haoran sword sect didn't seem to have any intention of retaliating against Zhenbu Gate. They didn't continue to increase their forces at the border because of Zhenbu Gate's actions. This allowed Zhenbu Gate to relax a little. However, they didn't let down their guard in the slightest. When the Haoran sword sect took revenge on the Demon Sword sect, they didn't do anything. This caused Zhenbu Gate and the Shura sect to be nervous for nothing and let down their guard. In the end, the Haoran sword sect suddenly revealed their fangs and crippled the Shura sect. This really scared Zhenbu Gate. Although they didn't show any signs of taking action now, it didn't mean that they wouldn't do anything tomorrow or the day after. In any case, Zhenbu Gate wouldn't let down their guard against the Haoran sword sect before the war between the righteous and the devil ended. Even after the war between the righteous and the devil ended, they would still leave at least 200,000 people to guard the border. The Haoran sword sect didn't care about Zhenbu Gate's actions. It wasn't that they didn't want to retaliate against Zhenbu Gate, but Zhenbu Gate's forces were still very strong. In addition, they were prepared. Now wasn't the best time to attack Zhenbu Gate. No one stipulated that they had to attack Zhenbu Gate during the war between the righteous and the devil. There were less than 100,000 disciples stationed at the border. This was because Yi Haoran and the other sect's higher-ups were confident that Zhenbu Gate wouldn't dare to provoke the Haoran sword sect. The Haoran sword sect had risen and its strength was no longer what it used to be. The Demon Sword sect and the Shura sect had been crippled and their strength had been greatly reduced. Without these two sects holding them back, the Haoran sword sect's strength was stronger than Zhenbu Gate's, which had lost a lot of its forces. The Haoran sword sect, which didn't have any plans to continue fighting outside, calmed down and continued to develop its strength. It strengthened its communication and infiltration with the Xian'enyu temple. This was to reduce the resistance of the Xian'enyu temple to the Haoran sword sect in the future. No matter how the world changed, time still passed steadily. The last month of the war between the righteous and the devil had arrived. Different from the situation of the Haoran sword sect and the other supersects around it, the other sects and various forces had all erupted into the most tragic battles. This was the last month of the war between the righteous and the devil. The scale of the war and the degree of devastation were the greatest. All the sects and forces could obtain a large amount of resources as compensation from the losing side in order to become the victorious side. The losing side had to compensate the winning side with resources. This was the result and rule that all the sects, dynasties, and other forces agreed upon. However, sects like the Demon Sword sect and the Shura sect, who had been crippled by the Haoran sword sect, didn't need to think about compensation. Almost all of their people had been killed by the Haoran sword sect, and their headquarters had been blown up. Asking for compensation? Dream on. Instead, they could extort some money from Zhenbu Gate. The key to the victory of the Central Plains was the battle between the Zhou dynasty and the ancient Western country, the Hu country of the northern frontier, and the forest country of the southern wasteland. In the past 2 years, the Zhou dynasty and the ancient Western country, the Hu country of the northern frontier, and the forest country of the southern wasteland had broken out hundreds of times. The total number of casualties had reached more than 400 million people. The vast battlefield had long been soaked in endless blood. The ground was dark red, and the air was filled with a thick and nauseating smell of blood. In the final battle, the Zhou dynasty and the ancient Western country, the Hu country of the northern frontier, and the forest country of the southern wasteland had each invested 100 million soldiers. The ancient Western country, the Hu country of the northern frontier, and the forest country of the southern wasteland had each invested 100 million soldiers. The total number of soldiers was comparable to the Zhou dynasty. On every battlefield, 2 different colored waves of people charged and tangled with each other. Countless people fighting and roaring resounded in the sky above the boundless battlefield. The sky in a radius of several thousand li was covered with dark clouds. Gloomy winds howled angrily. It was as if the heaven and earth were shocked by the endless slaughter. In this final battle, the Zhou dynasty and the ancient Western country, the Hu country of the northern frontier, and the forest country of the southern wasteland were evenly matched. In fact, they even had a slight advantage. The reason for this was because the Zhou dynasty no longer had to worry about food. They had sufficient supplies, and the training of the soldiers had increased. Naturally, their strength had increased. The Zhou dynasty did not lack people. Without the shortage of food, they had a strong war potential. They did not fear the joint attack of the ancient Western country, the Hu country of the northern frontier, and the forest country of the southern wasteland. Instead, they often took the initiative to attack the 3 countries. This caused the 3 countries to feel great pressure. In the process of the great battles happening all over the profound spirit world, a month's time gradually passed. The battle between the righteous and the devil was nearing its end. In the Central Plains, the western regions, the northern frontier, and the southern wasteland, the final battle gradually came to an end. The atmosphere of war began to subside. In the end, the battle between the Zhou dynasty and the ancient Western country, the Hu country of the northern frontier, and the forest country of the southern wasteland ended with the Zhou dynasty gaining the upper hand. The other 3 countries compensated the Zhou dynasty with countless elixirs and other resources. This allowed the Zhou dynasty to cast away the shadow of defeat. The great Zhou emperor was overjoyed and directly waived 30% of the annual agricultural tax. The entire country was jubilant. Not only that, the Haoran sword sect, which was an important factor in this victory, offered a high yield of food. The Zhou dynasty's core decision-makers specially allowed the Haoran sword sect to expand their jurisdiction from 3,000 li to 4,000 li. As for how they would expand, that would depend on the Haoran sword sect's ability. In the battle between the sects, there were victories and losses. The biggest winner was the Haoran sword sect. Not only did they cripple the demon sword sect and the Azura sect, taking revenge for many years, they also recovered the Xian Nu temple. When the battle between the righteous and the devil was about to end, the Haoran sword sect and the Zhenbu Gate had a round of friendly negotiations. In the end, under the threat of the Haoran sword sect and the Xian Nu temple, the Zhenbu Gate chose to admit defeat and compensated the Haoran sword sect with a large amount of elixirs and materials. Especially the Zhou dynasty's decision to expand the jurisdiction of the Haoran sword sect made the entire sect very happy. Who didn't want their territory to expand? However, without the permission of the Zhou dynasty, no sect dared to expand their jurisdiction. The Sky Demon Temple and the Lingyun Hall were super sects that had existed for more than 100,000 years. Their strength was unfathomable, yet they didn't dare to openly violate the rules of the Zhou dynasty and only ruled a territory of 3,000 li. Although the Haoran sword sect had to find a way to expand the territory by themselves, would the Haoran sword sect find it troublesome? Definitely not. Now that the Demon Sword sect and the Azura sect were crippled, they were holed up and recovering their strength. Zhenbu Gate also didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke them. Wasn't this the best time for the Haoran sword sect to expand? Although some of their previous expansion plans needed to be revised, it was a small matter compared to expanding their territory. Chapter 56. After confirming the decision to expand, the Howran sword sect, which had been quiet for a long time, was once again mobilized. Including the newly recruited 200,000 disciples and the disciples from the newly built courtyard, there were a total of 750,000 people. Excluding the dozens of elders who stayed behind to guard Tiangang Peak, the Howran sword sect launched a large-scale expansion operation under the leadership of 230 elders. Under the leadership of the Howran elders, the Howran disciples attacked all the cities and strongholds along the way, sweeping away all enemies. They avoided the area bordering the Zhenbu Gate and expanded the Howran sword sect's territory by 1,000 li in a month's time, occupying a lot of the territories ruled by the Demon Sword Sect and the Shura Sect. For this reason, the Demon Sword Sect and the Shura Sect could only swallow their broken teeth and silently recover their strength. After expanding their territory by 1,000 li, the Howran sword sect stopped the pace of war and began to consolidate the territory they had conquered. According to the original rule, they built cities, public schools, and a series of other measures. At the same time, they sent out a small group of core disciples to continue infiltrating the expanded territory and build the Howran courtyard. After the war between the righteous and the demonic, the Howran sword sect's large-scale expansion immediately attracted the attention of all the first-rate sects and above. Just when they didn't understand why the Howran sword sect would suddenly go crazy and violate the rules of the Zhou dynasty, the news of the Zhou dynasty rewarding the Howran sword sect was gradually spread to them. Because of this, these sects could only watch with envy and jealousy as the Howran sword sect expanded their territory. They cursed the unfairness of the world for allowing the Howran sword sect to be lucky enough to discover high-yield crops. As for the other super sects who didn't want to see the rise of the Howran sword sect, they began to secretly carry out unknown plans. The Howran sword sect did not pay much attention to the outside world. The most important thing now was to consolidate the territory they had conquered and develop the strength of the Howran sword sect with all their might in preparation for the big plan that was to come. For this reason, Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Howran sword sect, as well as the higher-ups of the Howran sword sect, as well as the higher-ups of the Xian Nu Temple who supported the merger of the Howran sword sect and the Xian Nu Temple, spent several days discussing in detail the development of the Howran sword sect and the Xian Nu Temple for the next 5 years. Finally, they formulated a 5-year plan. Just like that, the Howran sword sect, which had completed its expansion, went into hibernation and began to quietly develop its strength. After the battle between the righteous and the devil path ended, all the sects and clans quieted down to recuperate and restore their strength. Time passed step by step in this relatively peaceful environment. The Prodigy ranking, 100 Flower ranking, Grandmaster ranking, and Mysterious Item ranking, which had stopped updating during the war between the righteous and the devil, were updated once again. The updating of these rankings once again stirred up the hearts of the martial artists. The war between the righteous and the devil had ended, and the grudges between the various sects and clans had been vented. No one wanted to have another large-scale battle. However, it was impossible for them to be idle. Thus, the rankings on these rankings became the goal of the various sects and clans to compete with each other. To a certain extent, this showed and determined the strength of the various sects and clans. The Prodigy ranking was updated every 6 months, the 100 Flower ranking was updated every year, the Grandmaster ranking was updated every 5 years, and the Mysterious Item ranking was updated every year. Especially the Prodigy ranking and the 100 Flower ranking, all the sects and forces, as well as the Zhou dynasty, participated in the competition for the rankings on these 2 rankings. The Howran sword sect, as the initiator, was no exception. Every update was accompanied by countless battles. However, compared to large-scale battles, these were all things that the various forces were happy to see. The Xian Nu Temple had secretly merged with the Howran sword sect in the 2nd year after the war between the righteous and the devil. In order to make it easier to manage the Howran sword sect, there was also an extra Xian Nu palace. Zi Yunxian took the position of Xian Nu palace mistress and continued to lead the original Xian Nu temple disciples. Not only did the Howran sword sect have more than 200,000 female disciples, they also obtained the original Xian Nu temple's territory. However, annexing a supersect was not a small matter. In order to hide the fact that the Xian-Nu temple had merged with the Haoran sword sect, Zi Yunxian still led 100,000 disciples of the original Xian-Nu temple to live on the Xian-Nu peak. Yi Tianzong's uncle, Yi Haoyun, accompanied Zi Yunxian to live on the Xian-Nu peak. The 100,000 disciples of the Haoran sword sect were temporarily managed by Li Qingsha. Time passed year after year. The Haoran sword sect had developed according to the plan. The overall strength of the sect was also increasing step by step. During the development period, various schemes and tricks were played out one by one. However, they were all resolved by the Haoran sword sect. The Haoran sword sect also participated in the competition for the Heaven's Pride list and 100 Flower list every year. However, they only sent out the disciples of the Haoran Dragon and Phoenix list to participate. Moreover, they all obtained good rankings. 5 years had passed during the competition for the Heaven's Pride list and 100 Flower list. The Haoran sword sect had also developed in a low-key manner according to the plan and obtained great progress. During these 5 years, the Haoran sword sect first promoted high-yield grain seeds in the newly expanded territory and the Xian-Nu temple. Then, they repaired the city with cement, built a new public school, and promoted the basic body refining techniques. In the 3rd year, after the newly conquered territory and the Xian-Nu temple's territory had stabilized, the Haoran sword sect began to promote the emasculated Haoran Sutra to all public schools in the sect. In the 5th year, after 2 years, the Haoran sword sect's territory had basically become familiar with the contents of the Haoran Sutra. Because of learning the Haoran Sutra, almost everyone in the Haoran sword sect's territory had more or less the righteous aura of a scholar. In the sky thousands of feet above the Haoran sword sect's territory that no one could see, a vast and righteous aura of Haoran was slowly growing. Only Yi Tianzong could sense it through the vast power of his primordial spirit. On the other hand, after 5 years of development, the Haoran sword sect's strength had once again increased by a large margin after merging with the Xian-Nu temple. Now, in the Haoran sword sect, apart from the 9 members of Yi Tianzong's family, including Ling Xinyu, Zi Yunxian, and Li Qingsha, who were at the peak of Wuzong, the Haoran sword sect still had 50 peak of Wuzong, more than 130 late stage of Wuzong, and more than 370 early and middle stage of Wuzong. In total, the number of Wuzong people had reached 570. Excluding the number of people in Haoran's courtyard, the number of Haoran disciples on Tiangang Peak had increased to about 1.5 million people. The number of core disciples in the Wu Ling realm had reached 100,000 people. The overall strength of the Haoran sword sect had more than doubled compared to 5 years ago. According to the plan, after 5 years of development, the strength of the Haoran sword sect had reached a peak. Although Tiangang Peak was majestic, it was still crowded with 1.5 million disciples. It was time to move on to the next step of the plan. The next step of the plan was to make the final preparations. They would begin to break the seal of heaven and earth and increase the upper limit of martial arts in the profound spirit world. They would continue on the path of martial arts. After the Xian-Nu temple officially merged with the Haoran sword sect, Zi Yunxian, Li Qingsha, and the other higher-ups of the Xian-Nu temple were stunned when they heard of the plan. They were shocked and thought that the higher-ups of the Haoran sword sect had gone crazy. They were actually trying to reverse heaven and earth. They were simply courting death. However, after knowing the details of the plan, and knowing that the Haoran sword sect could rely on them to protect themselves even if they failed, the higher-ups of the Xian-Nu temple threw all thoughts of defying the heavens and being arrogant to the back of their minds. They worked together to come up with a plan for this grand plan. They did not need to worry about the main part of the plan. They just needed to think of everything that could be done in terms of the sect's preparations and cooperation. They wanted to do everything they could think of to achieve perfection without leaving any loopholes. As the Haoran sword sect's preparations were nearing completion, the moment to break the seal and return heaven and earth to its peak state was about to arrive. Chapter 57. On this day, in the Haoran Hall, all the high-level officials of the Haoran sword sect and the Xian-Nu temple were present. Yi Haoran sat on the seat of the sect master, looked at Yi Tianzong expectantly, and asked, "Tianzong, now that 5 years have passed, Our strength has increased to the limit that we can reach at present, and the territory under our rule is relatively stable. Even the total population has increased to 130 million people because of the measures to encourage fertility. All aspects are almost ready. When do we start? After Yi Haoran finished speaking, everyone in the Haoran Hall looked at Yi Tianzong expectantly. Yi Tianzong did not let them down. He said, "Then there is the last step of preparation, which is to gather all our disciples, including the people in the Haoran courtyard, at the foot of Tiangang Peak. According to the Haoran sword formation I created, we will teach these disciples the martial arts of the next realm in advance. Then we will arrange all the people in our Haoran territory who have read the Haoran scripture and can recite the Haoran Song of Righteousness according to the formation of the 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation. We will teach them the previous cultivation methods of the Haoran sword sect below the martial soldier realm. When we take action, these people need to keep reciting the Haoran Song of Righteousness to mobilize the Haoran righteousness between heaven and earth for our use. After 3 months, on the day of the new year, the plan will start." After getting the affirmative answer from Yi Tianzong, everyone felt relieved. Then they were full of excitement and passion. As long as they thought of the great plan, everyone could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. Yi Haoran calmed down and said with some worry, "Then how do we guard against other sects after transferring all the disciples? After all, it is impossible to hide our next action. When the time comes, in order to find out our intentions, it is inevitable that they will cause us trouble." When the others heard Yi Haoran's words, they also looked worried. Yi Tianzong smiled and said, "There's no need to guard against them. Since we can't hide it, we can just openly invite them to watch. We won't reveal our ultimate goal. We only need to send out invitations to invite the sect leaders or vice-sect leaders of the various sects to come and watch the Grand Supreme Elder of our Haoran Sword sect break through to the Marquis Wu realm. Nowadays, only Wu Zongjing is allowed. Now, our Haoran Sword sect is willing to take the lead. Even if they don't think we can succeed, the natural instinct of martial artists to pursue higher realms will make them participate. After all, even if our Haoran Sword sect has some kind of conspiracy, we can't be so crazy as to attack all the other sects, right?" As soon as he said this, the eyes of the rest of the people in the Haoran Hall lit up. Yi Haoyun agreed and said, "That's right. Since we can't hide it, instead of letting others make wild guesses and test us, it's better to invite them openly. It's up to them whether they will come or not. If they continue to test and invade our territory, then we will settle accounts with them after the plan is completed. No one can say we are wrong." Hearing this, Yi Haoran's worries dissipated. He said, "Do you have any other suggestions? Let's discuss it. If not, we will act according to Tianzong's plan." The people in the Haoran Hall looked at each other and didn't think of any better suggestions. So Yi Haoran made the decision and said, "Well, since there is no better way, let's do as Tianzong said. Now let's discuss the specific implementation plan." While the Haoran Sword sect was making the final preparations, all the top sects in the Central Plains and the Zhou dynasty all received the Haoran Sword sect's invitation one after another. The invitation said that the Haoran Sword sect had found a way to avoid the confinement of heaven and earth and break through to the Marquis Wu realm. It invited the leaders or deputy leaders of all the sects to attend the ceremony before the sunrise of the new year. The various forces who received the invitation had different reactions. Some were serious, some were skeptical, and some were disdainful. But in the end, most of them decided to send important figures such as the deputy leaders or the highest elders. For some reason, the Zhou dynasty even sent the great Zhou imperial commanders, who ranked in the top 10 on the guru list, as well as the great Zhou crown prince, the third prince, Princess Lianyue, and more than 2,000 people. While the entire Haoran Sword sect was busy and the people sent by various forces were on their way to the Haoran Sword sect, Yi Haoran and his family arrived at the secret realm of the sect. Yi Haoran and his family belonged to the Haoran Sword sect, which had existed since the founding of the sect. Their ancestor was the disciple of the founder of the Haoran Sword sect and was in charge of the sect's law enforcement. Later on, following the decline of the world, the ancestors of the Haoran Sword sect entered the secret realm to sleep. The Yi family was recognized as righteous and fair, and was later elected as the sect master. They had been in charge of the Howren sword sect for nearly 2,000 years. Many of the ancestors of the Yi family were also in hibernation within the sect's secret realm. The decline of the profound spirit world did not happen overnight. Instead, it slowly changed. The phenomenon that martial artists could only break through to the Wu Zongjing realm began 200 years ago. Thus, the Yi family had many Marquis Wu realm ancestors in hibernation within the secret realm. However, the lowest seniority was in the generation of Yi Yuanshan's grandfather. Now, the grand plan of the Howren sword sect was about to begin. When the seal of the world was broken, at the very least, it would be able to accommodate existences in the Marquis Wu realm. Thus, they would awaken the ancestors of the Yi family in advance and let them participate. Thus, they would receive feedback from the world and strengthen the strength and foundation of the Yi family. This was also an important part of the plan that Yi Tianzong and the others had discussed. Yi Howren took out a simple and unadorned jade token. Then, he channeled his true essence into the token. The simple and unadorned jade token shone with a white brilliance. It gradually separated from Yi Howren's hand and floated into the air. Then, it shone brightly and a void door appeared in front of Yi Howren and the others. This was the entrance to the secret realm. Yi Howren and Yi Yuanshan looked at each other and walked into the secret realm one after another. Yi Tianzong, Li Qingya, and the others waited outside. Although Yi Tianzong did not enter the secret realm, Yi Tianzong's vast primordial spirit power, which far exceeded his cultivation realm, had already observed the situation inside the secret realm through the void door. For the time being, let's call it the Howren secret realm. Yi Tianzong observed that the size of the Howren secret realm was about 10 miles. It existed by relying on the profound spirit world. Under the influence of the spirit gathering array, the secret realm could continuously absorb the profound spirit world's yuan qi. Thus, it could be used to maintain the minimum daily consumption of the people sleeping in the secret realm. Right now, the profound spirit world in the Howren secret realm was 10 times denser than the outside world. In the secret realm, there were hundreds of ice coffins arranged from inside to outside. In these ice coffins were the ancestors of the Howren sword sect. After roughly observing the situation in the Howren secret realm, Yi Tianzong did not probe further. He was not interested in these things. After all, he had already opened up similar spatial secret realms when he was traveling to other worlds. As long as his cultivation level increased, opening up a secret realm would be a piece of cake for him. As long as the environment allowed it, and there was enough energy, Yi Tianzong could reach the limit of the world's capacity in the shortest time possible. After about half an hour, Yi Yuanshan and Yi Howren came out of the secret realm. Behind the two of them were 12 elders with pale faces. Their bodies were emitting cold qi, and their auras were weak. They had been sleeping in the ice coffins for a long time. Every day, they unconsciously absorbed a small amount of profound spirit world to maintain the lowest consumption of their life force. These 12 people were very weak at this time. Even an initial realm warrior could kill them. Not only that, Yi Tianzong saw the state of these 12 people. Their bodies had been attacked by the cold qi for a long time in the ice coffins. Although they could use the ice coffins to slow down the loss of their life force, it had already damaged their martial arts foundation. If they did not have the opportunity to recover their foundation, then they would have no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. After knowing their situation, Yi Tianzong did not have the intention to meddle in other people's business. He was not related to them, so he did not want to bother with these people. In any case, he was a big shot who had traveled through many worlds. After thousands of years, he had cultivated step by step to the myth realm. How could he be willing to have someone above him? Reincarnating into the profound spirit world to become Yi Howren and Su Mengxin's son was a process that he had to go through. He was born into the profound spirit world through Yi Howren and Su Mengxin. Whether it was karma or bloodline, it was natural for him to recognize them as his parents. He acknowledged the identities of Yi Tianzong, Li Qingya, and Yi Haoyun because they had lived together since they were young. They had always cared for Yi Tianzong and were more upright people. However, it was only limited to these few people. The others were not related to Yi Tianzong, nor were they familiar with him. They had never even seen him face to face. With Yi Qianzong's arrogant temperament, how could he allow more than a dozen people with extremely high seniority to appear above him for no reason? Although these 12 people were Yi Qianzong's elders, it was impossible for Yi Qianzong to open his mouth and call them. Yi Yuanshan and Yi Haoran were clear about Yi Qianzong's thoughts, but they did not say anything about it. After all, they also knew about Yi Qianzong's true origins. He was originally a Heaven's Pride expert of a great world. After being framed and hunted down, he accidentally reincarnated into the profound spirit world and became their descendant. The existence of the divine martial heavenly art and the Haoran true scripture was enough to make Yi Haoran and the others believe that Yi Qianzong did not lie to them. Experts had dignity and pride, not to mention that Yi Qianzong had once told Yi Haoran and the others that he had cultivated for many years and was a super expert of the myth realm. To be honest, Yi Haoran and the others were glad and impressed that Yi Qianzong was able to put down the dignity and arrogance of an expert and become a family with them. If it were them, they would not have the confidence to say that they could do what Yi Qianzong did. Chapter 58. After being together for so many years, Yi Qianzong's pride and arrogance were clearly felt by Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, and the others. It was just that he restrained himself in front of them, and this kind of person would not easily acknowledge others. Just like the 12 people in front of them, they were all from the same generation as Yi Yuanshan's grandfather. Awakening these people meant that there would be 12 elders above him out of thin air. Even Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, and the others were not very happy, let alone the arrogant Yi Qianzong. If it were not to strengthen the Yi family's strength, and to facilitate the control and stable development of the Haoran sword sect after reversing the world, they would definitely not awaken these elders. But since it was decided, Yi Yuanshan, Yi Haoran, and Yi Haoyun could only pinch their noses and accept it. As for Yi Qianzong, they were already thankful that he did not object when they first discussed this matter. Now that he did not want to pay attention to them, Yi Haoran and Yi Yuanshan naturally did not have any objections. Yi Yuanshan and Yi Haoran also had plans for these elders. After they recovered their strength, Yi Qianzong and the others wanted to fight with them first to let them understand that they were not weak. Then, Yi Qianzong would display his invincible strength to deter them and let them live in the sect as grand elders for the time being. After they were familiar with the Haoran sword sect situation, they would tell them what to do. After they were done, they would arrange a suitable position for them. According to this plan, 7 days later, the 12 people who came out of the Haoran secret realm used various medicinal pills provided by Yi Haoran and the others to finally recover their strength. Among the 12 people, there were 3 women and 9 men. None of them were in the early stage of the Marquis Wu realm. 2 of them were in the peak stage of the Marquis Wu realm, 5 were in the late stage of the Marquis Wu realm, and 5 were in the middle stage of the Marquis Wu realm. The 2 people in the peak stage of the Marquis Wu were Yi Yuanshan's grandfather and third grandfather. They were in the highest realm and were the last to recover their strength. After the 12 people had recovered their strength, Yi Yuanshan came to them alone. Yi Yuanshan's grandfather, Yi Qingxian, looked at Yi Yuanshan and asked, "Oh, it's you, Yuanshan. You've awakened so many of us at once this time. Is the battle between the righteous path and the demonic path coming again? Is the situation of our Haoran sword clan very bad? Also, why don't I see your father and the others?" After Yi Qingxian finished speaking, the remaining 11 people of Yi Yuanshan all looked at Yi Yuanshan, waiting for an answer. The future of the Haoran sword sect. Of the future of you, of the Haoran sword sect, because I have something to tell you about the future of the of Haoran. Of the half of the half the ha, of the ha. As for the war between the Haoran sword sect and the Haoran sword sect, it has been 5 years. The of Haoran sword sect won and has been developing well. As for my father and the rest of his generation, they are all dead. My brothers and sisters are also dead. I am the only one left. I died in the war between the righteous and demonic paths, as well as the battle between the demon sword sect and the Azura sect. There was a lot of information in Yi Yuanshan's words. Yi Qingxian and the others could not digest it all at once. But when he heard that his son and daughter were all dead, Yi Qingxuan's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "What did you say? Zhenlin and the others are dead. The 5 of them, your uncle and the others, are all dead. Also, aren't there more than 10 people in your generation? You are the only one left. What is going on? Tell me clearly. Yi Qingxian was not the only one. The other 11 people were of the same generation as Yi Qingxian. They were all relatives. When they entered the secret realm to sleep, they also left behind descendants. Now that they heard Yi Yuanshan's words, they immediately became agitated and asked Yi Yuanshan what was going on. Stop arguing. Shut up and listen quietly to what Yuanshan has to say. Yi Qingxian put on the dignity of a leader and stopped the others from asking questions. He had Yi Yuanshan explain the cause and effect in detail. Hence, Yi Yuanshan started from the last battle between the righteous and the devil more than 50 years ago, to the first rebellion of the deputy clan master, followed by the demon sword clan, Shura clan, and other first-class devil clans who took the opportunity to besiege the Howran sword clan. Then, he talked about the suppression of the deputy clan master's rebellion 15 years ago, and the general development of the Howran sword clan later on. Then, he talked about the battle between the righteous and the devil 5 years ago, where the Howran sword clan defeated the blockade and took revenge on the demon sword clan and Shura clan. After talking for more than 4 hours, Yi Yuanshan finally finished explaining the general situation. After he finished, he stood aside and waited for Yi Qingxian and the others to digest the information they had heard. After listening to Yi Yuanshan's narration, Yi Qingxian and the others were silent for almost an hour as they digested the information. Finally, Yi Qingxian said, Yuanshan, you can go back first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. We need some peace and quiet. Yi Yuanshan had no objections, so he bowed and said, Yes, grandfather. I'll take my leave first. There are arranged disciples standing guard outside the courtyard. If there's anything you want to know, just call them. With that, Yi Yuanshan left the room. After Yi Yuanshan left, Yi Qingxian and the others greeted each other and returned to their own rooms. They were all secretly upset. The next day, Yi Qingxian and the others sorted out their emotions and instructed the disciples to call Yi Yuanshan over. Yi Qingxian said, Yuanshan, bring us around the current sect and tell us in detail about the sect situation. Okay, grandfather. Come with me. We'll talk as we walk. Yi Yuanshan led the way and the 12 of them began to browse the Howran sword sect's current situation. As they browsed, Yi Yuanshan also talked about the Howran sword sect's history and the final results of its development. After spending 3 days in a row, Yi Yuanshan finally took Yi Qingxian and the others around Tiangang Peak. At the same time, he told Yi Qingxian and the others about the development process of the Howran sword clan, the governance measures in the territory, the battles they had experienced, and the current strength of the clan. Yi Qingxian and the others were shocked. Especially when they heard that the Xian Nu temple had now merged with the Howran sword sect, the 12 of them found it even harder to believe. Yuanshan, is it really as you said? The Xian Nu temple has already become a part of our Howran sword sect. Yi Yuanshan's third grandfather, Yi Qinglin, asked excitedly. Third grandfather, there's no need to doubt this. 5 years ago, during the war between the right and the devil, we had already subdued the Xian Nu temple. Now, the Xian Nu temple has officially merged with our Howran sword sect as early as 3 years ago. However, in order to ensure that our plan goes smoothly, we didn't publicize it. Everything is still confidential, Yi Yuanshan said with certainty. What's the important thing you've been talking about? Why is it related to the future of the sect? Also, I didn't notice it at first, but after following you for the past few days, I realized that I couldn't see through your martial arts realm. Also, you said that during the war between the right and the devil, you took revenge on the demon sword sect and the Shura sect and completely crippled them. How did you deal with their Marquis Wu realm masters? Also, as you said, your grandson has contributed greatly to the development of the sect to its current strength. Then why haven't I seen him these past few days? Looking at Yi Yuanshan, Yi Qingxian couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Yi Yuanshan believed that this was also the question in the hearts of the others, so he said, as for the matter related to the fate of our sect, now is not the time to talk about it. Grandfather, I'll tell you after you've lived in the sect for a period of time and become completely familiar with it. As for my martial arts realm, it's still at the peak of Wu Zone. The current world doesn't allow people to break through to the Marquis Wu realm, but my strength has already reached the Marquis Wu realm. When we attacked the Demon Sword sect and the Shura sect, it was my wife and I who attacked together and killed the Marquis Wu realm masters of the Demon Sword sect and the Shura sect. As for my grandson, Yi Yuanshan smiled bitterly and said under the puzzled gazes of Yi Qingxian and the others, my grandson, Yi Tianzong, has a special origin. At the age of 12, he reached the peak of Wuzong realm. His strength is currently the #1 person in our Haoran sword sect, invincible in the world. The reason why I haven't seen him these past few days is mainly because of the conflict between our identities. I'm afraid that something bad will happen if we meet abruptly. Chapter 59. Yi Qingxian and the others were even more surprised by Yi Yuanshan's words, so they couldn't wait to ask, what's going on? What's so special about his origin? Is there any conflict between our identities? Yi Yuanshan did not speak. He first sent away all the disciples guarding outside the yard, then carefully observed the surrounding situation. After repeatedly confirming that no one would hear him, he turned to Yi Qingxian and the others and said very seriously, Grandfather, and elders, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but my grandson's origin is very important. You can know if you want to know, but you must swear on your own martial arts and life that you will never reveal it to anyone after hearing it. Otherwise, I won't tell you. After speaking, a vast and domineering aura erupted from Yi Yuanshan's body, making Yi Qingxian and the others feel the pressure and determination of Yi Yuanshan. At the same time, they were shocked to feel that Yi Yuanshan's aura was close to the peak of the Marquis Wu realm. Feeling Yi Yuanshan's unquestionable determination and attitude, Yi Qingxian and the others were a little angry, but because of the strength Yi Yuanshan had shown, they finally endured it. In the end, Yi Qingxian took the lead to swear on his own martial arts and life. If it was leaked, he would be rejected by heaven and earth, his martial arts career would be forbidden, and he would die a horrible death. After swearing, Yi Qingxian and the others looked at Yi Yuanshan with displeasure and said in a low voice, Okay, we've made the oath. Now, you should tell us what's the special origin of your grandson. Is he the reincarnation of some mighty person from the ancient times? Yi Yuanshan did not care about the unhappy faces of Yi Qingxian and the others and said seriously, My grandson Yi Tianzong once told me that martial arts cultivation levels are divided into Warrior of the Initial Realm, Warrior of the Ascension Realm, Martial Master of the Transformation Realm, Wu Ling of the Peerless Realm, Wu Zong of the Origin Realm, Wu Hu of the Dan Realm, Wu King of the Defense Realm, Wu Zun of the Profound Realm, and Wu Sheng of the Celestial Realm. When you reach the Celestial Realm of Wu Sheng, you can comprehend the mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. When you cultivate to a certain extent, you can open up a secret space. And the founder of our Haoran sword sect is someone from the Wu Sheng realm. Grandfather, am I right? Yi Qingxian frowned and replied, That's right. The Haoran sword sect has been established for more than 7,000 years. Our Grandmaster is indeed the supreme being of the Wu Sheng realm. The Arcana realm of the sect was created by our Grandmaster. Very well, Yi Yuanshan said. We won't make wild guesses about the August Patriarch's cultivation base. What I want to say is that above Deva Wu Sheng is the godmyth level. My grandson told me that there are 9 divisions of the godmyth level. I also went to check the records in the deepest part of the sect's secret vault. Our world started from the mythological era, then evolved to the ancient era, then evolved to the modern era, until the end of the modern era 5,000 years ago. Let's call it the modern era. From the mythological era to the current era, our world has been in a state of decline for unknown reasons. According to the few records, there were powerful beings of the godmyth level in the ancient era, so the mythological era should be the peak of the number of godmyth level powerhouses. All the worlds in the heavens are divided into the following levels: the lesser thousand world, the middle thousand world, the greater thousand world, and the chaotic heavenly domain. Each level of the world is divided into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and peak. Yi Yuanshan saw that Yi Qingxian and the others were shocked and puzzled, so he waved his hand to stop them from speaking. Yi Yuanshan understood the shock and puzzlement of Yi Qingxian and the others very well. Over the years, Yi Tianzong would tell Yi Yuanshan, Yi Haoran, and the others some superficial information about the heavens from time to time. This information was recorded in the immortal mansion. With Yi Tianzong's authority as a junior disciple, these superficial secrets of the heavens could be browsed at will. Yi Tianzong would pick some that he could talk about to Yi Haoran and the others, so that they could broaden their horizons. When Yi Tianzong told them this information, Yi Yuanshan and the others were also shocked and in disbelief. Yi Yuanshan continued, "Only medium-class worlds and above can give birth to existences of the God-myth level. The God-myth level has 9 levels, and the 7th level is the Divine King level. Only the most powerful medium-class worlds can accommodate the birth of the Divine King. My grandson, Tianzong, was a genius powerhouse of a powerful greater thousand world in his previous life. He cultivated for thousands of years and reached the 6th level of the God-myth level below the Divine King level. Because he was framed and hunted down, he was accidentally reincarnated into our world and became my grandson." Looking at the shocked faces of Yi Qingxian and the others, Yi Yuanshan continued, "As for whether my grandson Tianzong is lying to me or not, after living with him for so many years, my grandson's arrogance of looking down on the world and being the best in the world cannot be concealed. Also, I can clearly feel the pressure brought about by the life level that is far beyond ours, and the Haoran scripture that contains endless truth that he wrote can prove that my grandson is not lying to me. Later, you can find the Haoran scripture and study it yourself to verify whether I am lying to you. Since my grandson is not lying to me, here comes the question. According to my grandson, he comes from the greater thousand world and is of noble birth. He has cultivated for many years and was once a super powerhouse of the God-myth level. He has the dignity and pride of a powerhouse. When he was about to die, he reincarnated into our world. Regardless of whether it was due to karma or the reproduction of his bloodline, he was able to live a new life as my grandson. Furthermore, we never owed him anything, so he could accept our identity and call me grandfather. But it is limited to our family. But he is not related to you. He has never seen you or had any interactions with you. If you want to get along with him as equals, it is possible. But if you want him to accept you and treat you as his great-great-grandson, that is impossible. His own pride does not allow him to accept you. Previously, you did not know the origin of my grandson, Tianzong. If you rashly meet him and cause unnecessary conflict, my grandson will not be merciful. Don't doubt my words. 5 years ago, when we attacked the Shura sect, the Shura sect's Marquis Wu realm powerhouse was killed by my grandson with a single punch. Grandfather, although you have the strength of a large number of people, all of you together are no match for my grandson. In the past, because of the way our Haoran sword sect acted, we were disliked by all the super sects. In addition, we were blocked by the forces supported by Zhenbu Gate, the Demon Sword sect, the Shura sect, and other super sects. Our only ally, the Xian Nu Temple, was not able to share much of the pressure for us in the past. Our situation was very difficult. Ever since my grandson began to take part in the management of the sect 15 years ago, the strength of the sect has undergone earth-shaking changes. He even compiled the Haoran Sutra, which defined the philosophy and goals of our sect. During the war between the righteous and the devil, we resisted the siege of 1.2 million people in 4 directions with only 400,000 disciples. Later, we annexed the Xian Nu Temple and took revenge on the Demon Sword sect and the Shura sect. Now, the sect has more than 570 powerhouses in Wuzong and more than 1.5 million disciples. My grandson, Tianzong, has supreme strength and prestige in the sect. He is the spiritual leader of the disciples and elders. Once there is a conflict between you and my grandson, no one will support you. Grandfather, before you figure out how to get along with my grandson, do you still want to see him? After Yi Yuanshan finished speaking, Yi Qingxian and the others fell into silence, thinking about how to get along with Yi Tianzong. These days, Yi Yuanshan had already told them that the important matter concerning the fate of the sect was about to begin. He had also sent out invitations to all the sects and the Zhou dynasty, asking them to escort the smooth implementation of the plan. At the same time, they could also benefit from it, making up for their lost vitality and foundation. For the time being, they could not return to the secret realm to continue sleeping. After they were familiar with the current situation of the Howran sword sect, he would tell them the details of the plan. In order for them to be able to participate smoothly, it was inevitable that they would come into contact with Yi Tianzong. Therefore, they had to determine how to get along with Yi Tianzong as soon as possible. They had to admit that Yi Yuanshan's words were very reasonable. It seemed that it was absolutely impossible for them to be an elder. As martial artists, the belief that the strong were respected was engraved in their bones. Putting aside the relationship between family members, they, the Marquis Wu realm, looked down on Wu Zongjing. Moreover, according to Yi Yuanshan, Yi Tianzong was once a super powerhouse of the myth realm in the vast thousand world. Although he did not have invincible power after reincarnation, the pride in his heart would not disappear. Chapter 60. After the arrival of all the forces, the Howran sword sect recalled all the elders and disciples who were in charge of the other cities. The previously prosperous and peaceful Howran city became very lively and noisy because of the arrival of these forces. Every sect had their own enemies. The various sects that arrived were able to find their own enemies. If anything went wrong, a conflict would break out and a fight would break out. What was interesting was that when faced with the great Zhou dynasty's troops, all the sects would faintly unite. In order to ensure the order of Howran city, the Howran sword sect not only built 20 battle arenas in the city, but also 3 life and death arenas. At the same time, they also sent over 100,000 disciples of Howran who were martial masters and above, as well as over 300 elders to cooperate with Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Yi Haoyun to manage the city. Since the Howran sword clan had sent out such a powerful force, the various clans and sects restrained some of their arrogance out of fear and rarely fought on the streets. Instead, they fought in the arena and the arena of life and death. Of course, as the host this time, the Howran sword sect was targeted by the various sects just like the Zhou dynasty. Other than the neighboring sects of the Howran sword sect, the Demon sword sect, the Shura sect, and the Zhenbu gate, who were very well behaved, the other sects basically sent out their elite disciples to challenge the Howran sword sect. Especially the super sects like the Lingyun Hall, the Sky Demon Temple, and the Medicine King Valley, who had suffered losses at the hands of the Howran sword sect, were even more arrogant. They even arrogantly declared that they would trample Yi Tianzong under their feet and snatch away the young mistress of the sect, Ling Xinyu. These words were like poking a hornet's nest, completely angering the disciples of the Howran sword sect. The disciples of Howran were in an uproar. They hated the people of Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley to the core. They didn't say anything and directly entered the life and death arena. In order to kill off the disciples of these sects, the Howran sword sect had sent out all the disciples who had been on the Dragon Phoenix list in the past. The Howran sword sect's Dragon Phoenix ranking tournament was held once every 2 years. There were only 36 people in each rank. This was especially true for the core disciple ranking. Every year, the most amazing and powerful geniuses among the Wu Ling realm core disciples would be chosen. In the current world, these disciples had cultivated every realm to the extreme. It could be said that without Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, the Dragon Phoenix ranking was no less valuable than the Prodigy ranking. In order to nurture these people, Yi Tianzong had given them preferential treatment in all aspects. Now, among the first batch of disciples on the Dragon Phoenix ranking, more than 10 of them had cultivated to the late stage of Wu Zongjing. In the hearts of the Howran disciples, Yi Tianzong had a supreme status and prestige. He was their spiritual leader. Now, Yi Tianzong was being humiliated by outsiders and even dared to threaten to steal the young sect master's wife. What was this? This was a naked provocation to them. All of Howran's disciples were enraged, their killing intent soaring to the sky. And the disciples on the Dragon Phoenix ranking didn't disappoint the disciples and higher-ups of the Howran sword sect. In the life and death arena, the disciples on the Dragon Phoenix ranking caught the disciples of Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley. They fought head-on and ruthlessly killed their opponents without any mercy. Even if their opponents chose to admit defeat, they didn't care. They were determined to kill their opponents, even if it meant dying together with them. Under the ruthless and decisive methods of the Howran sword sect, the disciples of Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley suffered heavy casualties. In just 2 days, more than 100 of the elite disciples they had brought with them had died. Even if the disciples of the three sects avoided the challenges of the Howran sword sect, they would still be forcefully challenged by the Howran sword sect. The people of Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley were used to being tyrannical even among the super sects. Other than the Zhou dynasty, they had never been afraid of anyone. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Therefore, the experts of the three sects who didn't want to continue losing their disciples erupted into conflict with the Howran sword sect. They even broke the rules of the life and death arena and attacked the disciples of the Howran sword sect. The big shots of the three super sects, Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley, took the lead to attack. The other sects who didn't get along with the Howran sword sect also took the opportunity to join in. A total of more than 20 sects and more than 400 Wuzong experts threatened the Howran sword sect. The other 30 or so first-rate sects and above watched with folded arms and didn't participate. Of course, the Howran sword sect wouldn't compromise. Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Yi Haoyun made a prompt decision and led more than 300 elders to violently suppress the enemies. The disciples of the Howran sword sect formed a sword formation around the periphery of the battlefield to prevent the enemies from escaping. At the same time, they dispersed the ordinary people around them. Under the leadership of the three super experts Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Yi Haoyun, the Wuzong alliance of more than 20 sects led by Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley. Although they had the advantage in numbers, when faced with the violent suppression of the Howran sword sect, they were quickly defeated. The elders of the Howran sword sect didn't hesitate to deal with the experts of the various sects who were looking for trouble. Although they didn't directly kill them, they didn't hesitate to cripple or seriously injure them. Just like that, in less than half an hour, the Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, Medicine King Valley, and more than 20 other sects and more than 400 Wuzong experts were directly suppressed by the Howran sword sect. Everyone was either seriously injured or missing an arm or a leg. All of them fell to the ground and couldn't get up. It was a complete mess. In particular, the people of Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley were targeted. Not only were they seriously injured, but their martial arts cultivation was also crippled. Yi Haoyun looked at the people who had fallen to the ground and glanced at the other clans who were watching from the side. He said coldly, "Since you're in the territory of the Howran sword clan, you have to follow our rules obediently. If you want to cause trouble, we'll accompany you to the end, but you have to bear the consequences yourself. This is the only time, and there won't be a next time. If you do it again, you will be killed without mercy." After Yi Haoyun finished speaking, he, Yi Yuanshan, and Li Qingya led most of the elders and left. The remaining 10 or so elders led hundreds of Howran disciples to clean up the battlefield, compensate for the damaged houses, and deal with the aftermath. It had to be said that the Howran sword sect's tyrannical strength and ruthless style had intimidated the various sects that came. Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley were at the level of overlords among the super sects. Other than facing the Zhou dynasty, they were definitely an existence that could do whatever they wanted in the Central Plains. Now, even the leaders of the respective teams of these three sects were seriously injured. They didn't even care about these three sects and mercilessly crippled their martial arts cultivation. The martial arts of these three sects were absolutely irreconcilable. In the future, Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley would definitely ruthlessly retaliate. Even Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley's people ended up like this, let alone the other sects. If they caused trouble again, these sects believed that the Howran sword sect would definitely do as they said. Previously, they thought that no matter how much trouble they caused, the Howran sword sect didn't have the strength and wouldn't do anything to them. Now, it seemed that they were a little too naive. Under normal circumstances, the Howran sword sect wouldn't do anything to them. At most, they would send their disciples to injure their disciples in the arena and teach them a lesson. However, if they violated the Howran sword sect's bottom line, no matter who they were, they would definitely kill them. These forces that didn't participate in the matter were very clear about the cause and effect. Ever since Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley began to humiliate the Howran Sword Sect's young sect master and even threatened to steal his wife, the Howran Sword Sect's attitude changed. The Howran Sword Sect's attitude immediately changed. The disciples of the Howran Sword Sect were filled with killing intent, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred with Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley. They directly fought to the death in the arena. Even during the Great Battle of Wuzong, the Howran Sword Sect didn't compromise. They were merciless and didn't hesitate at all. As a result, the current situation was created. Although the defeated and suppressed sects hated the Howran Sword Sect to death, they didn't dare to cause trouble and obediently stayed in Howran City. Even if they hated the Howran Sword Sect, they didn't have any intention of leaving. However, they couldn't avoid sending messages to their respective sects. As for the sects that weren't targeted and didn't participate in the matter, they rejoiced in their hearts. At the same time, they were very curious and fearful of the Howran Sword Sect's strength. In a huge and luxurious courtyard, the Zhou dynasty's team was staying. At this moment, the Great Zhou Imperial Commander, the Great Zhou Crown Prince, the Third Prince, and Princess Lianyue all appeared in a room. These people had all returned after witnessing the Howran Sword Sect violently suppress Wuzong. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat silent. Princess Lianyue, who was wearing a snow-white brocade robe and had a peerless appearance and a gentle and holy temperament, spoke first. It seems that we seriously underestimated the strength of the Howran Sword Sect. Not to mention others, just those Howran disciples who fought against Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley were no weaker than those on the prodigy ranking. And the three people leading today, their strength is beyond the limits of Wuzongjing. Those Wuzong disciples who provoked the sect weren't a match for them at all. They are already comparable to Marquis Wu experts. However, according to the titles of the Howran disciples, they are the Grand Elders and the Disciplinary Hall Master. This means that they have the strength of a Marquis Wu in the Wuzongjing realm and aren't bound by the true Marquis Wu experts. The golden-robed Great Zhou Crown Prince said in a deep voice, "Imperial Sister is right. I think it's not just us, but everyone has underestimated the strength of the Howran Sword Sect. It seems that many unknown changes have occurred in the Howran Sword Sect over the years. Ever since the Demon Sword Sect joined forces with the Shura Sect to launch a sneak attack, it has only been a few decades since the Howran Sword Sect was attacked by the Demon Sword Sect and the Shura Sect. I just don't know what the Howran Sword Sect's so-called breakthrough to Marquis Wu is." Chapter 61. The Third Prince said absent-mindedly, "I'm not interested in whether they can break through to the Marquis Wu realm. What I'm interested in is the so-called Howran Sword Sect's young sect leader. I've heard that the mysterious young sect leader is the strongest prodigy of the Howran Sword Sect. Since the three people who attacked are so strong, then how strong is the so-called young sect leader? In any case, he's already surpassed us." When the Third Prince said this, the room fell into a state of silence again. That's right, seeing how the Howran disciples were enraged when they heard that the young sect leader was insulted, the strength and prestige of the mysterious young sect leader couldn't be underestimated. Even those Howran experts from Wuzongjing looked like they were going to fight to the death. They wouldn't arbitrarily think that the rumors were untrustworthy. In the end, the Great Zhou Imperial Commander, who had been silent all this while, said, "No matter what, the Howran Sword Sect's decisive suppression has solved a lot of problems for us. These sects have always been hostile to our Zhou dynasty. Originally, you would have been challenged, but the people from Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley were all suppressed by the Howran Sword Sect. The rest is much simpler. At least, other than these sects, no one will dare to challenge you." The Great Zhou Crown Prince said, "Commander Wang is right. The people from Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley have always been arrogant and domineering because of their long history and powerful strength. If it wasn't for the fact that we have many internal factions and most of our strength is in confrontation with the other three kingdoms, how could we tolerate them being so presumptuous? Now that the Howran Sword Sect has taught them a lesson, it can be considered as venting our anger. Just let these sects fight with each other. In any case, the one who benefits in the end is our Zhou dynasty." With the Great Zhou Crown Prince's words, the Third Prince and the Great Zhou Imperial Commander both nodded in agreement. At the same time, Princess Linua nodded, her gentle and clear eyes blinked slightly as if she was thinking of something. Time passed day by day like this. The sun was getting closer and closer. The Howran Sword sect was also preparing in an orderly manner. After the Howran Sword sect's decisive suppression last time, all the sects that came had indeed become well behaved. No matter what thoughts they had in their hearts, they didn't dare to use their status to cause trouble in the city of Howran. They were all waiting for the sun to come and see what the Howran Sword sect's so-called breakthrough to the Marquis Wu would be like. Once the people of the Howran Sword sect really had a way to successfully avoid the confinement of heaven and earth and break through to the Marquis Wu, then they would join forces to force the Howran Sword sect to disclose the method they found. And once they failed, it was foreseeable that the Howran Sword sect would basically become the public enemy of all the sects. They would be targeted by all the sects, especially the Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley. They would definitely crazily retaliate against the Howran Sword sect. When that time came, even the Zhou dynasty wouldn't be able to protect the Howran Sword sect. Of course, the higher-ups of the Howran Sword sect were very clear about this, but there was no turning back. Since they had decided to invite all the sects and the people of the Zhou dynasty to come, they had already thought of all the consequences. The plan had already reached the final stage, and the Howran Sword sect could no longer give up. They could only follow this path to the end and pave for a bright future. Just as the Howran Sword sect was making its final preparations, the Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, Medicine King Valley, and more than 20 other sects that had received the news one after another were boiling with anger. Especially the heads of the three sects, Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and Medicine King Valley, were furious. Without any discussion or hesitation, they immediately began to mobilize the forces of their sects to punish and retaliate against the Howran Sword sect. Although they were a little far away from the Howran Sword sect, the three sects had a lot of secret support. Even if they had to expose a little, they wouldn't hesitate. This wasn't a matter of whether or not it was worth it, or whether or not it took effort. Not only was their dignity as the overlords of the super sects not to be challenged, but they also had to seek justice for their disciples. They had to let everyone know that their sects were determined to protect their disciples. If it was just a few disciples who were defeated or injured in a fight, then they could only hold their noses and accept the fact that they were inferior to others in the same realm. However, the teams sent out by the sects were basically led by important figures like the vice-sect leaders or grand elders. The Howran Sword sect had injured or even crippled more than 20 sects Wuzong in one go. No matter what, they definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. The more than 20 sects that had made up their minds to retaliate all began to mobilize the forces of their respective sects. This time, the revenge against the Howran Sword sect wasn't a small matter. They had to travel thousands of miles and had to be well prepared before they could do it. Not to mention other things, the super sects themselves were strong enough to send out a powerful force to retaliate. However, the first-rate sects needed to discuss and communicate with each other before forming an alliance. The alliance had a lot of people, so they had a lot of confidence in their hearts. It would be easier to solve some problems if they encountered them. Otherwise, if they acted alone and passed by the super sects' territory, they could only stare at them helplessly even if they were not allowed to pass. They might even be attacked by other sects halfway and suffer heavy casualties. It was much better to form an alliance. At the very least, they had the confidence to bargain and their ability to resist risks was strong. Although the Howran Sword sect didn't pay attention to the sects that were suppressed and retaliated, they could guess that if they were in the same position, they would definitely retaliate. However, the people of the Howran Sword sect weren't worried. These sects were quite far away from the Howran Sword sect. It would take them at least 3 months to prepare a force of more than 100,000 people and cross the great distance to reach the Howran Sword sect. With this buffer time, the Howran Sword sect would be able to make sufficient preparations no matter what. The sun was getting closer and closer to the end of the year. However, there was no New Year's atmosphere in the Howran Sword sect. This included the areas under the rule of the Xian Nu Temple. Under the guidance of the disciples of the Howran Sword sect, over 50 million people who could recite the Howran Song of Righteousness were arranged in a specific formation and formed a vast 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation. At the same time, all the disciples of the Howran sword sect were also practicing outside the city of Howran. The disciples of the Howran sword sect stretched as far as the eye could see. Although they already knew that the Howran sword sect had over 1 million disciples, seeing it with their own eyes still gave them a direct understanding of the strength of the Howran sword sect. It turned out that the Howran sword sect's strength had already reached such a stage. Based on the current situation, which sect would be a match for the Howran sword sect in a one-on-one battle? While the entire Howran sword sect was busy, the long-awaited day finally arrived. It was a sunny day. There were no clouds in the sky and the sun was high up in the sky. Everyone involved in the Howran sword sect went to their respective positions. The various sects and the people of the Jew dynasty were also invited to a pre-built high platform to watch. The various sects and the people of the Jew dynasty stood on the high platform in the distance and watched from afar. They saw that all the people of the Howran sword sect were arranged in a concentric circle from the inside to the outside. In the center was a pre-built high platform. The higher-ups of the Howran sword sect were also arranged according to their strength. Yi Howran, Ling Xinyu, and the others were on the first level. Yi Tianzong and the others who came out of the arcane realm were also on the first level. The most central position was undoubtedly reserved for Yi Tianzong. Chapter 62. At this moment, Yi Tianzong had already appeared at the highest point of the high platform. He was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for the arrival of noon. The others, including Howran's disciples, were also sitting where they were, silently chanting the song of Howran's righteousness. At this moment, in other places of the Howran sword sect, everyone who was sitting according to the formation was also silently chanting the song of Howran's righteousness. In the unseen sky thousands of miles above the Howran sword sect, a vast and majestic golden Howran's righteousness was rolling and surging. Ever since the forces of various sects and clans arrived, Yi Tianzong had not appeared in front of these people. Even Yi Howran and Yi Qingxian had shown their faces, but Yi Tianzong had never appeared. Everyone was very curious about the mysterious young master of the Howran sword sect. Now, this was the first time that people from various sects and clans had seen Yi Tianzong's figure. And when they saw Yi Tianzong's position, they could not help but have a thought in their minds. Could it be that the young master of the Howran sword sect would break through to the Marquis Wu state today? With the martial cultivation of these people, it was enough for them to see Yi Tianzong on the high platform in the distance. Although they could not see Yi Tianzong's appearance clearly, they could still roughly see his every move. How to put it? When these people saw Yi Tianzong, they felt strange. It was as if he did not fit in with the world, but he was also like a luminous pearl in the dark night, attracting everyone's gaze and attention. When their attention was focused on Yi Tianzong, they actually felt a faint sense of oppression. This kind of oppression reminded them of the feeling when facing a powerhouse who was stronger than them. This made them feel very inconceivable and shocked. Was Yi Tianzong very strong? That was for sure. Otherwise, they would not have heard the rumor that Yi Tianzong was the strongest person in the Howran sword sect. But there was a limit to how strong he was. Yi Tianzong was 10 miles away from them. For the sake of the plot of the novel, there was no need to be so serious about whether they could see that far. At such a distance, they could still feel the oppression from Yi Tianzong. How strong was Yi Tianzong? How could such a powerful inhuman existence exist in today's world? This was beyond their understanding. Knowledge. In fact, what they did not know was that the oppression they felt was not from Yi Tianzong's own strength, but from Yi Tianzong's majestic spirit power, which spread over a radius of more than 10 miles. And Yi Tianzong did not deliberately restrain the fluctuation of his spirit power. Such a vast spirit power naturally oppressed the spirit of an ordinary warrior, causing these people to misunderstand. Otherwise, with his own martial strength, even if he had reached the Wu King realm, it was impossible to make people feel oppressed just by looking at him from 10 miles away. And it was this kind of misconception that made them very afraid of Yi Tianzong's strength. They even suppressed some of their original thoughts and waited on the high platform obediently, not daring to act rashly. Time passed bit by bit, and the great sun hanging high in the sky also gradually moved to the south. The hour of noon came. Yi Tianzong, who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes, which were so conspicuous even at noon when the sun was high in the sky. Yi Tianzong, who opened his eyes, immediately stood up and then looked up at the sky with a dignified expression. Following Yi Tianzong's action, all the people of the Haoran sword sect present also stood up and pulled out their sharp swords, looking very alert. The tense and dignified atmosphere made the people of various sects and schools more than 10 miles away nervous. They subconsciously adjusted the rhythm of their breathing. The Marquis Wu realm, whose full name was Marquis Wu of the Dan realm, was to gather all the genuine essence and martial comprehension in one's body to condense a martial arts core that belonged to oneself. In this way, one could gain 300 years of life and the ability to fly for a short time. Then, as the martial artist continued to cultivate and comprehend the mysteries of martial arts, the martial arts core would continue to grow and the genuine essence of the martial artist would become purer and purer. When one reached the peak of the Marquis Wu realm, one would use the power of the martial arts core to open the acupoints of the martial artist's body. From there, one could communicate with the outside world and gain the ability to fly. Breaking through to the Marquis Wu realm would be suppressed by the heavens and earth. Forcefully breaking through would result in a backlash from the heavens and earth. Breaking through to the Marquis Wu realm was the first step to reversing the decline of the heavens and earth. Therefore, even if Yi Tianzong was very confident, he still had to go all out and did not dare to be careless. For this day, Yi Tianzong had made too many preparations. From the moment he could walk, he had never stopped exploring and analyzing the profound spirit world. He had spent too much energy and time researching the seals and restrictions. If he failed, he felt that he could not afford to lose face. Yi Tianzong's gaze became firm and unshakable as he looked at the sky. Then, he erupted with his full strength and qi and began to attack the barrier of the Marquis Wu realm. Yi Tianzong's accumulation was unfathomable. He was sitting on the immortal mansion, the supreme treasure of the myriad heavens. Although he was only a junior disciple and could not use most of the functions of the immortal mansion. But just 4 times the time and 4 times the concentration of Yuan Qi in the outside world was enough to defy the heavens. Not to mention that Yi Tianzong's current aptitude and foundation were at the level of the heavens chosen. The heavens chosen had the potential to surpass the myth realm. Their foundation were so strong that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine. The breakthrough of the Marquis Wu realm was very smooth. It did not take much effort because of Yi Tianzong's heaven-defying aptitude and foundation. Yi Tianzong had broken through the Marquis Wu realm more than once, so he was very familiar with it. In this life, there was no problem for him to break through. He skillfully mobilized the pure and majestic Zhenqi in his body and condensed it into a chaotic egg-sized Shen core in his dantian. Just as Yi Tianzong broke through the barrier of the Marquis Wu realm and condensed the Shen core, the sky above Yi Tianzong, which was originally cloudless for thousands of miles, suddenly became densely covered with dark clouds, which filled the sky within a radius of 10 miles. Then, the dense dark clouds became thicker and thicker. Lightning and thunder even appeared in the rolling dark clouds. Yi Tianzong, who had divided part of his mind to pay attention to the outside world, also noticed the phenomenon above his head. It seemed that the thunder tribulation should have come at the beginning. It was similar to what was recorded in the secret library of the sect, but he did not know what would happen next. According to the records, all the people who tried to break through the Marquis Wu realm were turned into ashes by the thunder tribulation. No one knew what would happen next. Anyway, it can't be just the thunder tribulation. According to my calculation, there should be 3 tests. But since my previous life, I haven't been struck by lightning for a long time. It's just an ordinary thunder tribulation. I'll just take it as a warm-up, Yi Tianzong thought. Not to mention Yi Tianzong's confidence, everyone who saw this scene had a grave expression on their faces. The people of the Haoran sword sect had grave expressions and were worried about Yi Tianzong, while the people of various sects and schools in the distance had some bad memories on their faces. For warriors, the improvement of strength was more important than anything else. Because of the current environment, they could only stop at the peak of Wuzong. Of course, no warrior would be willing to accept this. There was no Wuzong who did not want to break through the Marquis Wu realm. However, the predecessors of various sects and schools who had tried in the past, had left behind bloody facts and lessons. Breaking through the Marquis Wu realm was a dead end. Under the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth, everything would be annihilated. The situation facing Yi Tianzong in front of them cast an indelible shadow on the road of martial arts in their hearts. Chapter 63. Yi Tianzong looked at the figure that was condensed from black clouds descending from the sky. He could feel the powerful energy coming from the figure, which was no different from his own. The only difference was that the figure was a little sluggish. This should be the second test. One had to fight against a figure that was as strong as oneself. One had to either win or destroy the figure. Next, even without Yi Tianzong's reminder, everyone from the Haoran sword sect knew what to do. Wielding their swords, they began to fight with the person in front of them. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 10 miles had turned into a vast battlefield. Both sides were at the same level, and even their cultivation techniques and martial skills were the same. They were evenly matched in the battle. Although the black cloud figure was sluggish, it was not afraid of being injured. It did not care about anything when it fought. Every time it was attacked by the Haoran sword sect, it only lost a small amount of energy. In comparison, the people from the Haoran sword sect were suffering. The black cloud figure was not afraid of being injured. It only lost a small amount of energy. However, they were afraid. They were living people, not things that were condensed from black clouds and energy. Although they were not as agile as themselves, if they were not careful and were stabbed by the sword, they would definitely die. Furthermore, fighting against someone who was as strong as oneself required a lot of energy and concentration. However, when the black cloud figure was attacked, it only lost a small amount of energy. It would immediately return to its human form and attack again. This situation made the people from the Haoran sword sect so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The people from the Haoran sword sect had never hated the strength that they were so proud of. It turned out to be so difficult to deal with, and it had tricked them. Everyone from the Haoran sword sect was fighting, and Yi Tianzong was no exception. However, compared to other people's battles, the battle between Yi Tianzong and the black cloud figure was extremely intense and exciting. Yi Tianzong and the black cloud figure leaped into the air and began to fight in the air. Ever since he was in the profound spirit world, Yi Tianzong, who had not met any opponents, finally met an opponent who could fight with him. Immediately, he could not hold back the desire to fight in his heart. He abandoned his flexible method and fought with the black cloud figure head-on. As soon as they started fighting, the storm of their battle overshadowed everyone else. The martial artists that were born in the profound spirit world, regardless of whether they learned a cultivation method or created a martial technique, as long as it had appeared before, nothing could be hidden from them. Therefore, Yi Tianzong had once revealed a portion of the contents of the divine martial heavenly art, and the figure in the black cloud knew all of it. Heaven and earth could not create things that had not been revealed. Therefore, Yi Tianzong did not reveal too much of his background. Instead, he used part of the divine martial heavenly skill that he had revealed before to fight against the black cloud figure. Although the black cloud figure opposite him was strong and had the characteristic of being unkillable before its energy was exhausted, Yi Tianzong had never fully revealed his strength. Once he was serious, the black cloud figure was not enough to fight against Yi Tianzong. World-suppressing fist, heaven-covering palm, God-shattering finger, and aurora flash shadow were all used. In order to experience the feeling of fighting more, Yi Tianzong used 50% of his strength to fight against the black cloud figure. They moved around in the air above the battlefield in a radius of 10 miles. At one point, they even fought into the black cloud layer, and the black cloud retreated wherever they went. The violent and overbearing world-suppressing fist, the heaven-covering palm that sealed the sky and locked the earth, the God-shattering finger that could penetrate everything, the figure that was as fast as light, and the collision of the vast and fierce power made everyone's heart tremble. The people of various sects and forces on the high platform in the distance focused on the vast battlefield and the fierce battle in mid-air that they had never seen before in their lives. They were afraid of missing any details. At this time, any thoughts of causing trouble had long been thrown to Java. The third prince of Great Jew looked at the battle between Yi Tianzong and the black cloud figure with a shocked expression and muttered, "Is this the strength of the Haoran sword sect's young sect master?" Even if he broke through to the Marquis Wu realm, he shouldn't be so powerful. He has such strength, but he is ranked behind me on the Tianjiao list. Then what kind of Tianjiao are we? Although his voice was soft, the Crown Prince of Great Ju, Princess Lianyue, and the Imperial commander around him all heard it. Looking at the fierce battle in the air, although Yi Tianzong had broken through to the Marquis Wu realm, the strength that he displayed was definitely beyond what they had seen. The records of the Marquis Wu realm martial artist's strength in the books they had read about. At this time, Yi Tianzong was like a towering mountain pressing down on the heads of all the Tianjiao. All the young disciples and Tianjiao of various forces who came to watch were silent. The strength that Yi Tianzong displayed was beyond their reach. They had all read the records of their own sects and knew very well that even if they broke through to the Marquis Wu realm, they would never have such strength. And some female disciples looked at Yi Tianzong with blurred eyes and a little bit of worship. The world of martial artists was very realistic and direct. As long as one was strong enough, they would be sought after and even worshipped by others. Yi Tianzong was having a good time fighting, but the people of the Haoran sword sect below him were fighting very hard. All the disciples and elders of the Haoran sword sect, as well as Yi Haoran, Ling Xinyu, Yi Qingxian, and the others, who had been fighting for a period of time, had consumed at least half of their strength. However, the energy of the black cloud figure opposite them was less than half depleted, and the situation became very unfavorable. No one dared to be careless. They all continued to fight with their minds tense, for fear that a moment of carelessness would consign them to eternal damnation. Yi Tianzong, who had been paying attention to the situation, was also very clear about the current situation. However, he had no intention of making a move. The solution to the unfavorable situation was actually very simple, but no one had noticed it. Yi Tianzong had long noticed that the black cloud in the sky only covered a radius of 10 miles. As long as they left the area covered by the black cloud layer, the black cloud figures would no longer chase after them. In other words, the black cloud figures could not step out of the black cloud layer. Within the area covered by the black cloud layer, there would be as many black cloud figures as there were people. Yi Tianzong would not make a move to help the people of the Haoran sword sect. After all, it would be very beneficial for everyone to defeat an opponent who was as strong as himself and had learned the same things. However, he also would not watch as the people of the Haoran sword sect suffered any casualties because of this. Therefore, when Yi Tianzong was fighting with the black cloud figures in the sky, Yi Tianzong would transmit his voice to the people of the Haoran sword sect below him, telling them that they could leave the area covered by the black cloud layer and get a chance to catch their breath. Then, before the black cloud figures dissipated, they could come back in and continue fighting. After receiving Yi Tianzong's instructions, the people of the Haoran sword sect let out a long sigh of relief. Then, they began to follow Yi Tianzong's instructions and withdrew from the area covered by the black cloud layer in batches. Then, they hurriedly swallowed the elixirs that they had prepared beforehand and quickly recovered their strength. When they realized that the black cloud figures were about to dissipate, they would enter the area covered by the black cloud layer again and continue fighting. This method was actually a stalling tactic. There was a limit to the amount of energy gathered by the heavens and earth. It was impossible to continuously replenish the energy. Faced with this rare opportunity that was equivalent to a life and death battle, the people of the Haoran sword sect used this loophole to exhaust the energy of the black cloud figures in front of them. Then, they would be able to persevere until they won the battle. In the end, they would gain a lot of experience points, which would be very beneficial to their future path of martial arts. The changes on the battlefield were quickly noticed by the people from the various sects and forces on the high platform outside the perimeter. Then, they gradually realized that there was an opportunity in this. With less risk, they could fight to the death with an opponent who was equivalent to them. As long as they were not idiots, they would understand the benefits. And now, the people of the Haoran sword sect were actually going through this process, which made the people from the various sects and forces envious. If not for the fact that they were worried that they would be treated as enemies by the Haoran sword sect if they rashly participated in this battle, they would have already joined the battle themselves. Chapter 64. The people from the various sects looked on enviously as the people from the Haoran sword sect experienced a rare opportunity. The situation on the battlefield gradually changed. The people from the Howran sword sect gradually gained the upper hand from their initial disadvantage. Moreover, during the course of the battle, they also discovered their own shortcomings. Their understanding of cultivation methods and martial techniques became deeper. Every move they made became smoother and smoother. Their strength also increased. 2 hours passed, and the people of the Howran sword clan finally relied on the help of the delaying technique and pills to make the black cloud figure on the opposite side run out of energy and vanish, thus winning the battle. Everyone was exhausted, but in order to prevent any unexpected situations, they still forced themselves to look at the sky. At the same time, Yi Tianzong also destroyed the black cloud silhouette before him with a punch. Then, he landed on the high platform and looked up at the sky. Yi Tianzong's actions undoubtedly meant that the battle was not over yet. This discovery caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Before the people from the Howran sword sect and the people from the various sects and forces who were watching from afar could think about it, the thick black cloud that covered a radius of 10 li in the sky changed again. The black cloud layer that covered a radius of 10 li suddenly expanded to cover a radius of 100 li. Then, the cloud layer churned as if something mysterious was brewing. Not long after, at the center of the churning cloud layer, which was above the high platform that Yi Tianzong was on, the cloud layer suddenly parted. Then, a giant eye that was 100 zhong in size appeared before everyone's eyes. What kind of eye was that? The giant eye's pupil flashed with a black and white light. It was supreme and noble, cold and emotionless. Everything in the world was no different from this black and white giant eye. The eye of heaven and earth. The moment they saw the giant eye, the information of the giant eye appeared in everyone's mind. The eye of heaven and earth represented the will of the world. It was supreme and had the authority to judge all living things in the world. It would not appear unless there was something or someone that had an important impact on the world. Seeing the appearance of the eye of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong was overjoyed. As long as it appeared, it meant that the plan had a high chance of success. After the eye of heaven and earth appeared, it stared coldly and mercilessly at Yi Tianzong. Black and white light swirled in its eyes, as though it wanted to judge Yi Tianzong. Everyone was sweating for Yi Tianzong. Just by looking at the eyes of heaven and earth, they felt as insignificant as ants. Their hearts almost stopped beating, and they didn't have the slightest bit of courage or thought to resist. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of pressure Yi Tianzong, who was directly under the gaze of the eyes of heaven and earth. Looking up at the eyes of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. He had seen the eyes of heaven and earth in his previous life, and it was far more powerful than the eyes of heaven and earth now. But now, he was powerless against the eye of heaven and earth before him. In the myriad of worlds, there were countless small worlds, middle worlds, and great worlds. Only the will of heaven and earth in the middle world and above could be revealed to the world through the existence of the eyes of heaven and earth. And after the middle world evolved into a great world, the will of heaven and earth would evolve into the Tao of heaven and reveal itself to the world through the existence of the eyes of heaven. When the profound spirit world was at its peak, it was a super middle world that was about to evolve into a great world. The will of heaven and earth was already relatively complete. Although it encountered an unknown change later on, causing the world to be sealed and decline, its relatively complete will of heaven and earth was not weakened because of this. Looking at the eyes of heaven and earth above him, Yi Tianzong made up his mind. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Supreme will of heaven and earth, as a living being born in this world, my sect and I have no intention of offending you. Our world has been continuously declining from its glory days due to a huge change in the seal. Now, all the martial artists have stopped at Wuzong and are unable to break through. If we allow this to continue, sooner or later, it will become a Dharma-ending age. At that time, the vitality of heaven and earth will be exhausted. Our world will also be completely destroyed, and you will also disappear. In order to change this outcome, my sect partners and I are willing to accept the will of heaven and earth and use the merit of saving countless living beings in exchange for the chance to break the seal. Let our world have a chance to live, reverse the decline, and return to its peak. Please have mercy on all living beings and give us a chance." Yi Tianzong's attitude was solemn and humble. He did not think that he could be equal to heaven and earth. Even if he was once a myth realm almighty who had traveled through many worlds, he was still an ant in the face of the weakened will of heaven and earth. There was nothing to be proud of. What Yi Tianzong did not know was that after the eyes of heaven and earth appeared, the scene of him talking to the eyes of heaven and earth miraculously appeared in the entire territory ruled by the Howran sword sect. As long as one was in the Howran sword sect's territory, everyone saw what Yi Tianzong said to the eyes of heaven and earth. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, everyone in the Howran sword sect, regardless of gender or age, including those from various sects, all knelt down at the same time. With a pious heart, they said in unison, "Please have mercy on us, will of heaven and earth, and give us a chance. Please have mercy on us, will of heaven and earth, and give us a chance." Everyone prayed to the will of heaven and earth over and over again. Their voices became louder and louder as they echoed in the world. Under the influence of the countless pious wishes of living beings and Yi Tianzong's words, the eyes of heaven and earth finally dispersed its power and returned to the state it was in when it first appeared. The eyes of heaven and earth did not disappear after dispersing its attack power. Instead, it stared at Yi Tianzong. While everyone was feeling nervous, a strange voice rang in everyone's hearts. There was no doubt about it. Everyone knew that it was the permission of the will of heaven and earth, and it was giving all living beings a chance to fight against the heavens. With the permission of the will of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong could not help but rejoice. He continued, "Supreme will of heaven and earth, thank you for your grace. The seal of our world cannot be broken in one go. It needs to be done step by step. Please show us the seals that restrict us cultivators so that we can break through them. Let us accumulate enough power to break through the seals again until all the seals have been broken." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the eyes of heaven and earth gradually disappeared into the dark clouds. A while later, it reappeared. However, compared to before, the eyes of heaven and earth that reappeared was tightly bound by countless black chains of runes of various thicknesses. Looking at the eye of the world that was bound by countless chains, everyone felt great palpitations and sorrow from the depths of their souls. They could not help but shed tears. However, what followed was endless hatred and humiliation. Who was it that dared to treat our world like this? Who was it that made our world like this? Who was it that sealed our world and cut off everyone's path forward? They did not know why the world had become like this, but they knew that they would not let go of the person who did this in the future. Yi Tianzong looked at the countless chains and felt extremely shocked and sorrowful in his heart. Then, his heart was filled with boundless killing intent. Just Wuzong's breakthrough to Marquis Wu required him to go through 3 tests. If it was not for someone like Yi Tianzong and his identity, without a complete plan and preparation, there was no chance for him to pass these 3 tests. The people or creatures that sealed this world did not plan to leave any chance of survival. They had completely given up on the profound spirit world. In this world, Yi Tianzong had become a creature of the profound spirit world. How could he not have killing intent towards those people? Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Yi Tianzong adjusted his state of mind. Then, he looked at the outermost layer of thin chains that bound the eyes of heaven and earth. A realization rose in his heart. That should be the seal that prevented warriors from breaking through to Marquis Wu. Chapter 65. Yi Tianzong, who had found his target, stood up and looked at the thin chains with a serious expression. Although the chains were only as thick as a palm, they were still powered by the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, even though the chains were right in front of him, there was still a spatial barrier between them. It would be extremely difficult to cut these thin chains. Yi Tianzong adjusted his body's condition. For the first time, he used the immortal mansion hidden in the depths of his soul. An endless amount of power blessed Yi Tianzong's body. Then, he ordered all the members of the Howran sword sect to recite the Howran song of righteousness loudly. Everyone in the Howran sword sect who saw this scene recited the Howran song of righteousness loudly again. Because countless members of the Howran sword sect recited the Howran song of righteousness loudly with their minds, the vast and majestic Howran righteousness that existed thousands of miles in the sky went completely berserk. At this time, Yi Tianzong's body surged with a majestic Howran Dao will, filling the space between heaven and earth. It was the Howren righteousness that Yi Tianzong had cultivated for thousands of years. Yi Tianzong released his Howren righteousness will with all his might. At the same time, the power of his primordial spirit carried the Tao will of Howren righteousness up to thousands of miles in the sky, connecting with the roaring and boiling Howren righteousness. The vast and majestic Howren righteousness suddenly found an outlet. It poured down from thousands of miles in the sky along with the Howren righteousness will released by Yi Tianzong, directly entering Yi Tianzong's body. Yi Tianzong tried his best to absorb and control the Howren righteousness of heaven and earth that entered his body. In the eyes of everyone else in the Howren sword sect, it was as if a golden Milky Way had descended from the sky. The golden Milky Way contained a vast and majestic power that poured into Yi Tianzong's body. Yi Tianzong's body shone with a dazzling golden light as he slowly floated in the air. As the golden Milky Way continued to enter Yi Tianzong's body, Yi Tianzong's aura became stronger and stronger. The golden light protecting his body became brighter and brighter. It even formed a golden armor of light on Yi Tianzong's body. At this time, the will of heaven and earth did not suppress Yi Tianzong's aura that was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, Yi Tianzong's aura surpassed the level of Defense Realm King Wu and broke through to the level of Wu Zun. Moreover, it showed no signs of stopping. It was still rapidly increasing. With the endless power of the immortal mansion supporting his body, Yi Tianzong did not have to worry about his body being damaged. He absorbed the Howren righteousness pouring down from thousands of miles in the sky with all his might. Yi Tianzong's aura only stopped rising when it reached the peak of profound realm Wu Zun. He once again felt an even stronger confinement of heaven and earth. However, the Howren righteousness pouring down from the sky was still pouring into Yi Tianzong's body. It showed no signs of stopping. However, Yi Tianzong did not panic. A shining golden sword slowly appeared in Yi Tianzong's hand. The moment the golden sword appeared, the area within 100 miles was filled with endless sword intent. Everyone could feel a deadly sharpness. Yi Tianzong controlled the excess Howren righteousness in his body and poured it into the weapon in his hand, the boundless godly sword. The boundless godly sword was forged by Yi Tianzong over thousands of years using all kinds of treasures and his own blood essence. It had accompanied Yi Tianzong to fight countless strong enemies. It was Yi Tianzong's natal weapon. As Yi Tianzong's martial way grew, it became stronger and stronger. It was already a peak divine weapon. Yi Tianzong's strongest martial way was also the way of the sword. Ever since Yi Tianzong reincarnated into the profound spirit world, the boundless godly sword had always been hidden in Yi Tianzong's primordial spirit. Now, in order to be able to break the chains that sealed heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong decided to use the boundless godly sword that he had never used before. With the addition of Howren righteousness, the boundless godly sword did not need to consume his own energy to activate. The boundless godly sword was like a bottomless pit, continuously swallowing the vast and boundless Howren righteousness. As it absorbed more and more Howren righteousness, the boundless godly sword's aura became stronger and sharper. Looking at Yi Tianzong's majestic aura, the people of the Howren sword sect were encouraged. Their recitation of the Howren Song of Righteousness became louder and louder, gathering more and more of the Howren righteousness between heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong, who was floating in mid-air, estimated the amount of energy he had accumulated. It should be enough. Now, he only needed to break the outermost layer of the chains. It was still not time to break the inner layer of the chains. With the boundless godly sword, he would definitely be able to break these chains. Thus, he raised the boundless godly sword in his hand. Looking at the black chains that sealed the heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong shouted loudly, "The world has fallen, and the heavens have cut off the path of martial arts. Today, I, Yi Tianzong, carry the will of all living beings of Howren, with the heaven and earth Howren righteousness as my sword, I will break the seals, and continue the path of martial arts." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianzong infused the Howren righteousness in his body into the boundless godly sword. Then, he performed the first style of the boundless sword technique, A golden sword pillar shot up into the sky, cutting through the barriers of space and directly slashing towards the outermost layer of the sealing chains. The indestructible boundless godly sword that could slash through anything and everything, along with the heaven and earth Howren righteousness, slashed at the chains. Everyone who saw this scene could only hear a ding sound. The boundless godly sword did not disappoint as it cut through the outermost layer of the black chains. The broken black chains turned into energy and disappeared between the heaven and earth. At the same time, after the black chains disappeared, everyone in the profound spirit world felt as if a layer of shackles had been removed from their bodies and souls, and they became much more relaxed. All the martial artists felt that their cultivation had become much easier. As for the martial artists who were hovering around the peak of Wuzong, they had a strange feeling that they could break through to the Marquis Wu realm. However, when they thought about the consequences of their predecessors' breakthroughs, they hesitated, worried about their gains and losses. Before anyone could think of the reason for this phenomenon, an even greater change came. Everyone realized that the plants around them had begun to grow wildly, and the animals had begun to howl towards the sky. The sky had become higher, and the distance between people had increased. The air had become fresher. This was the expansion of the heaven and earth. An unbelievable answer appeared in everyone's hearts. As for the martial artists, they felt that the concentration of origin qi between the heaven and earth had increased by nearly 2 times. Their martial arts cultivation had become smoother, and it had become easier to break through to the next realm. Wu Zongjing could also break through to the Marquis Wu realm. The mountain ranges of the various sects had also become taller and wider. The spirit herbs that grew there were also growing rapidly, and their medicinal efficacy was even more abundant. As the source of all this, the entire Howren sword sect's territory had expanded by 3 times. The area of the Howren mountain range had also expanded to a radius of 1,500 li. Tian Gang Peak had also risen by several hundred zhong. The originally crowded buildings and courtyards on the mountain peak had become somewhat sparse due to the expansion of Tian Gang Peak. Outside Howren City, Yi Tianzong calmly looked at the changes in the heaven and earth. He was somewhat happy in his heart. His plan had succeeded. It seemed that his method was correct. In the future, the development of the Howren sword sect would be on the fast track. The Howren sword sect had also taken the first step towards becoming a holy land. The changes in the heaven and earth didn't last for a long time. In less than an hour, the expansion of the heaven and earth had come to an end. Yi Tianzong looked up at the sky. At this moment, the black clouds that had covered the surrounding 100 li had already disappeared. The sky was clear and cloudless. The feedback of the heaven and earth should be arriving soon. Yi Tianzong used his true essence to transmit a message to all the people of the Howren sword sect within a radius of 10 li. He said, "Hurry up and restore yourselves. Quietly wait for the feedback of the heaven and earth." Chapter 66. After receiving Yi Tianzong's reminder, all the Howren sword sect members sat cross-legged on the ground under the doubtful gazes of the other sects in the distance, as if they were waiting for something. Just as these people were thinking about the Howren sword sect's actions, a dark green glow suddenly appeared in the sky. The dark green glow seemed to have come from the 9th heaven and gathered into a cloud. Then, the cloud turned into countless light balls of various sizes and landed on every member of the Howren sword sect. The light ball that landed on Yi Tianzong's body was the largest, with a diameter of about 1 foot. At the same time, in other places of the Howren sword sect, those who participated in reciting the Howren Song of Righteousness also had tiny light balls landing on their bodies. These light balls of different sizes condensed into light balls. Once they entered people's bodies, they immediately produced an effect that made everyone happy. Those ordinary people who absorbed the tiny light balls became healthier and stronger. Those warriors who absorbed the light balls all showed signs of a breakthrough. This was the heaven and earth feedback that those who participated in breaking the seal of heaven and earth had received. These light balls were formed from the origin energy that dissipated from the heaven and earth. They were very pure and did not have any side effects. The people of the Howren sword sect outside of Howren City, as the initiators of breaking the seal of heaven and earth and taking most of the credit, naturally received a greater harvest. Because they already had a more advanced martial arts cultivation method, all the peak elders of the Howren sword sect in Wuzong smoothly broke through their bottlenecks under the pure energy of the heaven and earth feedback. They condensed their martial Dao Shen core and became new experts of the Marquis Wu. Because of this, The Haoran sword sect also gained 50 experts of the early stage of the Marquis Wu. Yi Haoran, Ling Xinyu, and other members of Yi Tianzong's family directly broke through to the peak of the middle stage of the Marquis Wu realm. As long as they consolidated, they could break through to the late stage of the Marquis Wu realm at any time. Yi Tianzong, who received the most heaven and earth feedback, broke through to the late stage of the Marquis Wu realm. Yi Tianzong's foundation were far from what Yi Haoran and the others could compare with. The amount of energy that he needed to absorb for each breakthrough was more than 10 times more than Yi Haoran and the others. To be able to break through from the early stage of the Marquis Wu realm to the late stage of the Marquis Wu realm with the help of the heaven and earth feedback. To be able to break through from the early stage of the Marquis Wu realm to the late stage of the Marquis Wu realm without any side effects, to the late stage of the Marquis Wu realm was heaven's heaven and earth realm, the heaven's feedback. What's more, compared to the energy of the heaven and earth feedback that allowed everyone to break through their martial arts cultivation, Yi Tianzong valued more that the energy of the heaven and earth feedback would subtly improve the potential of the warriors when it was absorbed by them. More importantly, this time the seal of heaven and earth was broken within the territory of the Haoran sword sect. Therefore, no matter what, the Haoran sword sect would receive the blessings of the heaven and earth. Even if it was only a small blessing, from now on, the Haoran sword sect would receive more blessings as they continued to break the seal of heaven and earth. More geniuses and talents would be born within the territory of the Haoran sword sect, which was a very powerful prerequisite for the future development of the Haoran sword sect. Other than Yi Tianzong's family, although the martial arts cultivation of Yi Qingxian and the other 12 people who came out of the secret realm did not improve, the power of the heaven and earth feedback made up for the damage to their foundation caused by the deep sleep in the ice coffin. Their originally decaying bodies were filled with vitality again, and they had the opportunity to break through to a higher realm. As for those who were in the late stage of the Wuzong realm, they broke through to the peak of the Wuzong realm, while those in the middle stage of the Wuzong realm broke through to the late stage of the Wuzong realm, and so on. All the disciples and elders outside the city of Haoran had broken through to at least one small realm in their martial arts cultivation. Even those with excellent aptitude and profound accumulation had broken through to 2 small realms. The disciples who were at the peak of a large realm had broken through to the next large realm. In less than a day, the strength of the Haoran sword sect had increased by several times. Not to mention the disciples below the Wuzong realm, just the number of disciples who had advanced from the peak of the Wu Ling realm to the early stage of the Haoran realm was no less than 10,000. The Haoran sword sect had also gained 10,000 strong cultivators in the early stage of the Wuzong realm. In the current profound spirit world, other than the Zhou dynasty, which other force could have 10,000 strong cultivators in the Wuzong realm? The Lingyun Hall and the Sky Demon Temple were super sects that had existed for more than 100,000 years. Their strength was unfathomable, but it was impossible for them to have 10,000 strong cultivators in the Wuzongjing realm. It could be said that although the Haoran sword sect did not have any subordinate forces in the Central Plains, its overall strength had already surpassed any super sect. It had become a super overlord that was second only to the Zhou dynasty. It was no longer afraid of being targeted by any other forces. Even if the Zhou dynasty was afraid of the Haoran sword sect's strength, the consequences of starting a war with the Haoran sword sect and whether or not other super sects would take advantage of the situation. Just based on the fact that the Haoran sword sect had broken the seal of heaven and earth and opened a new path for all the martial artists in the world, the Zhou dynasty would not act blindly without thinking. Since the Haoran sword sect was able to break the seal of heaven and earth once, it was very likely that they would be able to break the seal of heaven and earth a second time. Before obtaining the method to break the seal of heaven and earth from the Haoran sword sect and having the confidence to break the seal of heaven and earth, any sect, force, and the Zhou dynasty would not act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, they would be destroying their own future and becoming enemies with all the martial artists in the world. While the people of the Haoran sword sect were experiencing the joy of breaking through their strength, the people of the various forces, who had been watching from the beginning to the end, were feeling rather unbalanced. Everyone was so envious of the great opportunity that the Haoran sword sect had obtained this time that they were about to go crazy. They were jealous and hated that they were not the ones who had obtained this opportunity. Seeing that the people of the Howran sword sect had all broken through and their overall strength had increased by several times, the various forces, who were originally afraid of the Howran sword sect's strength, became even more dissatisfied. Although they were very afraid and dissatisfied of the Howran sword sect in their hearts and were crazily jealous of this great opportunity, the people of the various sects did not lose their minds and say anything overboard. Today was different from yesterday. In just one day, the Howran sword sect's strength had become much stronger. In the past, the Howran sword sect had dared to use violence to intimidate them. Now that their strength had increased greatly, they would not be afraid of their sects. If they did or said anything unpleasant and angered the Howran sword sect, they would really be in deep trouble. On the other hand, the Howran sword sect, who had completed their plan and calmed down from their joy of breaking through, began to retreat to Howran City in an orderly manner under Yi Qianzong's orders. Furthermore, most of the Howran disciples returned to Qiangang Peak and resumed their normal lives. At the same time, they sent out a signal to inform the tens of millions of people who were still sitting according to the 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation to return to their homes. The city lords of the various cities were in charge of handling the aftermath. As for the people from the various sects and forces who had been spectators, they were once again invited back to Howran City by the Howran sword sect. They were told to wait for a few days as the Howran sword sect had other matters to announce. In order to avoid any accidents, these people from the various sects and forces did not use their dedicated messenger eagles to report on what they had experienced in the Howran sword sect. Anyway, there was no harm in it. They had been away for such a long time, so a few more days was not a big deal. They might as well see what other trouble the Howran sword sect could come up with. Moreover, even if the Howran sword sect did not say anything, these people had no intention of leaving now. The Howran sword sect had not obtained the method to break through the seal on heaven and earth, so how could they return empty-handed? Chapter 67. Just after the people of the various clans and forces waited in Howran City for 2 days, the people of the Howran Sword Clan invited the important figures of the various clans and teams to the City Lord's mansion of Howran City. In a spacious courtyard of the City Lord mansion, Yi Qianzong, Yi Howran, Yi Haoyun, Zi Yunxian, and the various palace masters of the Howran sword sect were all present. The people of the various sects were also led by the disciples of the Howran sword sect to the courtyard. After waiting for the important figures of the various sects and the Zhu dynasty to arrive, Yi Howran, as the sect master of the Howran sword sect, opened his mouth and said, "Since everyone is here, in order to not waste everyone's time, I will not waste any more time. Today, I have invited everyone here because there are 2 things that I need to announce to the various sects. First, from today onwards, our Howran sword sect will change its name to Howranjan sect. We will no longer use the name of the Howran sword sect. The second thing is that from today onwards, the Xian Nu temple will join our Howranjan sect and become a member of our Howranjan sect. For this matter, the palace master of Xian Nu temple can prove that our Howranjan sect did not force them to do anything." After Yi Howran finished speaking, Zi Yunxian immediately stood up and announced that in order to protect the disciples of the Xian Nu temple, the Xian Nu temple willingly joined the Howranjan sect and was not forced to do so. The first thing that Yi Howran announced on behalf of the Howranjan sect didn't cause any waves. It was just changing the name of the sect. For the various sects, it wasn't anything important. Not to mention the Howranjan sect, even if you changed your name to Howran Divine sect or Howran Sky sect, they wouldn't care. As long as you dare to change your name, we will dare to call you whatever name you want. However, the second thing about the Xian Nu temple joining the Howranjan sect was something that the various sects, including the people of the Zhu dynasty, were not willing to do. Originally, the Howranjan sect had expanded its territory to a radius of 4,000 li. It was bigger than any other super sects. However, there was a reason for this, so the various sects could only pinch their noses and accept it. Moreover, after the expansion of heaven and earth, all the sects' territories would also expand. The Zhu dynasty's territory would be even bigger. At that time, they wouldn't have the time to care about the territories that the various sects had expanded. However, in this world, there was no shortage of resources but inequality. The Howranjan sect was an exception. Originally, the territory that they ruled was bigger than the other super sects. After the expansion of heaven and earth, the territory that they ruled would only be bigger than the other super sects. This had already reached the bottom line of the various sects' tolerance. Now that the Hao Ranjun sect had unexpectedly gained an inch and wanted a foot by merging with the Xian Nu Temple, then the territory that the Xian Nu Temple originally occupied would definitely become the territory of the Hao Ranjun sect. This had completely broken the bottom line of the various sects. Regardless of whether the Xian Nu Temple was willing or not, all the sects that were originally afraid of the Hao Ranjun sect's strength and were dissatisfied, including the Zhou dynasty, couldn't tolerate it anymore. They absolutely wouldn't let the Hao Ranjun sect continue to expand. This was especially true for the people of the Demon Sword sect, Shura sect, and Zhunbu Gate, who were right next to the Hao Ranjun sect and the Xian Nu Temple. They were the most nervous and uneasy. The more powerful the Hao Ranjun sect was, the more dangerous it would be for them. Therefore, they didn't care about the consequences of being targeted by the Hao Ranjun sect. They immediately stood up and expressed their opposition to the Xian Nu Temple joining the Hao Ranjun sect. With the Demon Sword sect, Shura sect, and Zhunbu Gate acting as the vanguard, all the other sects and forces also opened their mouths to express their opposition. Regarding this, Yi Haoran didn't have any angry expression. He just smiled faintly and then released a powerful aura to suppress the people of the various sects. He calmed them down and said calmly, "The Xian Nu Temple joining the Hao Ranjun sect is a foregone conclusion. This is a matter between our two sects and has nothing to do with you. Today, I'm just informing you. Your opinions have no meaning to our two sects." As soon as Yi Haoran's words came out, the people of the various sects and forces immediately exploded with anger. This was clearly looking down on them and treating them like air. Fortunately, although these people were extremely angry, they still remembered that this was not a place where they could behave atrociously. If they made a mistake, they would end up like the Lingyun Hall, the Sky Demon Temple, and the other sects and forces a few days ago. Therefore, each of them was so angry that they wanted to kill the people of the Hao Ranjun sect. However, they had no choice but to suppress their urge to go berserk and stare angrily at Yi Haoran and the others. Looking at these people who looked like they were about to die from anger but had no choice but to forcefully endure it, the people of the Hao Ranjun sect were in an extremely good mood. However, the people of the other sects and forces could endure and remain silent. As the representatives of the Zhou dynasty, the great Zhou crown prince and the others couldn't remain silent. Seeing that the people of the various sects and forces were defeated, the Hao Ranjun sect was about to become stronger. As the indisputable strongest overlord in the Central Plains, the Zhou dynasty had to show the majesty and attitude of the strongest overlord in this kind of situation. The great Zhou crown prince, who had no choice but to speak up, said with an ugly expression, "Sect leader Yi, the Zhou dynasty is the indisputable overlord of the Central Plains. On behalf of the Zhou dynasty, I don't agree with the Xian Nu Temple merging with the Hao Ranjun sect. Do you want to go against the wishes of the Zhou dynasty and become enemies with us?" As soon as the great Zhou crown prince said this, the eyes of the people of the other sects and forces lit up. They had never felt that the Zhou dynasty was so pleasing to the eye. That's right, why are we so anxious? The one who should be the most anxious should be the Zhou dynasty. Sects and dynasties were natural enemies. The strength and influence of the Hao Ranjun sect had increased rapidly. The last thing they wanted to see was the Zhou dynasty. Letting the Zhou dynasty take the lead in suppressing the Hao Ranjun sect while the other sects and forces add fuel to the fire behind them was the correct way to open up the situation. They were really anxious and lost their sense of propriety. They almost let the Zhou dynasty take advantage of them. Hearing the great Zhou crown prince's words, Yi Haoran's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Tianzong spoke first. Yi Tianzong was sitting next to Yi Haoran, but everyone in the courtyard unconsciously ignored Yi Tianzong's existence. This was not because the various forces were afraid of Yi Tianzong, but because of Yi Tianzong himself. Yi Tianzong displayed the power of his primordial spirit, causing everyone who saw Yi Tianzong to subconsciously ignore his existence. Yi Tianzong's sudden words shocked everyone present. Only then did they realize the existence of Yi Tianzong. Then, they developed a strong fear and respect for Yi Tianzong's methods. Yi Tianzong was expressionless and said coldly, The Xian Nu Temple's incorporation into the Hao Ranzhen sect is unchangeable. It does not need the recognition of any forces. Whether the Zhou dynasty agrees or not, the result will not change. If the Zhou dynasty views the Hao Ranzhen sect as an enemy, the Hao Ranzhen sect will accompany them to the end. Hearing Yi Tianzong's unquestionable words, the great Zhou crown prince and the others were furious. Just as they were about to rebuke him, a supreme power that could suppress heaven and earth suddenly erupted from Yi Tianzong's body. The vast power descended on all the forces in the courtyard, suppressing everyone's body and vital essence. Not to mention speaking, they could only look straight at Yi Tianzong. Just as everyone's hearts were filled with fear and panic, Yi Tianzong stared at the great Zhou crown prince and the others and said calmly, although the Hao Ranzhen sect is not as powerful as the Zhou dynasty, let's not talk about whether the Zhou dynasty can ignore the threat of the other three countries and fight against the Hao Ranzhen sect. Even without the threat of the other three countries, we can only defeat Marquis Wu today. My current strength is invincible. Marquis Wu at his peak is just an ant in my eyes. Even King Wu can't take more than 100 moves. If the Zhou dynasty attacks the Hao Ranzhen sect, then I will kill all the higher-ups of the Zhou dynasty and start a massacre in the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. Without a leader, the Zhou dynasty will soon fall apart. If you don't believe me, you can try. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he withdrew his power. The people of the major forces regained their freedom. They clenched their fists and forced themselves to remain calm in their sitting positions. After checking the condition of their bodies, they found that they could still freely mobilize their own power. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a deep fear of Yi Tianzong rose in their hearts. They had not experienced the state of being powerless to resist, unable to call for help, and unable to control their own life and death. They could not understand how terrifying it was. They could not understand how Yi Tianzong could do such a thing just by using his power. Chapter 68. Everyone held their breaths and remained silent. Even the great Zhou crown prince, the third prince, Princess Lianyue, and the imperial commander, who had been threatened by Yi Tianzong earlier, fell silent. They no longer looked as furious as before, nor did they display the arrogance of a member of the Zhou dynasty. They were truly frightened by Yi Tianzong. H, a bunch of ignorant weaklings. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think you're something, Yi Tianzong thought to himself as he looked at the silent people in front of him. Now that the strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect had increased by several times, they no longer had to look at the faces of other powers, including the Zhou dynasty. In the past, the Zhou dynasty wasn't clear about the strength of the Haoran sword sect, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Yi Tianzong and the Haoran sword sect also didn't need to go against the Zhou dynasty. Once these people returned, the strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect would be exposed to the world. They would definitely be targeted and feared by other powers. The Hao Ranzhen sect wouldn't even be in their eyes. Only the Zhou dynasty, the strongest power in the Central Plains, was feared by the Hao Ranzhen sect. Currently, the overall strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect was much weaker than the Zhou dynasty. However, just as Yi Tianzong had said, the advantage of the Hao Ranzhen sect was that Yi Tianzong possessed invincible strength. As long as the Zhou dynasty dared to attack the Hao Ranzhen sect, he would dare to eliminate all the higher-ups of the Zhou dynasty. He would even go on a killing spree in the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. This was also the reason why the Hao Ranzhen sect had become so high-profile and fearless. While Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranzhen sect were deep in thought, the people of all the forces continued to remain silent. The terrifying experience and Yi Tianzong's methods had made them realize the nature and cruelty of the world of warriors. They had no confidence to refute Yi Tianzong's words. It seemed that Yi Tianzong was only threatening the Zhou dynasty, but in fact, he was also threatening them. No one doubted whether Yi Tianzong could do it. Seeing that these people were silent, Yi Tianzong didn't care about their feelings and continued, "When you go back, tell your respective forces that if you want to obtain the method to break the seal of heaven and earth, then come back with sincerity in a year's time. Spiritual herbs, weapons, rare treasures, anything is fine. Tell whoever has enough sincerity. The Hao Ranzhen sect doesn't accept any kind of alliance, and don't even think about joining forces to force the Hao Ranzhen sect. Whoever dares to do so will have to bear the consequences. If there's nothing else, you can go back. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the people of all the forces looked at each other. Although they were unwilling to go back empty-handed, they didn't dare to make a fuss in front of Yi Tianzong. Therefore, under the guidance of Howren's disciples, they walked out of the Castellan mansion one after another and returned to their respective residences. They began to pack up and prepare to return to their respective sects. After the people of all the forces left, Yi Howren said, "Alas, when these people return to their respective sects, the Central Plains will be in turmoil again. Only this time, our Hao Ranjan sect is really standing on the cusp of the storm." Hearing this, Yi Haoyun said, "Big brother, there's no need to sigh. Haven't we already anticipated these consequences? If our Hao Ranjan sect wants to rise, we can't keep a low profile like before. The other forces won't let us grow. If we want to become a holy land, these are the challenges we have to face. Since we've taken this step, we can't stop. There will definitely be more and more severe challenges and bloody storms waiting for us in the future. For our future glory, we can only go on without hesitation." After Yi Haoyun said this, the 9 hall masters of the Hao Ranjan sect, including the administrative, diplomatic, examination, and spiritual plant masters, also expressed that they would advance and retreat together with the sect. For the sake of the sect's rise, they were not afraid of any forces or challenges. Yi Tianzong looked at the atmosphere of unity and high fighting spirit of the Hao Ranjan sect with some satisfaction. He said, "Father, the rise of our Hao Ranjan sect has already begun, and we can't stop it. For those so-called challenges and storms, we just have to deal with them accordingly. It's no big deal. Now, the most urgent thing is to reclassify the disciples of our sect, and rearrange and distribute the positions and affairs of the sect." Hearing this, Yi Howren said solemnly, "Tianzong, what you said makes sense. It's no big deal for us to go through those challenges and storms directly. It's no big deal. Now, the strength of our sect has improved a lot, especially the warriors of Wu Zongjing, who have increased by tens of thousands at one time. It's not appropriate to continue using the previous classification system. The most urgent thing is to reformulate a suitable classification system. Since Tianzong has brought it up, please tell us your idea and we can discuss it with each other." Yi Tianzong did not refuse and said, "Now that we have broken the seal of heaven and earth once, the strength of the sect has increased greatly. Wuzong alone has increased by more than 10,000 people. So, when we break the seal of heaven and earth again in the future, we will still receive the feedback of heaven and earth, and our strength will definitely increase. So, the new classification system this time should meet the needs of at least the next 20 years. So this time, if we want to change it, we have to change it thoroughly." Yi Tianzong paused and continued, "Before the myth realm, martial arts cultivation is divided into basic martial disciple, initial stage martial artist, ascension stage martial artist, transformative stage martial artist, peerless Wu Ling, origin stage Wu Zong, Dan stage martial marquis, defense stage Wu King, profound stage Wu Zun, and celestial being Wu Sheng, a total of 10 levels. The higher the level, the longer it takes to cultivate. Then we will first use profound stage Wu Zun as the boundary. Initial stage martial artist and ascension stage martial artist are outer disciples, transformative stage martial artist and peerless Wu Ling are inner disciples, origin stage Wu Zong is an elite disciple, Dan stage Marquis Wu is a core disciple or a deacon, defense stage Wu King is an elder or a personal disciple, and profound stage Wu Zun is the hall master, sect leader, and Taishang elder. In the next few decades, we will use this classification system to determine the promotion of disciples and elders, as well as the appointment and dismissal of various positions in the sect. In the past, the disciples' levels, the status of elders, and various positions in the sect will remain unchanged. When the classification system is determined, it will be implemented according to the new classification system. After Yi Tianzong proposed the classification system, he continued, "Since we have talked about the classification of the sect, we might as well talk about the other things at once. Everyone should have a foundation first. Tomorrow at the Howren Main Hall, we will gather all the senior members of the sect for a detailed discussion. The second thing is that it is no longer suitable for us to recruit disciples in large numbers at Tiangang Peak every year. In the future, we will recruit disciples once every 2 years. At the same time, the sect also lacks an elimination system. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of each level will not be counted because of the overall movement or other unexpected circumstances. Within a certain period of time, if there is no progress in martial arts cultivation after 3 consecutive assessments, then they will be assigned to a city within the territory to be responsible for protecting the interests of the sect. In addition, we need to build more Howran villas outside the sect's territory. With each Howran villas as a base, we will radiate our influence outwards. At the same time, we will select outstanding disciples from these villas to become official disciples of the sect. The third thing is that the world has expanded. Our sect's territory has also expanded by a lot. Next, we will need to continue to encourage the people within the territory to have more children. We will also need to increase the strength of the inspection and supervision of the territory. The fourth thing is that the various departments of the sect need to nurture more people, especially the 100 Herb Hall, Formation Tool Hall, and Spirit Plant Hall. Our sect's future development will require large amounts of pills, weapons, and spirit herbs. From now on, you will need to pay attention to nurturing more talents to avoid a situation where there will not be enough people. The last thing is not urgent. It is mainly related to the matter of breaking the world's seal a year later, as well as the time when we will break the seal next time. We will talk about this in the future. For now, there is no need to rush to a conclusion. That's all for now. Is there anything else that you have thought of? After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he looked at the others and asked. Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the other 9 hall masters all bowed their heads and thought for a while. For now, they could not think of anything else to add. So Yi Haoran said, since there is nothing else for now, then let's do it like this. You hall masters go back and think about the things that Tianzong said. The administrative hall will sort out these things and inform all the senior members who are qualified to participate in the meeting in the Howran Hall. Tomorrow, we will discuss it in detail. After Yi Haoran said so, the administrative hall, the examination hall, and the other hall masters all nodded and then left the yard to do their own things. Chapter 69. In the following days, the higher-ups of Howranjan's sect discussed the matters mentioned by Yi Tianzong. At the same time, they added an important matter, which was to settle the score with Zhenbu Gate. During the war between the righteous and the devil, Howranjan's sect didn't retaliate against Zhenbu Gate because they didn't have enough people and didn't want to cause too many casualties. Whether it was in the past or now, or even in the future, the 3 supersects, Demon Sword Sect, Shura Gate, and Zhenbu Gate, were enemies with Howranjan's sect and Xian Nu Temple. In the past thousands of years, there were countless conflicts and grudges between the 2 sides. During the war between the righteous and the devil, because Zhenbu Gate didn't lose too much strength and they were already prepared, in order to avoid too many casualties, Howranjan's sect only retaliated against Demon Sword Sect and Shura Gate and let Zhenbu Gate go. However, Howranjan's sect didn't forget and didn't give up on revenge against Zhenbu Gate. They always secretly collected information about Zhenbu Gate. After the war between the righteous and the devil, Howranjan's sect merged with Xian Nu Temple. In addition, they recruited a large number of disciples and now had more than 1.5 million disciples. Especially after breaking the seal of heaven and earth, their overall strength increased several times. Moreover, the world expanded and the other sects didn't have time to care about it. It was the best time to settle the score with Zhenbu Gate. For these matters, the higher-ups of Howranjan's sect formulated corresponding measures and plans. Then, they began to officially implement them within the Howranjan sect and the areas under its rule. At the same time, they secretly mobilized 700,000 Howran disciples and 3,000 Wu Zongjing experts to go to Linju City, which was adjacent to Zhenbu Gate. They temporarily settled down and waited for the assembly to be completed before taking action. While the Howranjan sect was carrying out its plan, the various sects and forces that had left Howran City were rushing back to their sects. After the first layer of the Heaven and Earth seal was broken by the Howranjan sect, the Heaven and Earth expanded, and the area of the entire Central Plains expanded several times. Although there were not many changes to the overall terrain, there were many more roads that were not there before. In addition, such a big incident had happened, and none of the forces knew about it. In order to rush back to their respective headquarters as soon as possible and make preparations for the future, all the forces ate and slept in the open, hoping to get back as quickly as possible. On the second night after leaving Howran City, the Crown Prince, the third prince, Princess Lianue, and the imperial commander of the Zhou dynasty once again gathered together. The atmosphere was somewhat stifling. The third prince, who had a straightforward temper, broke the stifling atmosphere and said, "I really did not expect that so many things would happen on this trip. The Howranjan sect is really generous. They actually broke the Heaven and Earth seal and used the feedback of the Heaven and Earth to greatly increase their strength. I do not know how they learned of these secrets. Also, that young master of the Howranjan sect is really unpredictable. If it were not for him, the Howranjan sect would not have been able to break the Heaven and Earth seal so smoothly. Big brother, the Howranjan sect's attitude is so presumptuous. When we return to the royal city, how should we explain this to father?" The third prince looked at the crown prince and asked. Hearing the third prince's words, Princess Lianue and the imperial commander of the great Zhou dynasty also looked at the crown prince. At this moment, the crown prince calmly said, "What else can we say? Just say what happened as it is. There is no need to exaggerate. Our Zhou dynasty and those sects are natural enemies. You have all seen the Howranjan sect's current strength. Even the unfathomable Lingyun Hall and the Sky Demon Temple might not be able to compare. In our world of martial artists, strength is respected. The Howranjan sect has become stronger, so they will definitely seek more rights to speak. When father and the others know about this, they will naturally deal with the Howranjan sect. The only thing I am worried about is the young master of the Howranjan sect. This person's strength is simply unfathomable. In the past, we were both prodigies on the prodigy ranking. I did not expect that there would be such a huge difference. Just as he said, based on the strength he displayed when he broke the seal of heaven and earth, an ordinary peak Marquis Wu would not be a match for him. If we have a conflict with the Howranjan sect, this person will be an extremely dangerous and unstable factor." The crown prince's objective, calm, and emotionless answer satisfied the third prince, Princess Lianue, and the imperial commander of the great Zhou dynasty. As the crown prince of the Zhou dynasty, other than the necessary tactics, one of the most important qualities was to be able to face everything objectively and calmly. He could not act impulsively according to his own preferences. At this moment, Princess Lianue said, "When the time comes, how to deal with the Howranjan sect will naturally be discussed by Imperial Father and the other important ministers. What I care more about is that the environment of heaven and earth has become better, and cultivation has become easier. I want to break through Wuzong and become Marquis Wu as soon as possible. Although we will obtain the method to break the seal of heaven and earth from the Howranjan sect a year later, who knows when the seal will be broken again, and who will it be?" As Princess Lianue spoke, she stood up, revealing her beautiful figure. Then she said, "I will not worry about these complicated matters. Imperial brother, if there is nothing else, I will return." After speaking, Princess Lianue walked out of the tent and left. Looking at Princess Lianue's departing figure, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty narrowed his eyes and said, "Lianue's martial aptitude is outstanding among Imperial Father's many children. She is a good match for the Howranjan sect's young sect master." Hearing this, the third prince said, "Unfortunately, the Howranjan sect's young sect master has clearly stated that he will not accept any form of alliance. According to what we have seen and heard in Howran City, the Howran young sect master has absolute authority in the Howranjan sect. Since he has said this, he will not accept marriage. However, we can still give it a try. No matter what, our Zhou dynasty will always be the strongest ruler of the Central Plains." The third prince's words were indeed reasonable, but he deliberately ignored the fact that the Zhou dynasty's internal strength was somewhat lacking. Regarding this, the third prince, the crown prince, and the silent imperial commander all had a tacit understanding. After hearing this, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty smiled faintly. Then he said to the imperial commander, "Commander Wang, with the changes in the world, the journey back to the imperial city will be filled with twists and turns. We will need the commander to be more careful. We will return to the imperial city as quickly as possible so that our dynasty can make preparations. Commander Wang bowed and said, "Rest assured, Crown Prince. I will ensure that we will return to the imperial city smoothly. It is already late, so I will take my leave. Crown Prince, please rest early." After speaking, Commander Wang walked out of the tent and left. After Commander Wang left, the third prince, who had nothing else to do, also left. Everyone went to rest and continued their journey the next day. Coincidentally, similar to the Zhou dynasty's team, the teams from the other sects also had similar conversations. Their goal was none other than to rush back to their sects as quickly as possible to make preparations. Just as these various forces were rushing back to their respective headquarters, the news of the Hao Ranjun sect changing the name of the sect, merging with the Xian Nu temple, breaking the seal of the world, and continuing the path of martial arts was spread through the channels of Tiangang Pavilion. Once the news was out, it shocked everyone. The first reaction of the cultivators and forces who received the news was that it was impossible. How could the Hao Ranjun sect have the ability and strength to do so? It was only after repeated confirmation that the Tiangang Pavilion also spread the news that all the first-rate forces and forces, as well as the Zhou dynasty, had been invited to watch the entire process and were on their way back that everyone had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 70. After the news of Hao Ranjun's sect breaking the seal of heaven and earth spread, all the martial artists and forces had different reactions. Some were grateful, some were praising, some were disdainful, some were hostile, some were indifferent, and there were even all kinds of conspiracy theories. There were all kinds of opinions, and so on and so forth. Hao Ranjun's sect didn't have the time to pay attention to these, but they did instruct Tiangang Building to pay attention to those martial artists and forces that were hostile to them. Once Hao Ranjun's sect was free, they would issue a mission to the disciples of Hao Ranjun's sect to eliminate these hostile martial artists and forces. Yi Tianzong's personality was to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He believed in eliminating all enemies and dangers while they were still in the bud. He would never let go of anyone who was hostile to him, even if that person was ignorant. In front of Yi Tianzong, he was just an ant. In the past, Yi Tianzong would always hear a similar saying, that an elephant wouldn't care about the provocation of an ant, and that a true expert wouldn't bother to deal with the weak. In any case, it was those weak or ignorant ants who provoked the strong. The strong would also disdain and be too lazy to teach them a lesson. Yi Tianzong expressed that this saying wouldn't work on him. As long as someone was hostile to him and became his enemy, it didn't matter if they were an ant or an expert. As long as he could eliminate them, he wouldn't let them go. Rather than waiting for the enemy to become stronger before killing them, which would be more challenging and meaningful, Yi Tianzong believed in eliminating all enemies while they were still in the bud. He didn't have to worry about the consequences of his cultivation. In the process of cultivation, he would encounter many challenges and calamities. Yi Tianzong didn't have the mood and energy to be patient with those weak enemies. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Hao Ranjun's sect was already on the right track under the new regulations and measures. The 700,000 Haoran disciples and 3,000 Wuzong experts had also been secretly deployed in Linju City. In order to deal with Zhenbu Gate, in addition to the 700,000 Haoran disciples and 3,000 Wuzong experts, Hao Ranjun's sect also sent out more than 40 Marquis Wu experts to deal with Zhenbu Gate. Among the 25 new Marquis Wu experts, Lin Qingxian and the other 12 people who had long wanted to exercise their muscles all took action. There was also Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, Yi Haoyun, and Zi Yunxian. In total, there were 43 Marquis Wu experts. It was obvious that Yi Tianzong was protecting these people to deal with the King Wu experts that might appear in Zhenbu Gate. With such a tyrannical lineup, even Yi Haoran felt that it was too much of a bully. No matter how strong Zhenbu Gate was, at most, there were only a few hundred Wuzong experts. Compared to 3,100, it was a far cry. The number of official disciples was only around 300,000. Compared to 600,000, it was also a far cry. Even if all the Marquis Wu experts in the secret territory were invited, how many people would there be? Hao Ranzhen's sect had sent out 43 Marquis Wu experts. Moreover, there was also Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, Yi Haoyun, and Zi Yunxian. These 6 super experts couldn't be judged by common sense. If Zhenbu Gate didn't deal with this guy well, they might be finished. However, Yi Haoran didn't have any intention of being soft-hearted. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave as the sect leader, he would have personally gone up to deal with Zhenbu Gate. Unlike when Yi Yuanshan was the sect leader of Hao Ranzhen's sect, when Yi Haoran was the sect leader, he faced more pressure from Zhenbu Gate. In his heart, Zhenbu Gate was on the same level as his mortal enemy, the Devil Sword sect. Now that the Devil Sword sect was half dead, only Zhenbu Gate was left as an eyesore. Especially when he announced that the Xian Enyu temple would be merged into the Hao Ranzhen sect a few days ago, Zhenbu Gate recklessly came out and expressed their opposition. Yi Haoran had long wanted to eliminate Zhenbu Gate. On this day, 700,000 Haoran disciples and 3,000 Wuzong disciples had gathered in Linju City. Under the leadership of Yi Tianzong and the other 6 people, as well as Marquis Wu, they crossed the border and entered the territory ruled by Zhenbu Gate. Since the war between the Righteous and Devil Sword sects 5 years ago, Hao Ranzhen's sect had been collecting information on Zhenbu Gate and infiltrating it. Therefore, they had a very clear understanding of the terrain within Zhenbu Gate's territory. Even when the world changed later on, Hao Ranzhen's sect still immediately understood the situation within Zhenbu Gate's territory. With the support of a large amount of information and secretly planted forces, Hao Ranzhen's sect's army smoothly conquered one city after another. When the headquarters of Zhenbu Gate received the news of Hao Ranzhen's sect's attack, they were also nervous and at a loss for what to do. Things were different now. In the past, they didn't know the strength of Hao Ranzhen's sect, so they could still calmly make arrangements to resist Hao Ranzhen's sect. However, since a few days ago, the true martial sect's vice-sect master and the others had returned and told them everything they had seen in the Haoran Orthodox sect. The current strength of the Haoran Orthodox sect had been exposed. This had caused the true martial sect to panic. They couldn't help but be nervous and afraid. The difference in strength was too big. In the past, Zhenbu Gate relied on their strength to bully Hao Ranzhen's sect and Xian Enyu temple arrogantly and domineeringly. Now that their strength had increased greatly and the other sects had no time to take care of them, it would be strange if Hao Ranzhen's sect didn't ruthlessly seek revenge on them. Sure enough, when they were still panicking and trying to think of countermeasures, Hao Ranzhen's sect's revenge came. According to some of the information they had scouted, an army of more than 700,000 people, not to mention the number of martial great masters inside, there were definitely more than their true martial sect, and there would definitely be martial Marquis experts following them. Although their true martial sect had awakened the martial Marquis realm seniors in the secret realm a few days ago, there were no less than 30 of them. They had even awakened 3 martial king realm seniors at all costs. However, when they thought of Yi Tianzong's strength that the deputy sect leader and the others had told them, they still felt uncertain. However, although they were afraid, it was absolutely impossible for them to give up resistance. Hao Ranzhen's sect wouldn't let them go just because they surrendered. Therefore, Zhenbu Gate's people hurriedly mobilized their forces to resist Hao Ranzhen's sect. However, when Zhenbu Gate's forces were deployed to Zhenwu City for the decisive battle with Hao Ranzhen's sect, they also started the seed plan that they had prepared beforehand. Zhenbu Gate took 30,000 elite disciples and a portion of Zhenbu Gate's higher-ups to hide in the Zhenwu mountain range under the leadership of several Marquis Wu realm seniors. The Zhenwu mountain range was filled with dense vegetation and covered an area of more than 1,000 miles. It would be extremely difficult to find tens of thousands of people hiding in it. While Zhenbu Gate was nervously preparing, the Hao Ranzhen sect's army only took 10 days of steady progress. They cleared out all the martial artists along the way and finally arrived at Zhenwu City. When they arrived outside Zhenwu City, it was already close to evening. Hao Ranzhen's sect began to set up camp outside the city. The next day, there wasn't any unnecessary war of words. After the Hao Ranzhen sect was ready, they immediately launched an attack. Just like when they attacked the Demon Sword sect and the Shura sect, the Hao Ranzhen sect used gunpowder to blow up the city walls and then attacked into Zhenwu City. It was worth mentioning that after breaking through the first layer of the heaven and earth seal, there seemed to be some subtle changes in the laws of heaven and earth. The power of the gunpowder decreased slightly. It could be foreseen that after breaking through a few more layers of the heaven and earth seal, the gunpowder would lose its effect. Therefore, Hao Ranjan's sect directly brought 1/3 of their gunpowder storage to attack Zhenbu Gate. Although the power of the gunpowder was reduced, they still achieved a good effect in terms of quantity. The city walls of Zhenwu City were blown up by a large amount of gunpowder. The Hao Ranjan sect's people took this opportunity to directly attack Zhenwu City and began to fight with the people of Zhenbu Gate in close combat. Due to the lack of time and the fact that they intentionally preserved some of their strength, Zhenbu Gate only managed to gather less than 600,000 people in Zhenwu City. Compared to the 700,000 troops of Hao Ranjan's sect, their overall strength was far inferior. This battle was the first time that the disciples of Hao Ranjan's sect outnumbered their opponents. They didn't feel any pressure at all and the battle was one-sided. The Marquis Wu ancestors that Zhenbu Gate invited from the secret territory were also stopped by the Marquis Wu masters of Hao Ranjan's sect. Chapter 71. On the side of Zhenbu Gate, there were 26 Marquis Wu warriors on the battlefield, all of whom were at least in the middle stage of Marquis Wu. On the side of Hao Ranjan's sect, Yi Qingxian and the other 12 people led 25 Marquis Wu elders to fight against the 26 people of Zhenbu Gate. Because of the martial arts methods and techniques modified by Yi Tianzong, the combat power of all the people of Hao Ranjan's sect was several times stronger than before. Therefore, Yi Qingxian and the other 12 people who had made up for the foundation of Zhenbu Gate were able to hold off 2 Marquis Wu warriors on his own and gain the upper hand. The other 11 people also gained the upper hand in the battle, forcing the people of Zhenbu Gate to retreat step by step. The remaining 13 Marquis Wu warriors of Zhenbu Gate who were at the middle stage were being held off by the 25 Marquis Wu warriors of Hao Ranjan's sect who were at the early stage. Almost 2-1, they also gained the upper hand in the battle. Only one Marquis Wu who was at the early stage was fighting against a Marquis Wu who was at the middle stage of Zhenbu Gate. They were evenly matched. In the battle between Marquis Wu warriors, Zhenbu Gate was in a disadvantageous situation, but there were no casualties for the time being. However, in the battle between Wu Zongjing and Wu Zongjing, Zhenbu Gate suffered heavy casualties. Hao Ranjan's sect had a total of 3,000 Wu Zongs, which was more than 9 times the number of Wu Zongs of Zhenbu Gate. Zhenbu Gate was completely unable to resist the attack of Hao Ranjan's sect. In less than 2 hours, Hao Ranjan's sect had captured more than half of Zhenbu Gate and killed more than 300,000 people of Zhenbu Gate. Faced with such a bad situation, the 3 Wu King warriors of Zhenbu Gate at the rear could no longer sit still and appeared on the battlefield one after another. The 3 Wu King warriors of Zhenbu Gate wanted to intervene in the battle between Marquis Wu warriors and kill the Marquis Wu warriors of Hao Ranjan's sect. However, Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoyun, and the other 4 people who had been waiting for a long time appeared immediately and intercepted the 3 Wu King warriors of Wu. Yi Tianzong stood on the side and did not make a move. Although Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoyun, and the other 4 people were only at the peak of the middle stage of Marquis Wu, their strength had long surpassed the limit of ordinary Marquis Wu warriors and had just stepped into the threshold of Wu King realm. In particular, Ling Xinyu had a special body constitution. Because of the changes in the world, it had shown signs of being activated and her foundation were getting deeper and deeper. Moreover, she was Yi Tianzong's wife. After all these years, she had long become the second strongest warrior of Hao Ranjan's sect, leaving Yi Tianzong and the others behind. Ling Xinyu fought a Wu King warrior of the middle stage alone. Yi Yuanshan and Li Qingya fought a Wu King warrior of the early stage. Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxian fought a Wu King warrior of the early stage. The 3 Wu King warriors of Zhenbu Gate looked gloomy when Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, and the other 4 people appeared. Sure enough, the Hao Ranjan sect was also prepared. After waking up from the secret land for so many days, they had a general understanding of the strength of the Hao Ranjan sect. Therefore, when they saw Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, and the other 4 people who were only at the middle stage of Marquis Wu intercepting them, they did not dare to be careless even though they also thought that the people of Hao Ranjan's sect were arrogant. Since they dared to intercept them with such a big gap between their realms, they were either idiots or thought that they were strong enough. Obviously, those who could cultivate to the Marquis Wu realm were not idiots. As the battle began, the 3 Wu King warriors of Zhenbu Gate, Ling Xinyu, and the other 4 people realized that the other party was a strong opponent, so they all fought with all their strength. The 2 sides fought fiercely in mid-air, creating a huge commotion. Yi Tianzong watched from the side as Ling Xinyu and the other 4 people fought with the Wu King warriors of Zhenbu Gate. The battle was evenly matched, which was within his expectations. Although the divine martial heavenly skill was incomparably marvelous, and Yi Yuanshan, Ling Xinyu, and the others were much stronger than ordinary people after practicing it, and their strength had also increased by dozens of times, it was already a good performance to be able to fight against the early stage of Marquis Wu as a middle stage Marquis Wu. Unless they had a special constitution like Ling Xinyu, facing the early stage of King Wu was the limit of what Yi Yuanshan and the others could do at the early stage of Marquis Wu. The Wu King realm was a watershed, and it was also an important realm for all warriors to show off their foundation and strength, as well as to establish the foundation for their future path of cultivation. After a warrior cultivated to the Wu King realm, he needed to open up the acupoints in his body. Because of the different rules of the world, the physiques of the people in each world were different, and the number of acupoints hidden in the body was also different. Like the profound spirit world, which was close to the level of the Great Thousand Worlds at its peak, the number of acupuncture points in the human martial artists' bodies was at most 10,800. In the Great Thousand Worlds, the number of acupuncture points in the human martial artists' bodies was 36,500. And human warriors who had the foundation of the Heaven's Pride realm all had 129,600 acupoints. In the current profound spirit world, a normal Wu King realm warrior could open up 108 acupoints. Talented warriors could open up 365 acupoints, and at most, open up 1080 acupoints. It was not that they could not open up more acupoints, but that without enough foundation, the body could not bear the pressure of opening more acupoints. Unless one had a special physique, it was very dangerous to forcefully open up more acupoints than the body could bear. Actually, fundamentally speaking, a warrior with a special physique would have a higher life force and foundation than a normal warrior without a special physique. It would be easier for them to open up their acupoints than normal people, and the range of pressure they could bear to open up their acupoints would be greater. Actually, after cultivating the divine martial heavenly technique to a certain level, one could gradually cultivate a special physique. But the current environment of the profound spirit world did not allow for it, so Yi Tianzong could only think of another way after this battle. In the Wu King realm, every time one opened up an acupoint, it was like adding a mini Dan Tian. At the same time, after opening up an acupoint, the warrior could directly absorb heaven and earth origin qi from the outside world through the opened acupoints, increasing the speed of cultivation. It was conceivable that the more acupoints one opened, the stronger the potential and strength of the warrior. And the speed of cultivation would not slow down because of the more acupoints one opened. Therefore, the difference in strength between the Wu King realm was greater than any other realm. Moreover, the strength of the Wu King realm was far greater than that of the Marquis Wu realm. What was a Wu King, a king of martial arts, above the Marquis? It was not easy to fight someone of a higher realm. Although Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, and the others could fight against the Wu King realm when they were in the middle stage of the Marquis Wu realm, in fact, the 3 Wu King realms of the Zhenbu Gate realm could not display their peak strength at all. Just like Yi Qingxian and the others, the 3 Wu King realms of the Zhenbu Gate had also slept for a long time in the secret land. They had been eroded by the cold air for a long time, and the foundation of their bodies had been damaged long ago. On the surface, they looked fine, but in fact, they could only display 70% of their peak strength at most. This allowed Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoyun, and the others to take advantage of this loophole. Otherwise, with such a huge gap between the realms, no matter how amazing Ling Xinyu and the others were, they would not be a match for the 3 Wu King realms of the Zhenbu Gate. As time went by, casualties began to appear in the battle at the Marquis Wu realm. The Marquis Wu realms of the Zhenbu Gate realm could not defeat the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect, and were killed by Yi Qingxian and the others one after another. In the battle in the Zhenwu city below, the Hao Ranzhen sect was about to win. There were only a little more than 100,000 people left on the side of the Zhenbu Gate, and they were being hunted down by the people of the Hao Ranjun sect. It would not be long before they were all wiped out by the Hao Ranjun sect. Chapter 72. The battle situation was very unfavorable, and the Haoran Orthodox sect's people were also attacking for a long time without success. The three martial kings of the true martial sect saw that the situation was hopeless, and the idea of retreating arose in their hearts. If they didn't leave now, once the martial Marquis experts on their side were eliminated by the righteous sect, their escape route would be cut off and they wouldn't be able to leave. The three King Wu from Zhenbu Gate, who had made up their minds to retreat, exchanged glances and then began to attack Ling Xinyu and the other four people together. Caught off guard, Ling Xinyu and the other four people were a little flustered. They switched from offense to defense. Just as Ling Xinyu and the other four people switched to defense, the three King Wu from Zhenbu Gate shot up into the sky, intending to leave the battlefield and retreat. Yi Tianzong, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, also noticed the intention of the three King Wu from Zhenbu Gate. It could only be said that the older, the wiser. However, he wouldn't let these three people escape. Just as the three King Wu from Zhenbu Gate shot up into the sky, Yi Tianzong also flashed and appeared above the three Zhenbu Gate people at an even faster speed, blocking their way. Suddenly, they saw a very young person appear above them. The three King Wu from Zhenbu Gate were startled. Then, as if they had thought of something, their faces instantly became very serious. Before the three people could move, Yi Tianzong made his move. He first used the Qian Kuan force field to envelop the three people. The three people from Zhenbu Gate suddenly found it very difficult to move. While they were in the air, Yi Tianzong slapped each of them with his palm. The three people who were attacked by Yi Tianzong were immediately seriously injured and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Then, Yi Tianzong withdrew the Qian Kuan force field. The three King Wu from Zhenbu Gate directly fell from the air to the ground. Their already serious injuries worsened. Then, in order to prevent them from committing suicide, Yi Tianzong directly destroyed their martial cultivation and knocked them out. Yi Tianzong didn't intend to kill these people for the time being. After returning to the sect, he could try to get some secrets about Zhenbu Gate from these people. In particular, Yi Tianzong was very interested in the secret land of Zhenbu Gate. Fortunately, Tianzong, you are here. Otherwise, these people would have escaped. I didn't expect the King Wu realm to be so difficult to deal with, Yi Yuanshan said when he came close. As usual, Ling Xinyu stood directly beside Yi Tianzong, next to Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong reached out and stroked Ling Xinyue's soft black hair. He said, "The King Wu realm is an important watershed in martial cultivation. After sleeping for a long time, these people can only exert 70% of their strength. Otherwise, grandfather, you are no match for them. Let's not talk about this for now. When we return to the sect, I will tell you in detail about the King Wu realm." Yi Tianzong directly captured the experts of King Wu of Zhenbu Gate, which caused serious deterrence and psychological pressure to the people of Zhenbu Gate. For a moment, they were shocked. And the elders of Hao Ranjun sect, Marquis Wu, seized this opportunity to secure the victory. It didn't take long for the experts of Marquis Wu of Zhenbu Gate to be wiped out. None of them escaped. At the same time, the battle in Zhenwu city below was coming to an end. The Hao Ranjun sect was clearing out the remaining tens of thousands of people of Zhenbu Gate. Similarly, it didn't take long for the remaining tens of thousands of people of Zhenbu Gate to be wiped out by the Hao Ranjun sect. The sect leader and deputy sect leader of Zhenbu Gate also failed to escape. The battle was over. In less than 4 hours, the Hao Ranjun sect broke into Zhenwu city and wiped out nearly 600,000 people of Zhenbu Gate. They only suffered less than 1,000 casualties. It could be said that they had won a great victory. After winning the battle, the people of the Hao Ranjun sect didn't delay. They directly passed through Zhenwu city and climbed to Zhenwu Peak without any obstacles. The people of Zhenbu Gate had been prepared for this. They burned the important places in advance and then left the mountain empty, leaving behind an empty shell. Yi Tianzong activated the power of vital spirit and scanned the area within a radius of 300 miles. He found the tens of thousands of people of Zhenbu Gate hiding in the depths of Zhenwu mountain range. Yi Tianzong smiled indifferently and didn't pay any more attention to them. He also didn't have the intention to wipe them out. The strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect wasn't strong enough. After the changes in the world, they hadn't digested their own territory. If they wiped out Zhenbu Gate, how to deal with Zhenbu Gate's territory would be a big problem. Even if they wiped out those people in Zhenwu mountain range, they wouldn't be able to wipe out the other disciples of Zhenbu Gate in time. In the end, the news that Zhenbu Gate had been conquered by the Hao Ranzhen sect would be known by other forces. Once they occupied Zhenbu Gate's territory, the other forces who couldn't bear it anymore would definitely attack them. Instead of being surrounded and annihilated by other forces, it would be better to let these people go. After all, when the Hao Ranzhen sect retreated, those people hiding in Zhenwu mountain range would return to Zhenwu Peak and rebuild Zhenbu Gate. At that time, the strength of Zhenbu Gate would be greatly reduced. They would definitely hide and recover their strength. At that time, the Demon Sword sect, Shura sect, and Zhenbu Gate would be greatly weakened by the Hao Ranzhen sect and would hide. As long as the Hao Ranzhen sect didn't find trouble with them, the people of the Demon Sword sect, Shura sect, and Zhenbu Gate wouldn't be so stupid as to look for trouble. They couldn't wait for the Hao Ranzhen sect to forget about them. As for the idea of bringing in external forces to deal with the Hao Ranzhen sect, the people of the three sects wouldn't do it unless they were in a desperate situation. It was easy to invite the devil in but difficult to send him away. Everyone understood this principle. With these three sects blocking the outside, the Hao Ranzhen sect would have a stable environment for development for a long time in the future. Hehe, now is not the time. I'll let you live, but soon. As long as the seal is broken 2 more times, there will be no more scruples. It will be time for the Zhenbu Gate, Demon Sword sect, and Shura sect to disappear. Yi Tianzong stood on Zhenwu Peak and thought to himself as he looked into the depths of Zhenwu mountain range. Not long after staying on Zhenwu Peak, the people of Hao Ranzhen sect walked down Zhenwu Peak. Not long after, there was a loud bang that shook the earth and the mountains. Zhenwu Peak followed in the footsteps of the Demon Sword sect and Shura sect. The True Martial sect had successfully retaliated against the True Martial sect, and under the hateful and indignant gazes of the remaining members of the True Martial sect who were hiding in the True Martial mountain range, they swaggered off, leaving behind the devastated True Martial Peak and True Martial City. After this battle, Zhenbu Gate wouldn't be able to recover for at least 70 to 80 years. After returning from a great victory, the Hao Ranzhen sect regained its peace. According to the plan and measures that they had formulated earlier, they continued to digest the changes in the area and the fruits of their labor. At the same time, they were actively improving their strength. After many years of nurturing by Yi Tianzong, the 100 Herb Hall, the Formation and Tools Hall, and the Spiritual Plants Hall all had a group of people who could be of use. They also had candidates for the Hall Masters. Other than some top-grade elixirs that still required Yi Tianzong's help, Yi Tianzong didn't need to worry about the rest of the matters. With the full support of the 100 Herb Hall, the Formation and Tools Hall, and the countless elixirs collected from the Haoran mountain range and the Xian Naiyu mountain range, the Hao Ranzhen sect had enough elixirs and weapons to supply the cultivation needs of more than 1.5 million disciples. Because of this, the strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect was still rapidly improving. Just as the Hao Ranzhen sect was taking advantage of this short period of peace to rapidly develop, the news that Zhenbu Gate had been breached by the Hao Ranzhen sect in Zhenwu City and injured Zhenwu Peak gradually spread out. As expected, when the various major powers heard that the Hao Ranzhen sect had only killed a large number of people from Zhenbu Gate before retreating and didn't occupy Zhenbu Gate's territory, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they put this matter to the back of their minds and began to concentrate on managing their own territories. At the same time, they were preparing to go to the Hao Ranzhen sect to exchange the method to break the seal of heaven and earth after the new year. Chapter 73. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 months had passed. It was the new year again. During these 10 months of peace, the Hao Ranzhen sect had complete control over the area that had been under its rule after the change of heaven and earth. The lives of the people in the territory were not affected by this change. On the contrary, they were living better than before. The new year was also spent in happiness. After the new year, all the major sects and the Zhou dynasty had sent powerful teams to the Haoranzhen sect. Each team had more than 10,000 people, and there were many experts in the Marquis Wu realm and the Wu Zongjing realm. The outstanding disciples of all the major sects had also sent more than 1,000 people. At the same time, each team was escorting a huge amount of various spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, and refining materials. The teams that had gone to the Haoranzhen sect were almost all the super sects, the Zhou dynasty, and hidden forces whose real strength was not inferior to the super sects. First-class sects and other forces did not participate. These forces had a total of 18 teams, and the total number of people was more than 300,000. These 18 teams had a total of more than 300,000 people, and none of them was below the martial soldier realm. Moreover, the total number of Marquis Wu realm experts far exceeded the number of Marquis Wu realm experts in the Haoranzhen sect. The Haoranzhen sect had long been mentally prepared for this. Although it seemed that the high-end strength of the Haoranzhen sect was not comparable to the total strength of these teams, the Haoranzhen sect had Yi Tianzong as its leader, so it was not afraid of these forces at all. After the expansion of heaven and earth, the journey was even longer. In addition, these forces had set out at different times. They had a huge lineup and carried a large amount of spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, and other materials. It would take more than 2 months at the fastest time to reach the Haoranzhen sect. The Haoranzhen sect was not idle while waiting for the teams from the various forces. After the new year, Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, Yi Tianzong, Yi Qingxian, and the others once again came to the secret realm of the Haoranzhen sect. This time, they decided to awaken all the Marquis Wu ancestors of the Yi family as well as the Marquis Wu ancestors who were close to the Yi family. At the same time, they would kill all the Marquis Wu enemies of the Yi family after awakening them, so as to prevent future troubles. If these Marquis Wu realms, which were hostile to the Yi family, were not awakened, they would be stimulated by the rich qi of heaven and earth to wake up sooner or later as the world gradually recovered and the qi of heaven and earth in the secret realm became thicker. At that time, they would become unstable factors. If they were not killed after being awakened, they would definitely cause all kinds of trouble and cause trouble for the current Haoranzhen sect. Moreover, they could only kill them outside the secret realm. Although the ancestors of the past who were sleeping in the secret realm were sleeping in ice coffins, they were not unconscious. Once they killed them in the secret realm, they would definitely be discovered and it would not end well. Although Yi Tianzong did not care, he did not want to make things difficult for Yi Haoran and the others, so he simply decided to kill them outside the secret realm. Again, the Haoranzhen sect did not need the internal factions to check and balance each other. It only needed the voice of the Yi family. It would be best if it could only become a holy land under the leadership of Yi Tianzong and his family. People's hearts were unpredictable. Anyway, they were hostile to the Yi family, so they might as well kill them all. This time, they killed the people of the Marquis Wu realm. Next time, they would kill the people of the Wu King realm. They would not stop until all the people who were hostile to the Yi family had been killed. It was still the same operation. Yi Haoran took out a quaint jade token and injected the zhenqi in his body into it. Then the quaint jade token shone with white brilliance and left Yi Haoran's hand and floated into the air. After a burst of brilliance, a void portal appeared in front of Yi Haoran and the others. Yi Haoran and Yi Qingxian walked into the secret realm with ease. Yi Tianzong scanned the whole secret realm with the power of his spirit and found that the secret realm had become a little bigger, but the change was limited. The qi of heaven and earth inside was also richer. After more than 2 hours, more than 100 people of the Marquis Wu realm followed Yi Haoran and Yi Qingxian out of the secret realm one after another. After all these people of the Marquis Wu realm walked out of the secret realm, Yi Haoran controlled the jade token to close the door of the secret realm, and then put away the token. Among the more than 200 people of the Marquis Wu realm who walked out of the secret realm, only 63 people stood on Yi Qingshuan's side, and the remaining 60 people stood on the other side. They looked at each other with some vigilance, and there was a clear division. Yi Tianzong pointed to the 60 people on the other side, looked at Yi Qingxian and asked, "Are these all?" These people who had just come out of the secret realm were confused by the sudden question. Yi Qingxian looked at the 60 people on the other side with pity, nodded and said, "These are all of them." Looking at Yi Qingxuan's pitiful eyes and feeling the strange atmosphere at this time, the 60 people on the other side felt a little uneasy, although they did not know what was going on. They were about to speak. But Yi Tianzong, who was no longer in the mood to wait, did not give them a chance to speak. In an instant, the power of his whole body broke out, and the horrible momentum suppressed everyone. To be on the safe side, Yi Tianzong also used the universal force field. Everyone within a mile was shrouded by the universal force field, and could not move. Then Yi Tianzong directly attacked, and the shadows of his palms filled the sky, attacking the 60 people who could not resist. The 60 people who had just walked out of the secret realm watched the attacks fall on them, and they could not resist. In the end, they all died with hatred. After dealing with the hostile Marquis Wu, Yi Tianzong removed the universal force field, looked at Yi Qingxian, Yi Haoran and the others, and said, "I'll leave these people to you. I'll go first." After saying that, Yi Tianzong disappeared, leaving only a shadow that slowly dissipated. No one saw how he left. After Yi Tianzong made his move, he left in a carefree manner. Only Yi Haoran, Yi Qingxian, and a few others shook their heads and smiled bitterly as they comforted the more than 60 martial marquises who were still in a state of shock. In the following half a month, Yi Qingxian and Yi Yuanshan took these people to familiarize themselves with the current Haoranzhen sect, explained the development process and current situation of the Haoranzhen sect, and taught them the improved cultivation method and the Haoran scripture. Of the 63 Marquis Wu who came out of the secret realm, 25 of them belonged to the Yi family, and the remaining 38 were all Marquis Wu who supported the Yi family closely. After these 63 people understood the current situation of the Haoranzhen sect in detail, they were naturally very surprised by the strength of the Haoranzhen sect. They quickly adjusted their positions and became the highest elders of the Haoranzhen sect, and had no intention of interfering in the management of the Haoranzhen sect. If they had any thoughts when they just came out of the secret realm, after Yi Tianzong killed those who did not see eye to eye with lightning speed, and after Yi Qingxian and Yi Yuanshan took them to familiarize themselves with the situation of the Haoranzhen sect, they dismissed the idea of relying on seniority to participate in the management of the sect. Yi Tianzong's strength was still fresh in their minds, and there were many new Marquis Wu in the Haoranzhen sect, so they would not allow them to take away the power in their hands. Yi Haoran's family was also stronger than them, so they could only obediently be the highest elders. In any case, Yi Tianzong's family had the final say in the sect now, and no one was targeting or scheming against them. There was nothing wrong with practicing peacefully. Soon, more than 2 months passed. The teams of various forces entered the area under the rule of the Haoranzhen sect one after another, and then arrived in the city of Haoran. It was not until 3 months later that the last team of more than 20,000 people from the Zhou dynasty arrived in the city of Haoran. After more than a year, the various forces once again gathered in the city of Haoran. The difference was that this time, only the forces of the super sects came. The forces of the first-class sects knew that they were not strong enough to participate in the meeting, so they did not participate. There were 18 teams of various forces, and each team had more than 10,000 people. The Zhou dynasty had more than 20,000 people, and there were more than 300,000 people in total. The arrival of these people was a challenge to the Haoranzhen sect, and at the same time, it was also a deterrent to the Haoranzhen sect by the various forces. Although the Haoranzhen sect was not afraid of them, they did not dare to be careless. They mobilized 200,000 disciples and 6,000 wuzong to deploy in the city of Haoran. Chapter 74. At the same time, in order to maintain order and stability in the city of Haoran, the Haoranzhen sect made it clear to all the major forces that each team could only bring a maximum of 1,000 people into the city. The rest of the people would camp outside the city of Haoran. If they agreed, they could enter the city. If they didn't, they had to leave on the spot. If they dared to make trouble, they shouldn't blame the Haoranzhen sect for turning hostile and suppressing them. Although the major forces were dissatisfied with this, they still agreed after careful consideration. After all, they were basically aware of the strength of the Haoranzhen sect. If they really fell out with the Haoranzhen sect, Not to mention whether they could achieve their purpose of coming here, they might not even be able to return alive. Although the strength of the teams from the 18 forces was very strong, and the total number of Marquis Wu realms was more than that of the Hao Ranjun sect, it shouldn't be forgotten that the Hao Ranjun sect still had a trump card. As long as the Hao Ranjun sect was ruthless and wasn't afraid of being hurt, it wouldn't be difficult to suppress them in the end. In the end, 1,000 people from each of the 18 forces entered the city of Haoran and stayed temporarily. Among the 18 super forces, the Devil Sword sect, the Shura sect, and the Zhunbu Gate were hiding to recover their strength because of the Hao Ranjun sect. Therefore, they didn't come. Except for the Zhou dynasty and the other 12 super sects, the other 5 super forces that came were previously unknown to the outside world. When the people from these forces entered the city of Haoran, Yi Tianzong used his spirit to explore the details of these people, especially the 5 forces that suddenly appeared, which were not inferior to the super sects. This investigation allowed him to discover some people who were hiding their strength. Among these 18 forces, other than a total of more than 300 martial Marquis realm existences, there were also nearly 40 martial King realm existences. This discovery made Yi Tianzong's heart tremble. As expected, these forces will not give up on their evil intentions and will not allow themselves to be trampled on. More than 300 Marquis Wu and nearly 40 King Wu. If it weren't for me, once these people launch an attack, it would be enough to cause the Hao Ranjun sect to suffer heavy casualties. King Wu could not stay in the outside world for a long time, but he could hold out for 7 days. As long as they are willing to throw caution to the wind, even I will have to go through a lot of trouble to deal with these people. Unless these people gather together, I am not confident that I can eliminate all of them if they split up and cause trouble. It seems that I have to deter them. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause. Yi Tianzong thought seriously. After making up his mind, Yi Tianzong did not delay and directly went to the residences of the various forces. Yi Tianzong first arrived at the residence of the Zhou dynasty. This time, the team from the Zhou dynasty was led by a prince of the Zhou dynasty and the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. There were 7 princes and princesses, including Princess Lianyue, who came last time. Yi Tianzong did not enter from the front, but directly entered the manor of the Zhou dynasty through the air. At this time, the leader of the Zhou dynasty, Prince Zhu Xian, the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the 7 princes and princesses who came with them, as well as some Marquis Wu realm cultivators, were all gathered in a spacious room. In the room, there were 4 pale but dignified old men. Prince Zhu Xian, the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the others looked at the 4 old men with respect. Just as these people of the Zhou dynasty were discussing something, Yi Tianzong had already arrived outside the room. Yi Tianzong did not intend to enter the room. He scanned the situation in the room with his spirit, and then directly released his qi, controlling his qi to only cover the room in front of him. In order to impress King Wu and Marquis Wu and really deter them, Yi Tianzong used his real strength. Instead of just releasing an ordinary qi, Yi Tianzong directly triggered a trace of the power he had when he was at his peak before his reincarnation. An unparalleled and irresistible vast qi descended on the room where the dozens of people of the Zhou dynasty were. The sudden and irresistible qi caught everyone in the room off guard. They were pressed to the chairs by this vast and irresistible power, and could not move at all, including the 4 pale old men and the dozen Marquis Wu. Yi Tianzong clearly perceived that these 4 old men were King Wu of the Zhou dynasty, so most of the qi and pressure was directed at these 4 old men and the dozen Marquis Wu. Of course, the 4 King Wu and the Marquis Wu, who were suddenly suppressed, would not just wait for death. They tried to get rid of the suppression with their own strength, but they were shocked to find that they could not even move, let alone get rid of it. It was as if there was a mountain pressing on their bodies, and they could not move at all. When everyone in the room was suppressed and could not move, and they were all frightened, Yi Tianzong said outside the room, "What are you here for?" Yi Tianzong's voice rang out in the room, and the dozens of people of the Zhou dynasty all heard it. What was different was that the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty and the other juniors were only shocked when they heard it, while the 4 King Wu and the dozen Marquis Wu, who were targeted by Yi Tianzong, were as if they were being questioned by a god. They wanted to open their mouths to answer, but they were suppressed by Yi Tianzong's qi and could not open their mouths. Yi Tianzong naturally knew the situation of King Wu and Marquis Wu, but he did not withdraw the qi and pressure. Instead, he used some of his primordial spirit power to strengthen the qi and pressure on those King Wu and Marquis Wu. In the room, the 4 King Wu and the dozen Marquis Wu felt that the god who had questioned them was angry because they did not answer the question. In an instant, the qi and pressure on their bodies and minds became heavier, and they could not breathe. Their spirits were also on the verge of collapse. Their pale faces turned red, and their eyes were bloodshot, as if they were going to shed tears of blood. King Wu and the Marquis Wu felt that they would definitely die if this continued, but they had no power to resist. They could only helplessly feel the qi and pressure getting heavier, and wait for death to come. The crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty and the others, who were not targeted by Yi Tianzong, were scared out of their wits when they saw the state of the 4 King Wu and the Marquis Wu. They were doomed. The crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty and the others wanted to speak, but they were also suppressed by the powerful qi and could not speak. Seeing that it was about time, Yi Tianzong deliberately relaxed the crown prince and the other princes and princesses of the Great Zhou dynasty so that they could barely speak. However, to Yi Tianzong's surprise, the first to speak was not the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, but Princess Lianyue of the Great Zhou dynasty, who had been here before. Yi Tianzong had some impression of this Princess Lianyue, but Yi Tianzong was not interested in having any interaction with the people of the Zhou dynasty more than a year ago. He had only met them a few times and knew this person. Princess Lianyue of the Great Zhou dynasty was also suppressed by Yi Tianzong's qi and could not move at all. However, under the immense pressure, Princess Lianyue stubbornly said, "Young sect master, the seniors of the Zhou dynasty are only here to take care of us juniors and prevent accidents on the way. They have no intention of becoming enemies with the Haoranzhen sect. Please show mercy, young sect master." Princess Lianyue said each word with difficulty. "Oh, is that so?" Yi Tianzong's non-committal voice sounded again. This time, the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty quickly said, "Yes, our Zhou dynasty has no evil intentions. We only want to make a deal with your sect. Young sect master, please don't misunderstand. Ian, I'll believe you for now. If you don't do what you say, then you'll have to bear the consequences." Yi Tianzong's voice sounded again. Then, everyone in the room felt the terrifying qi disappear without a trace. They all collapsed into their chairs and greedily took in large breaths of air, not caring about their image. As for the 4 martial kings and more than 10 martial marquis, they resisted the fear in their hearts and hurriedly adjusted their terrible condition. "This is the young sect master of the Haoranzhen sect that you mentioned? How can he be so terrifying?" Prince Zhu Xian asked the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty with an ugly expression. The fear in his heart was simply indescribable. Initially, they thought that with the arrival of so many martial marquis and 4 martial king realm ancestors, they would at least be able to intimidate the righteous sect. However, they did not expect that this fellow would be beaten up like a dog by the righteous sect's young sect master. Furthermore, he was able to immobilize all of them with just his aura alone, putting them in a life-or-death situation. If they were to really fight, they would definitely die. The crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty said with a bitter expression, "Imperial uncle, I also did not expect the Haoranzhen sect's young sect master to be so terrifying. It seems that we have miscalculated this time. Let's just be at ease and make a deal with the Haoranzhen sect." Chapter 75. After the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty finished speaking, Prince Zhu Xian did not answer. Instead, he turned around and looked at the 4 ancestors of King Wu. The 4 ancestors of the Zhou dynasty, King Wu, naturally felt Prince Zhu Xian's gaze. However, they could not bring themselves to admit defeat. Thus, they simply closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing, as if they did not care about what was going on around them. Looking at the appearance of his ancestors, Prince Zhu Xian, who was well versed in the ways of the world, naturally understood what they meant. He cursed them in his heart and then said to the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, "Well, what you said makes sense. We came here with sincerity to make a deal with the Haoranzhen sect. We will not participate in other matters." Just as the people of the Great Zhou dynasty were intimidated by Yi Tianzong, they put away their schemes and prepared for the trade negotiations a few days later. Yi Tianzong went to the residences of the various forces one by one and forcefully intimidated the martial kings and martial marquises of all the forces. After going through the terrifying experience of not being able to resist and facing the dilemma of life and death, the experts of all the forces suppressed the arrogance in their hearts and extinguished their original thoughts of making trouble. They quieted down. Of course, even though the experts of Marquis Wu and King Wu had quieted down, it did not mean that the major forces would obediently admit defeat. This time, each of the super forces had a large number of elite disciples accompanying them. Since they could not count on the older ones, they would compete with the younger ones to see whose disciples were more powerful. Naturally, the Hao Ranzhen sect was the target of all the challenges. The higher-ups of these forces were all hoping to vent the grievances and depression they had suffered from Yi Tianzong on the disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect through their own disciples. In the face of the challenges from the disciples of the other forces, the disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect naturally would not admit defeat. No matter how many people came, they would accept all the challenges. The 20 arenas in the city of Haoran were full every day. In addition to the disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect, the disciples of the other forces also challenged each other. From time to time, there would be casualties. Although the major forces were distressed by the loss of their own disciples, fists and feet had no eyes. For the sake of the reputation of the sect, they could only accept such an outcome. In the 5-day arena competition, all the forces, including the disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect, had some wins and some losses. However, in the end, the disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect still won over the disciples of the other forces. Regarding this, the higher-ups of the major forces were even more depressed and aggrieved. The older ones were suppressed by the Hao Ranzhen sect, and the younger ones were also defeated by the Hao Ranzhen sect. This was really infuriating. However, no matter how depressed and aggrieved they were, they still had to do business. These major forces had secretly contacted the Hao Ranzhen sect these days. They had also reached an agreement with the Hao Ranzhen sect about the method to break the seal of heaven and earth. However, the other forces excluded the people of the Zhou dynasty, which led to the situation of the Zhou dynasty causing trouble during the negotiations later. After a few days, the Hao Ranzhen sect informed the people of the major forces to go to the City Lord Mansion for negotiations. In the spacious manner, the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect and the people of the major forces took their seats. Then, as the host, Yi Haoran opened his mouth and said some polite words. After that, they began to get down to business. The people of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Hao Ranzhen sect began to negotiate with the major forces to determine the price that the major forces would have to pay in order to obtain the method to break the seal of heaven and earth. This time, the major forces came with a huge lineup. They brought a large amount of spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, and various materials. However, bringing so much did not mean that everything would benefit the Hao Ranzhen sect. The people of the Hao Ranzhen sect naturally hoped that the more, the better. They demanded an exorbitant price. However, the people of the major forces would not agree to it. Thus, they wrangled with the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect and tried to lower the price. In order to pay as little as possible, the forces that were originally part of the super sects among the 18 forces had secretly joined forces. A few hidden super sects had also joined forces. Both sides had communicated beforehand. During the negotiations this time, other than the Zhou dynasty, the forces that were not part of the Hao Ranzhen sect's conditions worked together to lower the price. This made the negotiations very difficult for the Hao Ranzhen sect side. Just when the two sides were in a deadlock and the atmosphere was tense, the Zhou dynasty, who had been watching from the sidelines at the beginning, began to stir things up. Previously, the actions of the other sects and forces could not be hidden from the Zhou dynasty and the Hao Ranzhen sect. The Hao Ranzhen sect did not pay much attention to this. In any case, the method to break the seal of heaven and earth would have to be revealed sooner or later. Otherwise, they would become the target of public criticism. Thus, it was not a big deal to give more spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, and other resources. On the other hand, the people of the Zhou dynasty were very dissatisfied. They were all here to negotiate a deal. You people excluded me and secretly joined forces. Where did you put me? Since you rejected me, did not give me face, and were hostile to the Zhou dynasty, then don't blame me for undermining you. Wasn't it just some spiritual herbs and materials? The Zhou dynasty had plenty of them. The things they brought were not even 1% of the dynasty's reserves. The Zhou dynasty did not care at all. Therefore, when the negotiations between the Haoranzhen sect and the other sects and forces were in a deadlock, Prince Zhu Xian of the Zhou dynasty directly agreed to the Haoranzhen sect's conditions. He would give all the spiritual herbs and other resources they brought to the Haoranzhen sect. When the Zhou dynasty spoke, the people of the other sects and forces were stunned. They looked at Prince Zhu Xian and the others from the Zhou dynasty with hatred. They wished they could skin them alive. The people of the Haoranzhen sect were overjoyed. Yi Haoran said with a smile, "Prince Zhu is really straightforward. Our Haoranzhen sect likes to make deals with straightforward people." Following which, Yi Haoran turned to look at the other 17 superpowers representatives, who all wore ugly expressions, and said, "Since none of you can agree to our conditions, please continue to consider our offer. I'll head to another location with Prince Zhu and inform him of the method to break the world seal, as well as the precautions to take." With that, Yi Haoran stood up and was about to leave with Prince Zhu, who was beaming with joy. Seeing this, the people of the other sects and forces immediately panicked. How could this be? How could he leave and talk to the people of the Zhou dynasty alone? This kind of thing had to be said in public and in front of everyone. Otherwise, no one would know if what he said was the same or not. Therefore, the other sects and forces no longer insisted. They all changed their positions and agreed to the Haoranzhen sect's conditions. However, each sect and force had different amounts of spiritual herbs and other resources. Haoranzhen sect also took a step back. In the end, they agreed to use the sect with the least amount of resources as the benchmark. All the other sects, including the Zhou dynasty, would pay the same amount of resources to the Haoranzhen sect in exchange for the method to break the seal of heaven and earth. In the end, the other sects and Haoranzhen sect reached an agreement. In the courtyard of the manor, the Haoranzhen sect told the other sects and forces in detail about the method to break the seal of heaven and earth. In general, there were 2 points that Yi Tianzong had concluded. First, they had to be strong enough. Second, they had to use a kind of power between heaven and earth as a medium to communicate with the original consciousness of heaven and earth to obtain permission. This was to avoid being oppressed by heaven and earth when breaking the seal. At the same time, they didn't avoid answering the questions of the other sects and forces. They answered all the questions except those related to the Haoranzhen sect. After comparing what they had seen and heard when Yi Tianzong broke the seal of heaven and earth and the method they had heard, the people of the other sects and forces confirmed it again and again. It wasn't until the people of the Haoranzhen sect became impatient that they finally believed the words of the Haoranzhen sect. After getting what they wanted, the people of the other sects and forces didn't stay for long. After only one day, they packed up and started to leave. Of course, before they left, these sects and forces deliberately asked the Haoranzhen sect for the complete version of the Haoran Sutra. The people of these sects and forces were very interested in the Haoran Sutra written by Yi Tianzong. After all, according to the people of the Haoranzhen sect, the Haoran Sutra was an important medium that could mobilize the heaven and earth's Haoran morality. Regarding this, the Haoranzhen sect wasn't stingy and readily agreed to the requests of the other sects and forces. Each of the sects and forces gave away 1,000 copies of the complete version of the Haoran Sutra. Of course, this complete version was only what the other sects and forces thought was the complete version. The true complete version of the Haoran Sutra was divided into 7 major categories: general principles, country chapters, individual chapters, sect chapters, family chapters, comprehensive chapters, and cultivation chapters. Each major category was further divided into different subcategories. The content was profound and vast, and it was all-encompassing. The Haoran Sutra given away by the Haoranzhen sect only contained the general principles, country chapters, individual chapters, sect chapters, and family chapters. Some of the important parts were also castrated, leaving only the theoretical parts. In any case, the Haoran Sutra was only suitable for the Haoranzhen sect. If other sects and forces wanted to rely on the castrated Howran morality to mobilize the heaven and earth's Howran morality, it would be a joke. People with bad intentions and ulterior motives wouldn't be able to gain the approval of the heaven and earth's Howran morality. Without Yi Tianzong's Tao of the Howran morality, they wouldn't be able to take the initiative to use the Howran morality. On the other hand, giving away the Howran Sutra to the other sects and forces could accelerate the spread of the philosophy and spirit of the Howranjan sect. Chapter 76. Long before this, the higher-ups of Howranjan sect had already formulated a plan to spread the emasculated Howran true scripture throughout the entire Central Plains. They wanted to popularize the Howranjan sect's Howran righteous path and its teachings to the lower levels of the profound spirit world, making it a new and universal teaching concept. They wanted to continuously gain the recognition and faith of ordinary people and martial artists, making the Howran righteous path the mainstream concept of the profound spirit world. This was a very long and arduous plan, but the higher-ups of Howranjan sect were very clear in their support of this plan. After the various major powers left, Howranjan sect resumed its normal operations and developed in an orderly manner according to the established plan. The most important plan was to increase the strength of the Howranjan sect. According to Yi Tianzong's plan, when the Howranjan sect entered the new environment, everyone's cultivation speed would begin to slow down or even reach a bottleneck. This was especially true for his family, Ling Xinyu, Yi Howran, and the others. When they reached the peak of Marquis Wu, that would be the time to break the seal again. Not only did the Howranjan sect immerse themselves in development, all the other powers were taking advantage of the initial stage of the change in the environment to develop their own strength. Even the dozens of sects that had been taught a lesson by the Howranjan sect a year ago temporarily stopped their plans to take revenge on the Howranjan sect. The various powers that had obtained the method to break the seal from the Howranjan sect did not make any overt moves in the following days. They also took the opportunity to develop their strength. Ever since the Howranjan sect broke the seal a year ago, the Howranjan sect had taken the first step to becoming a holy land. Now that the outside world was relatively stable, the sect was developing steadily according to the original plan. Yi Tianzong, who had nothing else to do, naturally did not stay idle. He brought Ling Xinyu to the Immortal Mansion to cultivate. Yi Tianzong did not tell Ling Xinyu about the Immortal Mansion in detail. He only told her that the Immortal Mansion was a heavenly abode treasure that he had obtained in his previous life and that it could assist in cultivation. He did not say anything else, and Ling Xinyu did not ask. In her heart, her greatest wish was to be able to accompany Yi Tianzong. Nothing else mattered. This was also the reason why Yi Tianzong doted on and liked Ling Xinyu. In the vast expanse Immortal Abode, the flow of time and the concentration of essence qi were 4 times that of the outside world. Naturally, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyue's cultivation speed was much faster than the outside world. In less than 2 years in the outside world, more than 6 years had passed in the Immortal Mansion. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had finally cultivated to the peak of the Marquis Wu realm. In the superior environment of the Immortal Mansion, Ling Xinyue's clear eye spirit body was finally fully activated. After activating the clear eye spirit body, Ling Xinyu was reborn. She looked more pure, holy, and peerless. Her martial arts aptitude had also improved significantly. Her potential had increased greatly, and her cultivation speed had also become faster. Her life level had also improved by 1 level, and she had a stronger foundation. Yi Tianzong was very satisfied with this. He often could not help but be intimate with Ling Xinyu. After cultivating to the peak of the Marquis Wu realm, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu were not in a hurry to leave the Immortal Mansion. Instead, they continued to cultivate in the Immortal Mansion, accumulating their own zhenqi and cultivating their physical realm. Of course, they were not in a hurry as before. They were very leisurely and comfortable. In addition to cultivating in the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong did not only care about being intimate with Ling Xinyu. Instead, he was looking for the elixirs he needed in the Immortal Mansion. The next realm after the Marquis Wu realm was the Wu King realm. The Wu King realm was a very important realm. It was also an important watershed for warriors with special constitutions to widen the gap between them and ordinary people. It determined their future in martial arts. Beside him, Ling Xinyu had already activated her clear ice spirit body. Although the foundation of her constitution was still very weak, after all, there were strong and weak constitutions. But as long as she cultivated the divine martial sky skill in the immortal mansion, the origin and foundation of her clear ice spirit body would gradually be strengthened. He did not have to worry about it for a short time. However, his father, mother, grandfather, and others still had the constitution of ordinary people. Although they cultivated the divine martial sky skill and their strength was 10 times stronger than ordinary people, it did not change the fact that they were still ordinary people. The level of their life did not change. In order for his father, mother, and others to still not be weaker than others in martial arts cultivation in the future, Yi Tianzong could only think of ways to let them have special constitutions. There were countless special constitutions in the universe. No one could figure out how many there were. But according to the potential of the constitutions, they were generally divided into ordinary level, which was the constitution of an ordinary person, spiritual level, profound level, divine level, king level, emperor level, supreme level, and celestial level. Starting from the spirit body, it was considered a special constitution. Moreover, a low-level constitution could be promoted to a higher level if it met the right opportunity and conditions. Every constitution was generally divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and peak. Ling Xinyue's clear ice spirit body was considered a high spiritual level constitution according to the levels. Yi Tianzong's constitution was a low celestial level constitution. Yi Tianzong had traveled through many worlds for thousands of years. Every life's cultivation and most of the heavenly treasures were all forged according to a special secret method. Naturally, there was no lack of the immortal mansion's boundless energy that was constantly influencing and transforming his constitution. Yi Tianzong's divine martial sky skill contained the method to cultivate a special constitution. However, the current environment of the profound spirit world did not allow Yi Haoran and the others to cultivate a special constitution. Even if they broke the seal once, the concentration of heaven and earth origin qi was far from enough. The amount of energy and resources needed to cultivate a special constitution and activate a special constitution was not the same. If the amount of energy and resources needed to activate a low spirit level special physique was 1, then the amount of energy and resources needed to cultivate a low spirit level special physique from scratch was at least 30. The difference was too many times. Since the current environment did not allow it, Yi Tianzong could only think of a way from his previous collection of pills. Fortunately, after searching, Yi Tianzong still managed to find a lot of pills. It was enough for dozens of people to cultivate a special constitution. After finding the medicinal pills he needed, Yi Tianzong did not rush out of the heaven's expanse immortal abode. He asked Yi Yuanshan and the others to quickly consume the medicinal pills and cultivate. It was not an urgent matter for now. Right now, the more important matter for the Haoranzhen sect was the matter of the martial arts cultivation method. In the past, Yi Tianzong had improved the original Haoran sword sect's cultivation method and divided it into different levels. The fundamental body forging technique corresponded to the martial disciple realm, the primordial tendon changing technique corresponded to the martial artist, martial warrior, and martial master realms. The limitless mysterious technique corresponded to the 3 realms of Wu Ling, Wu Zong, and Marquis Wu. As the seal of heaven and earth continued to be broken in the future, the upper limit of the martial arts cultivation method would increase. The most important thing now was to create a cultivation method suitable for the Haoranzhen sect's Marquis Wu. Moreover, this method of dividing the martial arts cultivation method into different levels was not suitable for the future development of the Haoranzhen sect. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Tianzong walked out of the immortal mansion and took a lot of martial arts cultivation methods from the Haoranzhen sect's hidden sutra pavilion. Then, he returned to the immortal mansion. With the concept of the Haoran Sutra as the core, he combined the advantages of many martial arts cultivation methods and some of the mysteries of the martial arts and secret methods in the divine martial heavenly skill. After 7 months, he finally created 2 sets of cultivation methods. One of them was the Haoran Heavenly Dipper incantation, which could be directly cultivated to the peak of the mysterious realm Wu Zun. The Howran Heavenly Dipper incantation was divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 martial arts realms from the basic martial disciple all the way to the mysterious realm Wu Zun. The Howran Heavenly Dipper incantation was the foundation of another cultivation method created by Yi Tianzong, the Howran Heavenly Dipper incantation. The 2 sets of cultivation methods were of the same origin. The Howran Heavenly Dipper incantation was the cultivation method of the martial arts cultivation method after breaking through to the mysterious realm Wu Sheng. At present, Yi Tianzong had only created the first 3 levels. Anyway, there was still a long way to go for the rest. Not only did the Howran Heavenly Dipper incantation contain cultivation methods, but it also had matching martial arts techniques, such as sword techniques, saber techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, body techniques, alchemy techniques, secret methods that could instantly increase one's strength, and so on. It was 2 levels higher than the current Hao Ranjun sect's muscle tendon changing and limitless Taishen. Chapter 77. After creating the Howran True Heavenly Dipper technique, Yi Tianzong handed it over to Yi Howran and let Yi Howran handle it himself. Yi Howran, who had obtained the technique, was naturally very happy. Their family naturally didn't have to worry about not having a follow-up technique for cultivating the divine martial heavenly technique. However, in the past, Yi Tianzong had only improved the technique for the disciples to cultivate up to the Marquis Wu realm. Yi Howran was thinking about when to look for Yi Tianzong and ask him to think of a way. He didn't expect that before he could say anything, Yi Tianzong had already created the follow-up technique, and it was even better than the previous one. After Yi Howran obtained the technique, he didn't delay any further. Instead, he gathered all the hall masters, elders, and grand elders to announce the Howran True Heavenly Dipper technique that Yi Tianzong had created. Of course, they didn't announce it all at once. Only those who had reached a certain level of authority had the qualifications to obtain the entire content of the Howran True Heavenly Dipper technique in advance. The rest could only obtain the technique needed for the next realm. Subsequently, after the Howran True Heavenly Dipper technique was announced to the entire sect, the entire Hao Ranjun sect once again set off a craze for changing the technique. Regarding this, everyone in the Hao Ranjun sect was very happy and didn't have any negative feelings. After all, when Yi Tianzong created the Howran True Heavenly Dipper technique, he had considered the problem of changing the technique. The Howran True Heavenly Dipper technique that he created was of the same origin as the previous tendon changing technique and the limitless Taishen technique. It was just that it was more optimized than the previous technique of the same realm, so it wasn't troublesome to change the technique. Who wouldn't be happy to be able to cultivate a better martial arts technique? The Hao Ranjun sect did not leave the basic body forging technique, tendons changing technique, and Taishen limitless skill in the sutra depository. Instead, they first promoted the basic body forging technique to the entire territory ruled by the Hao Ranjun sect so that everyone could cultivate it. They promoted the tendons changing technique to the martial warrior realm and below in the public school. In the end, all 3 sets of cultivation methods were to be used as the main cultivation methods of Howran's side courtyard, so that the Hao Ranjun sect could nurture new and outstanding blood. He had switched to a better cultivation method, and his strength had increased again. The cultivation atmosphere of the entire Hao Ranjun sect was even stronger, and the sect was flourishing. Everything was in order. When Yi Tianzong saw that the Hao Ranjun sect didn't have much to do, he urged Yi Howran, Yi Yuanshan, and the other family members to speed up their cultivation and strive to reach the peak of the Marquis Wu as soon as possible. Then, they would take the spirit pills and cultivate the special physique before the next time the seal was broken. Yi Tianzong also told Yi Howran and the others about the special physique and its secrets. Yi Howran and the others naturally didn't dare to be careless or negligent when it came to the future of their martial arts. Therefore, they handed over the trivial matters to their subordinates to handle, and then went into closed-door cultivation. With Yi Tianzong's endless supply of resources and spirit pills, Yi Haoyun, Yi Haoyun, Li Qingsha, and the others had successfully cultivated to the peak of the Marquis Wu in just 3 years' time. In addition to the support of Yi Tianzong's endless supply of spirit pills, the will of heaven and earth's favor was also an important factor for such a fast cultivation progress. In any case, Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ran Zhen sect had broken the seal of heaven and earth for the first time in millions of years, preventing the continued decline of heaven and earth, even if it was only the simplest layer of the seal on the outermost layer. Therefore, the will of heaven and earth would naturally favor the Hao Ran Zhen sect who had made a contribution. Although it was only a very small amount of attention, it was enough to make the cultivation of the people of the Hao Ran Zhen sect much smoother and faster than the people of other forces. When Yi Haoran and the others were concentrating on their cultivation, some bad things also happened in the Hao Ran Zhen sect, but they were all resolved by Yi Tianzong. With the rise and development of the Hao Ran Zhen sect, a group of martial arts cultivation families would naturally rise within the territory ruled by the Hao Ran Zhen sect. These martial arts cultivation families were basically the families of some elders, deacons, or disciples of the Hao Ran Zhen sect. With the rapid development of the Hao Ran Zhen sect, the strength of these families also increased rapidly by relying on the relationships within the sect. Once they became powerful, they would naturally become tyrannical, bully the weak, and abuse their power for personal gain, etc. Once, when a certain family colluded with an elder of the assessment hall to secretly manipulate the quota for the promotion of an inner disciple, they were discovered by Yi Tianzong, who was patrolling the sect with his primordial spirit. Naturally, Yi Tianzong would not tolerate this. Knowing that this was not a coincidence, Yi Tianzong instructed the people of the Tiangang Pavilion and the Punishment Hall to cooperate with each other and secretly investigate the unfairness within the sect. After Yi Tianzong found out the truth, he then launched a swift and decisive campaign of rectification within the Hao Ran Zhen sect. Because of the prior investigation, Yi Tianzong caught a total of tens of thousands of elders, deacons, and disciples who were involved in forming cliques and various unfairness within the sect in just 2 days. Then, Yi Tianzong announced the crimes of these arrested people and publicly punished them. Naturally, the disciples of the Hao Ran Zhen sect supported him. After punishing these people, Yi Tianzong did not stop. Even the martial arts cultivation families involved in these people were not spared. He also carried out severe punishments, and many families were confiscated and exterminated. The ruthless and bloody methods of punishment not only established the dignity of the sect, but also ruthlessly suppressed the arrogance of the martial arts cultivation families within the Hao Ran Zhen sect. They knew who was the ruler of this area. After cleaning up the internal pests, the development of the Hao Ran Zhen sect was more healthy and orderly. The disciples were also more united. Everything was developing in a good direction. After Yi Haoran and the others cultivated to the peak of the Marquis Wu, Yi Tianzong gave them the spirit pills. These spirit pills were refined by Yi Tianzong before he reincarnated into the profound spirit world using various heavenly treasures. The spirit pills contained a huge amount of medicinal power, enough to support Yi Haoran and the others to cultivate their special physiques. Yi Tianzong watched as Yi Yuanshan and the others cultivated their special physiques according to the secret technique of the divine martial heavenly technique. Among them, Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun and Yi Yuanshan cultivated the true Wu Ling physique, while Su Mengxian, Li Qingya, Li Qingsha and Zi Yunxian cultivated the pure immortal spirit physique. The true Wu Ling physique and the pure immortal spirit physique started out as middle spiritual level physiques. The secret technique of cultivating special physiques in the divine martial heavenly technique was created by Yi Tianzong after he comprehended some of the secret techniques of condensing heavenly level physiques that were passed down to him by the immortal mansion. This kind of secret technique of condensing special physiques would not allow the martial artist to cultivate a specific physique. Instead, it would gradually transform into a special physique that was suitable for the martial artist according to their own characteristics. Seeing that Yi Haoran and the others had successfully cultivated special physiques, Yi Tianzong also let out a sigh of relief. He instructed them to continue cultivating the divine martial heavenly technique to deepen the foundation of their physiques so that they could upgrade their physiques in the future. After that, Yi Tianzong announced that he would continue his closed-door cultivation and return to the immortal mansion to accompany Ling Xinyu. In the following few years, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu spent their time cultivating and being lovey-dovey with each other. They were very happy. 4 years passed in the outside world. Yi Tianzong would appear once every half a year and patrol the sect. After 7 days, he would return to the immortal mansion. 4 years in the outside world was 16 years in the immortal mansion. In the immortal mansion, there were all kinds of extreme environments that aided in cultivation. With the help of all kinds of extreme environments, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyue's true essence and body had already cultivated to the limit that the profound spirit world could accommodate. In order to break through the limits of the profound spirit world and reach a higher realm, Yi Tianzong could only become an intermediate disciple of the immortal mansion. Only then could he use the power of the immortal mansion to shield himself from the restrictions of the outside world. However, as a primary disciple, Yi Tianzong did not have that authority. Chapter 78. In the past 16 years in the immortal mansion, apart from cultivating and accompanying Ling Xinyu, Yi Tianzong also took the time to create a set of energy-gathering array and a mountain-protecting array based on the terrain of Tiangang Peak. As the name implied, the energy-gathering array was an array that gathered the qi of heaven and earth. After Yi Tianzong directed the disciples of Hao Ranzhen sect to finish setting up the energy-gathering array that enveloped Tiangang Peak, the concentration of the qi of heaven and earth in the entire Tiangang Peak and its surroundings increased by more than 3 times, which made the Hao Ranzhen sect overjoyed. As for the mountain-protecting array, Yi Tianzong only directed the disciples of Hao Ran to set it up. He did not test the effects of the array, mainly because there was no need. For now and for a long time, there should not be any enemies who would attack the Hao Ranzhen sect. Time passed. It had been 10 years since the last time the seal of heaven and earth was broken. In these 10 years, the number of people under the Righteous Path's rule had already exceeded 200 million. As for the Hao Ranzhen sect, in addition to Yi Qingxian and the other 75 Marquis Wu experts who had walked out of the Arcana territory, the Hao Ranzhen sect had newly promoted more than 150 elders at the initial stage of Marquis Wu. Now, excluding Yi Tianzong and his family of 9, the total number of Marquis Wu experts in Hao Ranzhen sect had reached nearly 290. The total number of Wu Zongjing experts had reached more than 20,000. The number of Wu Zongjing experts had reached about 500. The number of disciples who had advanced below Wu Zongjing was in the tens of thousands. The overall strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect had once again increased by several times. Not only that, due to the complete disclosure of the basic body forging technique and the teaching of the primordial tendon changing technique in the public school, there were no ordinary people in the Hao Ranzhen sect's territory other than the underage children and the disabled elderly. The lowest level of the 180 million people was the basic martial disciple, and the number of people in the martial warrior realm was as high as 30 million. The number of Haoran villas that were built outside the Hao Ranzhen sect's jurisdiction had also reached more than 100. In total, they had recruited more than 600,000 disciples. Not only had they greatly expanded the influence of the Hao Ranzhen sect, but they had also provided tens of thousands of outstanding disciples for Tiangang Peak. However, in the last 3 years of the past 10 years, the qi of heaven and earth, which had been slowly increasing since the seal of heaven and earth was broken 10 years ago, no longer changed. In the last 2 years, the cultivation speed of everyone in the Hao Ranzhen sect generally slowed down. From this, it could be seen that the heavens help state that the Hao Ranzhen sect had obtained after breaking the seal of heaven and earth had been exhausted. It was beginning to return to its normal state. Yi Tianzong had also noticed this change. However, in order to let the heaven and earth and the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect have a period of consolidation, Yi Tianzong delayed for another 2 years before he began to break the seal of heaven and earth again. Otherwise, he could have broken the next layer of the seal 2 years ago. However, in the last 2 years, Yi Tianzong and Yi Haoran decided to wake up the more than 70 King Wu of the Yi clan who had been sleeping in the Haoran secret land twice. This was so that they could enjoy the benefits of breaking the seal of heaven and earth. As for the King Wu who had been hostile to the Yi clan, they were all killed by Yi Tianzong outside the secret land after they had been awakened. Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ranzhen sect were not in a hurry to break the seal of heaven and earth. They were still consolidating and stabilizing. However, the other major forces who had obtained the method to break the seal of heaven and earth were not willing to be left out. They all began to make various preparations and efforts to break the seal of heaven and earth in advance. At the same time, they also closely watched the movements of the Hao Ranzhen sect. They each sent out a force to be stationed 2,000 li away from the Hao Ranjan sect as a deterrent. They were afraid that the Hao Ranjan sect would break the seal of heaven and earth again. Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect were well aware of the attention and small movements of the major forces. However, they did not take it to heart. These major forces probably would not have thought that if the Hao Ranjan sect wanted to break the seal of heaven and earth again, they would not need to make such a big fuss like the last time. The last time they made such a big fuss, they specially chose a day when the sun was the highest. The entire Hao Ranjan sect and the people under its jurisdiction were mobilized. This was to ensure the success of the plan to the greatest extent. Now that they had a successful experience, they did not need to mobilize so many people, nor did they need to specially choose a time. The last time Yi Tianzong broke the seal of heaven and earth, the scene could be seen by everyone in the secret land. Yi Tianzong also found out later. Therefore, when the second time they broke the seal of heaven and earth, they only needed to mobilize the disciples of the Hao Ranjan sect. When the time came, they only needed to use the biennial Dragon Phoenix List tournament as a cover to gather all the disciples of the Hao Ran sect together. In the past 10 years, the Hao Ranjan sect had carried out this kind of operation 4 times. Now, it was time for the 5th time. According to the usual practice, the biennial Dragon Phoenix List tournament of Hao Ranjan sect had begun again. Due to the large increase in the number of disciples of the Hao Ranjan sect, the number of Dragon Phoenix List tournament slots for each rank had increased to 108. There were a total of 540 slots for the outer, inner, elite, core, and personal disciple rankings. The Dragon Phoenix List tournament lasted for half a month before it came to an end. The various major forces were quite familiar with the Dragon Phoenix List tournament of Hao Ranjan sect. In the beginning, they paid more attention to it and even sent teams to observe the tournament. However, as the Hao Ranjan sect held the tournament again and again, they did not do anything else. More importantly, they were defeated by the disciples of the Hao Ranjan sect every time. Feeling sick of it, the various major forces stopped coming to observe the tournament and relaxed. However, the various major forces did not expect that the Hao Ranjan sect would do something else this time. After the Dragon Phoenix List tournament, all the disciples of the Hao Ran sect did not leave. Instead, they once again came to the place outside the Haoran city where the seal of heaven and earth was broken 10 years ago. Everyone in the Hao Ranjan sect was very experienced and quickly arranged themselves in a formation. After everything was ready, Yi Tianzong followed the same process. First, he broke through to the Wu King realm. Then, under the watch and support of the people of the Hao Ranjan sect, he used the heaven and earth Haoran Qi to break through another layer of the seal. The upper limit of the profound spirit world's martial arts was raised to the Wu King realm. The profound spirit world once again expanded by nearly 10 times. At the same time, a lot of energy was fed back to Yi Tianzong and everyone in the Hao Ranjan sect. Yi Tianzong's physique level had reached the heavenly level. There were 129,600 acupoints in his body. With the help of the enormous energy fed back by the will of heaven and earth, he directly opened 1/3 of the acupoints and reached the middle stage of the Wu King realm. Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the others directly opened more than half of their acupoints and their martial arts realm reached the late stage of the Wu King realm. The more than 70 Wu King realm and more than 60 Marquis Wu realm awakened from the Arcana realm one after another to make up for the loss of their origin and foundation. Once again, there was hope for a breakthrough. Yi Qingxian and the others, who were the first to awaken and received the feedback of heaven and earth, all broke through to the early stage of the Wu King realm and opened up a different number of acupoints. The remaining elders, deacons, and disciples all at least broke through a small realm. There were also tens of thousands of people who broke through the bottleneck of a major realm. Overall, the strength of the Hao Ranjan sect increased by several times.